everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Dominic Seda-Romer. This is Zachary Rusty Pie, and we are excited for a very fun set of games we got coming on today.
Definitely going to be a fun set of games. Your intros never cease to amaze me, Seda. They change every single time, but right. First game of the day is going to be big, followed by the second one. The third is the big talking point. That's a big game.
Yeah, that's Edward Gaming versus Xiaogu. And I'm sure you guys, we had the schedule up on screen. You got a good chance to preview all of those upcoming matches. But we're going to start it off with game number one. It's Snake versus Vici Gaming.
Yes, Snake, a side that you might want to say in shambles, but you don't really know what they're doing. There's some kind of behind-the-scenes plan between them, changing rosters constantly between AD and the jungler. Beast ZZR always in, always out, and it's weird considering the like how recent or how close we are to the end of the split that they're actually changing the roster this much. So there's something going on behind the scenes there that's actually forcing this change. And they're up against Vici Gaming, a side that are the epitome of hit and miss. You never really know what to expect from them when it comes to how they play the game out. But when they play the game out, it is quite linear in decisions.
And that's something that we talked a little bit about earlier, was the fact that though Snake are changing things up, and this is unexpected for them, unexpected is usually what works well against Vici Gaming, because they've kind of had a bit of difficulty preparing for matches in the past.
Yeah, of course. Vici Gaming, a side that they are, when it comes to drafting and the way they want to play the game, they're quite linear. They have a set purpose, but then they're very erratic in their styles. So you never really know what to expect from them. And one of the better ways to beat them at their own game is to actually get them out of comfort in the drafting phase or somewhere where they are generally linear.
Yeah, and it definitely is going to be the case this time around as Snake. They're not going to be bringing in Beast. They're not going to be bringing in Crystal. We've actually got to confirm that they're starting off with ZZR in the jungle and Martin on AD carry. And Martin, he's played with Snake a long time ago, but recently we saw him debut most effectively with Snake in the Demacia Cup, where they played exceptionally well. And it was actually off of the back of Martin that they ended up beating IG to get that third place win.
Yeah, Martin really stepped up in that tournament and represented the team quite well. It's a nice replacement for Crystal. He was kind of limited by the champions that he could play, and having Martin in there just alleviates a bit of that pressure. They still like to fall back to the Sivir though here, Snake. It's something that works with their team so well to unlock FLICKR in that top lane.
Yeah, and here's Snake on your screen right now. You can see that boy band getting ready to hit the rift. And the guy in the dead center, he's not on the map. That was Crystal. But here is FLICKR on top, the primary carry, 1,700 MVP points.
Yeah, he's currently third and doing a lot of work for his team. A lot of fizz recently as we move to ZZR, the man of the moment.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much of him in the past. You can see he's sort of been experimenting with a couple of different picks. In the Demacia Cup, he's stuck mostly to Rek'Sai, but going for some of the more unique styles. And there's you in the mid lane, previously of EDG fame. He's been a great pick for Snake.
He's really alleviated a lot of the inconsistencies that Snake had, or I should say limitations based on consistencies. We move towards our AD carry in the bot lane duo of Martin, in this case, not Crystal.
Yeah, Martin looking awful serious with that one. A whopping 5 KDA in 4 games. You can see how well he meshes with the Snake team. And there's Ella, the support. You can take a look at those previous 4 picks. He's been playing a lot of Peel almost exclusively to keep Martin safe, because Martin's playstyle is drastically different from Crystal. If Crystal gets Draven, if he gets fed, he is going to be the hyper carry. He's going to be the killer. But Martin, on the other hand, he's got a different MO.
Definitely. It feels like Snake as a team are the ones that starting to adapt to the new meta is basically why they've actually put these new players in. You can see the Nidalees and Echoes becoming very popular, and ZZR is the one filling that role, playing those champions. So maybe they put him in for adaption's sake. Martin able to suit the meta much better now. You've got Ella playing the likes of Braum and the big... It's basically a peel-based tank now, not an engage-based tank like the Alistars.
And that's something that definitely should be exciting to see from Snake, because in the past we've always talked about them being a 5-man team fight based comp, and that hasn't changed with ZZR and Martin. It's just their approach to the team fights. No longer are they the ones going for the hard, we're going to rush into your face 5-man engage. They've started to grow into a more calculated base team, taking the intelligent team fights, baiting around dragons, waiting for waves to push on the side before getting the best engage possible.
And that's something that is crazy to consider even saying when you've got someone like FLICKR in your team who just wants to win lane and continue to win lane the entire game.
Yeah. On the other side, though, it's Vici Gaming, currently tied for tied for 7th place. That's the one. It's Dandy in the top lane, previously of jungle fame, but his transition to top has actually been pretty smooth.
And it's weird that he has gone from jungle to top, and he hasn't played similar styles of champions. He's gone more into the carry top lane as the Rumbles and the likes of that, and made it work.
And here's World 6, the replacement for the world-class jungler, and he's been filling off rather well with a lot of those Gragas. Here's actually Plong filling in for Hatong this time around. We saw him yesterday.
Yeah, interesting that Hatong isn't going to be there. I like that it changes up again. We were talking about how Snake changed their playstyle with certain players. We're seeing it again here as we've got Xuan as the AD player for Vici.
This is a very interesting development. Something that we've always talked about with Vici Gaming was their consistency. They almost always play the same style. Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah.
Is that still their style with Peng and Chuan?
You have to keep in mind that Dandy and Mata are the entirety of the team. Yeah. So in saying that their play styles are still going to be quite similar, working around a lot of the vision control, the bleed out style of play, as you said, death by 1,000 cuts. It is what they're still going to implement. It's the way that they put it into effect that you'll most likely see change here. With a different AD carry, with a different mid laner, you do have to change up your play styles at least a bit.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Vici can successfully adapt anywhere near as well as Snake, and this is actually a rather important match for them. We said earlier they're tied for 7th place at 20 points. A 2-0 here brings them all the way up to 4th place, tied with Snake, and gets them clear of that big red danger zone where they could be passed for that last 8th place spot.
Yeah, if you want to make the playoffs and even to avoid the relegations, because everyone is so close right now on the standings, it is important for Vici at the very least to secure one of these wins today. If they go 0-2, they're in a dire situation, whereas if they get one of the wins through, then they're going to be a lot more comfortable. They've got a little bit more time because they do still have a lot of games left to play out.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Vici can successfully end up earning these points for themselves, and it's a bit dangerous for them to be this close to playoffs, pulling in with a few new players. And you can actually take a look at the win ratio on the bottom. 5 out of the past 6 games that Vici have played, Vici have been the winners.
Yeah, that is crazy to consider, but you have to look at the fact that they've got a different jungler this time, so things are starting to change for them. The fact that the gank success rate was so high for Vici in comparison as well, something that may completely change now that it is World 6 filling that roster, opposed to Dandy, who is now in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's even the same on the other side, too, because now instead of Beast, who's not been doing that great for Snake in terms of ganks, it's ZZR this time, and he has a much more comfortable job sort of ganking for Snake during the laning phase if his performance at Demacia Cup is any indicator. Now we're preparing to get into Champion Select right now, and I just kind of want to talk about some of these picks because there's obviously a big difference between some of these lanes. Flandre versus Dandy, for example. Flandre, he's the I'm going to murder you over and over and over kind of guy.
Yeah, and the interesting part about the top lane in particular is Dandy has started to branch out and play all of these carry champions, whereas you look at Flandre and you think to yourself, he plays champions that like to kill carries. And that is Flandre's playstyle to a T as well. So it's a very dangerous top lane to be in here for Vici Gaming. They may want to even consider the lane swap before the game has even gotten to Champion Select, before they even look at the champions, just because of the playstyle difference between both of the top laners of both of these teams.
We'll have to see if they decide to commit to that, and is that going to influence their pick and ban phase anyway at all? Because again, this is 5-13. There are some very strong picks up for contention right now. You've got Ezreal, super strong. Jace, great way to deal with that.
Yeah, so there's a few things to keep in consideration. We mentioned the potential for the lane swap based off top laners, but they may just want to ban away, say, the Fizz and make the top lane a lot easier and maybe focus on picking away an Ezreal, picking away something that is super strong. There's a lot of diversity behind the drafting phase right now, and most teams aren't actually early picking the Ezreal. They're saving it till a later pick unless they have an AD carry that they can flex it with. Now, both of these AD carries, we haven't actually seen them play Ezreal at all just yet, I don't believe. So it's going to be risky, and there's a lot that we don't really know about these ADs.
We'll have to see how that works out because, again, it's Martin and Chuen in the bottom lane. And Martin, he's actually more of a position-based carry compared to Crystal. It's something we talked a little bit about earlier on. So it will be exciting to see if he gets that Jinx, if he gets that Sivir and is allowed to skirt around the edges, or if Vici will try to go for the we're just going to run around the map and keep on cutting turret after turret and objective after objective. But we have now entered the pick and ban phase. This is game number 1 between Snake and Vici, and as you said exactly, there is the Fizz ban.
Yeah, they've taken that Fizz off the board. 3 of the last 4 games from FLICKR as well were on that champion, I believe. So a very strong pick that is removed from the map as soon as possible. And it takes away a potential flex as well, keeping in mind 513. Fizz mid, not too bad.
Yeah, it's very strong. Meanwhile, you've got the Thresh taken away from Mata, Rise pulled away from Dandy, and interestingly enough, Pung's Azir being stricken off of the map. And Martin's Callista. Again, this is 513. She did take a minor hit, but is still exceptionally strong. The LPL teams love playing with her. So we'll see what Vici decide to go for, because right now Echo is still open. They ban away the Hecarim. So there's Victor, there's Echo. There are a lot of strong meta picks. And yeah, they decide to opt into the Victor.
Yeah, so they go for the Victor. And my first question was going to be why they actually banned away the Azir, when it's something that when you gets, generally they win the game off the back of him with an exceptional carry performance. Instead, they prioritize the Victor, and you can see the fact that they banned the Azir says to me they're getting rid of a lot of Peng's champions so that they can play that Victor safely. The question mark now does get raised though, because Victor has been picked. We saw it all of yesterday. Kassadin is the response into Victor.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Peng can pull that out. Right now it looks like Vici going for a little bit more standard, safer style. World 6 plays a mean Rek'Sai. His Gragas is still available. When he first debuted with Vici, it was on that Gragas, and he ended up carrying to an exceptional degree, and that typically has been his go-to. So it's curious to see him lock in the Rek'Sai, but he decides to commit to it.
Yeah, locking away that Rek'Sai, another very good early pressure style of junglers. ZZR has been experimenting with the Nidalees and the Echoes, so Rek'Sai very good at matching that, also denies, generally speaking, the chance of seeing an Evelyn. So don't be surprised if the Echo is the lock-in, but Dandy actually picking up Braum for their support on that side is interesting given that Victor has already been picked, but Braum is so good with that Unbreakable against a lot of line-based skill shots.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that bottom lane. On the other side, Snake decide to switch things up. They commit to the Echo, likely for ZZR, and it's going to be Flandre on the top in Shen, taking that away from Dandy, and it looks like Vici might be saving that last pick for Dandy. That's a bit of a unique choice.
Yeah, it is, but I like it because they've already focused a lot of bans into the top lane. He does want to play maybe the Rumble and force Snake to reveal their hand so that he can be comfortably picking a carry top laner. You look at the side of Snake though with their current 3 champions, and it's very difficult to actually kill any of them because first and foremost they've got a Shen, secondly they've got an Echo, and then they've got a Shen for a Victor.
Yeah, so very strong team composition. And we haven't even seen the AD carry picked up for Snake yet, so looks to be a little bit dangerous. Vici, they put Lulu into that mid lane. Looks like it's going to be a Gragas locked in. Think we might see Dandy take Rek'Sai in the top lane?
We may see Mata play the Gragas support also. So there's the possibility of many different flexible decisions that they actually want to make. Rek'Sai top. They've already got the Braum actually, so it does definitely look like it's going to be a Rek'Sai top. Hey, they may put a Gragas top for all we know. Let's wait and see how it unfolds.
Yeah, Vici coming out with the major flex in this game number 1 against Snake. And usually we were talking about how it's Snake who should be putting Vici on the back foot with bringing in 2 new subs, bringing in a wild and wacky team composition. But it's Vici who match it blow for blow with this flexible composition. Martin locking in Vayne.
No hesitation there.
Yeah, he's committed to it. He's played it pretty well in the past, and I'm excited to see him take it again.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. They're missing a big hyper carry option here on the side of Vici, so Snake picking that one up themselves gives about a 3-threat comp essentially. They've got the Janna and the Shen to ensure that they are going to be safe in that regards. Vayne's actually a very good pick in that team comp, but they have blind picked it into the AD carry of Vici, so does raise some questions as to what they want to pick here for Schwan.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to commit to. He's got a solid 50 seconds now that we've gotten to that side, and we've now got the completed lineup for Snake, and this is about as meta as you can get, especially in the LPL. These guys love their Victor. Echo's been making tons of headway through the jungle, and we've seen a lot of Shen in the top lane, but it is a bit interesting to see that it's Flandre not on a kill-style top laner.
Yeah, Flandre going to that Shen, looking to impact the rest of the map, but there's something he'll still do, and that'll be controlling top lane. Get the Barmy Cinder and just work around the minion waves so that he can be elsewhere and still have that massive impact. The Snake lineup is a holistic team comp though, what they are trying to do. They've got a lot of single target damage, with a small amount of AoE. So they're looking mostly at a pick comp, maybe around the Shen connecting with a taunt, or a parallel convergence, and then following it up with the rest of their CC to get someone down. But you have a look at Vinci's lineup, and it is really difficult to do that against them just because of how many support-based tanks they have.
There is a lot of peel and disengage on Vinci's side. Last pickup is Sivir for Schwan, and that's a very strong bottom lane to deal with. You've got the Sivir Braum, and now that we can see these two team comps, now that we can see how everything's working out, do you think Vinci might opt into the lane swap, or will they commit to the 2v2?
I don't think they'll want the lane swap because they have the Rex. So then again, they actually might just exclusively want the lane swap because they've got a jungle top laner. It does unlock their possibilities of just double jungling everywhere around the map, maybe invading. Gives them a lot of potential around the rotations and then swapping back. Dandy's going to have a lot more money in this game to be able to carry his team through. But I guess it's interesting that they've actually immediately shown their hand as to what they wanted to play here. They went for the Rek'Sai with the Gragas. They didn't pick them together to deny either from their opposition either. They've just straight picked it.
Yeah, so Vinci showing their hand rather early. We'll have to see if they can play it out as we're running through the lineups right now. It's ZZR versus World 6. Up next, it's you versus Pong. Looks to be a very fun game. I'm actually pretty excited for this. This is turning out into a wacky lineup.
This is definitely wacky as we look at Martin and Sivir here on Juan. A very non-interactive bot lane from Vinci, but Snake, they're looking to put some damage down onto their opponents.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it works out as we prepare to get into this one. Again, it is Snake versus Vinci Gaming. Game number 1 is coming at you in just a few minutes. As we're loading onto the Rift right now, you can see the two teams prepared and ready to get into this one. Vinci needs these points. They need these wins to get higher into the standings. But Snake, the more points they get, the better for them, the more of a buffer, really.
Exactly. Snake looking to buffer their position on it. They're currently 4th on 23 points. Only 3 behind is Vinci on 20, so both teams desperately need this win.
Very important game for them. Well, we'll find out who's going to end up earning these points as we get into game for game number 1. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's week number 9, day number 2. Snake versus Vinci, and Rek'Sai's already on the hunt, looking like he might find Flandre as 5 members of Vinci chase Flandre away. I don't think Dandy's going to catch up to him. And
almost got the ward.
Yeah, looking awful close there, but Flandre, he's just going to scout it around. He's got that overshield to keep an eye on where the wards from Vinci are going to end up going down, and this has actually been interesting to see from Vinci, that they're going this aggressive early on to keep an eye on the vision of Snake. Is it that important?
It's that important. Something that we mentioned during the Champion Select is how Vinci are probably going to be looking for that lane swap. If they want to enforce the lane swap or get vision of where Snake are going to be, then they invade as a group. They place down that deep vision to ensure that they can get what they're looking for. In this case, it is going to be the enemy blue buff right now, but they're still waiting until the ward actually ends before they enter the blue buff area. So very smart play here from the side of Vinci, if they time it right.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can. There's still about 10 seconds before World 6 is going to be able to pull the trigger, and this blue buff is so important to Echo. He needs that mana, so deciding to commit to the trade on the other side. Intelligent play from Snake to recognize the fact that this is a possibility and still continuing to play with it. That's going to be ZZR getting some help from Flandre on this side, and it looks like Vinci do commit to the lane swap.
Yeah, Shen actually very good at walking around with his jungle partner because he has got the Vorpal Blades, which heals both of you, so you can juggle tank quite nicely and stay reasonably high in terms of your health, but not necessarily comparable to that of a Rek'Sai and a Gragas, to say the least.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have a pause coming out very early in. We'll hopefully get that figured out right quick. And now that we've seen the setup, now that we've got an idea of where these lanes are going, what can we expect out of this early game?
So most of this early game is going to revolve around a lot of early pressure being placed down by the Rek'Sai and the Gragas. They want to control the jungle, translate that control into some ganks, because between those two champions, they're very good at getting the ganks down. But in saying that, it's going to be on Snake to try and control the early game, try and force Vinci to be back into the laning phase and not let them double jungle for as long as possible so that they can actually control what they're doing around the map.
We'll have to see if that works out for Snake, if they're able to keep an eye on Vici, because that's something that we almost always commend Vici on. The fact that they have exceptional vision and very solid jungle control, and that's with World 6 and Dandy. I mean, these guys have, it almost seems like they've got map hacks on a majority of the time.
They basically have 2 junglers right now as well. So something that they want to do as a team, no doubt, helps their synergy and confuses the opposition in this case, is just having both of them jungle together and just completely disorient their opposition.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out as Vici clearing away the Raptor camp, Direwolf camp, and looks like a false alarm on that pause. Somebody just wanted to test something out and said, "No, I think I like my graphic settings the other way around." Yeah. Shadows off.
I don't like shadows either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've got them on the lowest setting. I find that I need them to find positioning, like where the champion is on the map, spatially, but
oh my God,
high graphics are a little tough.
That zoom in is real.
That's an excellent camera lens.
Yeah. No, we're still waiting to actually see what happens in this game, how it continues to unfold. We're stuck at a very early period in the game where both respective teams have invaded their opposition's blue buff and are now translating that into the rest of the blue buff area. The Gromps, the Wolves, all starting to go down. The big question mark will get raised as to where they want to go after that, whether they put a lot of effort back into ensuring Dandy can go get that solo experience. But he is a Rek'Sai, so might be looking to prolong that, whereas Flandre on the Shen wants to be in lane as soon as possible. They might try and put some early rotations into effect here. A lot of AD carries and supports. In this case, the Martin and Ella duo can actually just get, say, level 3, get some pots, a small advantage, and try and out-sustain their lane opponents by switching back to the lane where the AD is.
We'll see how that works out, if Martin and Ella do decide to stay on that bottom side or if they chase Vici around, because I imagine if they were to end up chasing Vici around the map, that would fall exactly into Vici's hands. Oh, look at that great gift. That's, yeah, that's Martin and Crystal.
Unfortunately, Crystal. Yeah.
Oh, man, poor guy. I'm sure we'll see him.
So we can tell that they're nice friends if it's Martin and Crystal, so
yeah,
no love lost between those two.
But yeah, we're getting back onto the Rift in just a moment, and I want to expand on that a little bit more because, as I understand it, Sivir probably a little better at taking early turrets than Vayne.
Definitely better at taking the turrets, and something that is often seen is the Sivir against the Vayne in the matchup, just because once items start to come out from the Vayne, she can capably 1v1 people. So Sivir looking to try and find a small advantage in terms of objective control, global gold, so that it's not just on her back in the mid game.
We'll see if that is going to be successful for Vici. And the double jungle continues unabatedly. Both sides clearing away the blue side of the map, whereas it looks like Vici a little bit more focused on getting the red buff into the hands of... Wait, was that... Oh, yeah, World 6.
World
okay,
6.
yeah. Whenever I see the Gragas Rek'Sai, I just assume
you never know.
Yeah, the tricky one.
But it's going to smite it.
Yeah, it is double jungle being perused by both of them. Interestingly enough, Mata is going to clear away the Scuttle Crab while the rest of Snake be just a step behind in that jungle clear because they aren't committing to the Scuttle Crab quite yet. And it looks like they're actually going to clear just a little bit faster as they send 4 members to the top side of the map with that double jungle. They could be looking for that early turret rush.
Yeah, basically identical in terms of their jungling and their map movements right now. So being completely mirrored but unaware to what the opposition are doing and how they've actually mirrored it. They're probably going to see not necessarily a 4v0 Martin on that Vayne, looking to actually get solo experience, solo farm, whereas the Sivir and the Braum looking to get down that turret most likely as soon as possible. And that is why both members of Vici are doing the Gromp so that they are very close and can easily rotate if someone's nearby. Because if anyone turned up to this turret,
yeah,
they're going to have a rough day.
Almost certainly. 4 members of Snake now show themselves on the bottom side of the map. Looks like Snake are the ones who pulled the trigger to take that first early tier 1. I don't think they're going to be able to get it this wave, but with 4 members, they're just barely matching the pace of Xuan and Mata. So looks like things going pretty healthily in Vici's favor this early on, just considering how quickly that double jungle is being used by the Gragas Rek'Sai combo. And again, the pressure continues in the mid lane between Yu and Peng. You can just see them trading back and forth.
Yeah, these two in the mid lane are just being super aggressive onto each other, but the big difference and the key factor as to why Peng on Lulu in particular is being so aggressive against the Victor has already backed got a second Doran's ring, got some extra red pots, and is looking to try and out-sustain his lane opponent. And so far, it's working quite well.
Yeah, ooh, we can see Mata actually taking a few turret hits there for Chuan on the other side of the map. And with those turret hits taken, that's going to be the first turret of the game going down to Vici. Immediate recall from Chuan and Mata. Might we see them swap back down?
It is honestly the greatest recall animation on Braum. That skin is so good, but you can see all of the gold actually going to Martin there. They exclusively left the Vayne alone in that lane. Ella just sitting in the bush recalled to ensure that it actually happened as planned. So they've got a lot more money directly onto the Vayne, enough to get a Cutlass. And now we're looking at a pickaxe and boots against that Cutlass. If they go back to reset lanes, it'd still be quite awkward for the Sivir to get through, but a non-interactive lane, the fact that they've got Braum on Marta as well, actually forces the Vayne to hit the Braum, so that it's always going to be a losing lane directly through laning phase. So Vayne back into the top lane, and now Sivir and Braum bottom. A fairly non-interactive start to the game.
Well, and on the upside, at least Dandy's getting a chance to head back to the top side and get some farm for himself as he sets up that neural network of tunnels. And things are going to be relatively slow. World 6 on the invade. Might be caught out here. Is he going to be stunned? ZZR, ooh, doesn't quite find it in time. Smite goes out as they're trading toe-and-toe, but here come the rest of Vici. ZZR has got to get out of here. Here's a teleport from Dandy. There's nothing. No, the Condemn knocks him out. Martin saves the potential dive. A taunt finds Mata. He goes low. The turret hit is able to keep himself alive from the heal. ZZR continues to chase forward. Parallel conversion isn't going to pop in time. He turns it around for the stun. It's first blood onto Flandre. Chuan chases ZZR into the turret. He goes low. Revenge picked up, and the two-man taunt under a turret. A double kill onto Flandre. He's chasing Chuan away, and Ella is going to successfully zone him out of there. Yu has got the Chaos Storm. He drops it down, and Chuan goes low. This is Pong chasing forward, but he's got no help. He's got no allies. He's got no mana. He's got no chance. He goes low, and he goes down to Flandre. 3-0-1 start to this game.
One of the dangers of diving Shen, and one of the many reasons that you should not be doing so, is that he has a taunt, a very infinitely tanky champion. But first and foremost, the MVP of that entire situation, you have to look at Martin, condemning away the teleport, denying a successful dive. They get 4 kills total right now to the 1 of VT Gaming on the back of not having Dandy there to output that damage. So super well played though from this side of Snake. Lulu actually trying to flash and use the ultimate onto Shuama, could not connect it because he had died too quickly. The flash engage from Yu coming down, that was really loud. We're going to see what?
This is current.
Okay.
We just saw a replay into the future.
Wow. Transitions.
That was awesome. I've never seen a replay into the future. But wait, if that was then when is now?
I am lost.
We're combing the desert. There's a reference.
I'm so confused.
Okay, let's talk about this game instead.
Wow, okay. The bot lane of Vici have actually come back to the bot lane again. They're looking to try and get this turret down. The objective focus is still going to be the same from both teams. The big difference in the buffer now is that there is 4 kills onto the side of Snake. This mid lane is going to be a lot better for the Victor. Scales with items quite nicely. The wave clear can't even be matched by a Lulu at the moment, so a very difficult position for Vici to be in immediately. But if they get the 2v2, it's not too bad.
Well, it looks like we have now swapped back into the 2v2 immediately. Martin turns the heat up onto the Vici duo, and they cannot afford to trade with it. However, this buys some time for Dandy to shove on the other side of the map. Interesting to see Flandre give this much respect to Dandy and allow him to shove it back. Oh, is he setting up a freeze? Is that what he's doing?
Sort of. He just can't directly trade with Dandy, irrespective of even having the 3 kills. The fact that the items between them effectively are non-existent just because the wave clear, the sustain that comes out of Rek'Sai is actually superior to that of the Shen this early in the game, just because of the passive and that the fact that the higher that bar is, the more health you get back. It's nearly impossible for Flandre to do anything.
Yeah, see Dandy getting some free shove onto this top side of the map, especially seeing ZZR on the other side. Interestingly enough, Dandy, despite being condemned out of his teleport, decided to use that time and actually get a lot of CS. He's nearly 20 creeps ahead of Flandre and even stealing away the jungle from ZZR and Flandre. He's going to continue to ensure that he's got some solid gold coming. coming in.
Yeah, one of the coolest things about this Rek'Sai top into the Shen is the fact that you can be everywhere and you can match exactly what the Shen is doing. He can use that ultimate and then teleport back somewhere. Dandy on that Rek'Sai can do the exact same thing. He has tunnels set up though. That's the big question mark that will be raised.
We'll keep an eye on Dandy. Right now it looks like his neural network is limited to his own lane on that side of the map. Martin and Ella are going to find their way back down to the bottom while Yu and Pung continue to trade it out and the junglers just farm things out. So after that first dragon was secured and it was even in turrets, looks like things finally might be settling down just a bit as we settle in for a nice long farm fest for the early game.
Yeah, we're coming back to standard, but in saying that, you look at Snake and then they look to the mid-game because they have a 3-0-1 Shen who is going to be near impossible to kill, especially because you're looking at a Sivir on the side of Vici, a low-impact AD carry. Lulu is the mid laner. Again, low impact in terms of direct damage output if we're comparing that to the Victor and the Vayne that they've got on the side of Snake. So once they hit that mid-game stage, once Shen finishes, say, 1.5 or even 2 items, he's going to become nearly unkillable a lot sooner than that of Dandy. And that is one of the big winning points for this Snake team. They look to that as their core strength right now.
Have to see if they transition into that successfully because the team they're playing against is Vici. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Vici is the team that will run you around the map and avoid fights for 50 minutes before finally getting to your Nexus. And so far, it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping Snake on the ropes. Dandy jungling as best he can, will get out through a tunnel. And I'm a little intrigued to see that Snake are allowing this to happen as, there we go, finally turning up some pressure onto Vici. The CCR tumbles away from Mata, but is he going to find him with the... no, he's actually not.
So I guess the most curious thing about this game and why they're kind of allowing Vici to play their game at this stage is because their direct catch and their pick potential is not too high. It's combo CC, and they're also very reliant on the Shen actually being there to ensure they get the CC. So one of the biggest question marks that is going to be raised as we move further into this game is if the Shen tries to split push, how can they engage a fight without an instant engage from an Echo W, which is avoidable, or a Victor stun perhaps?
I have absolutely no idea. So then how do Snake look for these fights if they don't have any direct pick potential, if they cannot engage someone without Flandre already being there for a flash taunt?
So they look to basically outplay Vici in terms of their death by 1,000 cuts. They can do the same thing themselves because the Shen is so big. They can try and work around him in a split push lane, having to draw more than one person for attention. And then their direct engage is slightly better because the disengage will be, oh my god.
Wow, Yu does so much. Pung actually makes it out barely. Ella's going to provide a bit of chase just to zone away. And wow, looks like he wasn't expecting that.
No, that was a lot of damage right there from the Victor. He has upgraded his Hex Core twice now, so has the Q move speed, has got that E upgraded to do twice the amount of damage essentially, having the second proc there. So a lot of damage. Lulu not necessarily known for her high health amounts. It does come down a lot to the shield that does give you the effective health bonus. Caught him off guard once, almost paid with his life.
Yeah, it was awful close there, but barely able to make it out. Didn't have to panic either and press that wild growth. The very, very important spell for getting some sort of counterplay involved. But again, this is a fairly patient game. We're about 12, 13 minutes in between Snake and Vici, and after that early team fight that we saw on the bottom side in which Flandre came up huge with that 3-0-1, things have settled down, things have slowed by quite a bit, and Snake even have got that first dragon under their belt, so they're probably feeling pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, Vici tried to make something happen once in this game, essentially. They made a mistake in doing so, the teleport getting cancelled by the Vayne, and all in all, it actually found a big lead for Snake to the point where Vici have gone back to their original game plan. They found a window to try and engage, to try and get themselves an advantage, get the turret, and start a snowball, but it didn't pan out as intended, so now they're back to looking for another opportunity. But at this stage, they are still searching.
Haven't found anything quite yet, but Vici are on the hunt. Recall out of Dandy on the top lane, combined with the recall from Pung and Mata, means that the blue buff is stolen away for Yu, so he has got that secured for himself. And that means that he's going to have some pretty terrifying sustain. Peng actually, with the completed recall, has now finished off his Morellonomicon as well. So let's see if Peng will be able to trade back a little bit more effectively as he tries to keep up with this ridiculous Victor wave burst.
They're still going to be able to do damage to Lulu, but the direct trading between them is always going to favor you in a full-on overcommitment in the engage. So Lulu just going to do exactly what Vici like to do and slowly whittle away their opponent, poke them out of the lane, and maybe translate that into a push somewhere else. But in the meantime, you have to do your best attempt to not die.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play from Snake. They actually send Martin with this completed Bladed Ruin King to the top lane. Looks like they decide to trade turrets 1-for-1. Yeah, there's a collapse coming out for Dandy. He makes it over the wall, however. Still going to get out with his life, though Vici looking to make the best of this situation with a big wave bottom and Chuan and Mata shoving forward. They look to take that bottom tier 2, get some free damage onto it, but Martin looks to answer on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be down to, can Snake keep this tier 2 alive?
They're just pestering around the area to try and ensure that the tower or the minions go to the tower and it cannot be frozen again by Flandre. But he has that Barmy Cinder, so it's not going to happen for them in this case. They don't get the turret. They do put some nice pressure down onto it, but the trade was already there. They got the bottom turret. They do lose the top one for their troubles. The Vayne has been spending a lot of time essentially in a solo lane, whilst Ella is rotating around the map trying to just secure vision control. At this stage, I feel like the early game is favoring Snake, but as mentioned earlier, if they can't translate that into something, Vici will eventually take the game out of their hands.
Yeah, so far things are playing rather slowly. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Control currently rests in Vici as they've got a few deep wards after that successful push on the bottom side of the map, though there are a few responsive wards from Snake. You getting awful aggressive here. Mata decides not to commit to it and lets him back away while the rest of Snake are on the bottom side. Flandre's split push has been engaged. He's got Stand United and Teleport. Looks like Dandy is just going to head down through the mid lane, not even going to try matching the split push of Flandre. Might we see a fight over this next dragon?
At the very least, is going to be setting up tunnels around that dragon area if they disengage from the fight. But you can see, because Dandy is here, Vici might be the ones looking to put this into effect. He's on a ward, so they know he is here. They've already pinged him out. It's up to Dandy and for the rest of Vici as to what they want to do for the next 30 seconds. They could look to push down the mid turret, perhaps, the only outer remaining for both teams.
Yeah, it looks like the dragon has been started by ZZR. Oh, no, he was just clearing out some wards in the pit before hopping over the wall. Currently, it looks like Snake are a little bit split, not to mention their tank is splitting on the other side of the map, so Martin quickly rushing to join up with the rest of his team. Vici have got complete vision control. There goes the Void Rush from Dandy to the far side of the map. Flandre successfully pulled him away.
So Snake are doing exactly what they should be at this stage. Now that the Rek'Sai has no ultimate, only has the teleport available immediately, you can see the dragon started, and not just started.
Yeah, secure. Successfully. That's Snake now with 2 dragons, 2 turrets, and 3 kills over Vici Gaming with 1 kill of their own. And that was Chuan letting that dragon go as he decided to catch the large wave on the bottom side. And, you know, I can't believe it. Snake didn't take a team fight. They successfully outmaneuvered Vici Gaming.
They're looking like an LGD 2.0 at the moment. They've got the side wave minion control. They've got the vision control around the objective before they actually commit to doing something. They not only didn't commit to a team fight, they forced Vici away from the objective before taking it for free themselves. It looks like a weird condition here, but they're doing it. They're making it work now. 2-0 in the Dragons.
This is an excellent evolution out of Snake. We'll have to see if they can continue keeping up with this as they're content to take it nice and slow throughout this now mid-game. We're 2 minutes away from 20 minutes in. Baron will be up, but I don't think anybody should be looking for that, as we do have a lane swap now initiated by Vici, Chuan, and Mata heading over to the mid lane, as it looks like he's going to be there to keep the waves farmed up nice and clean, and Martin is going to continue catching free farm all around the map. Now, the blue buff has just respawned for both of the mid laners, and they're both looking to be contested and stolen on the far side of the map. There's also some action going down while World 6 gets some free time. We'll have to see if they can successfully steal it away, because it would be 4 versus 3 for that blue, but it looks like World 6 is going to steal it. Yeah, he doesn't even have time to give it over to Pong.
Yeah, so the pressure that Civ is putting down in this mid lane right now is forcing the Victor to stay around, forcing the rotations from Snake, because the turret will start to fall. And if that mid turret goes down, a lot of pressure is unlocked for VG.
Snake looks like they might want to fight. Ella dashes forward, slow finds World 6. Flandre even coming in. This would be a great 5-man flank. Martin turns onto World 6, gets knocked into the wall. Here's Schwan without vision. There's a flash over the wall, and World 6 makes it out of there. But Schwan trying to run for his life. Is he going to be able to? The flash taunt finds him. Another kill for Snake.
So another well-played engage from Snake. They could see how telegraphed it was in terms of where they're going to walk. Look at the wards on the map right now that Snake have got. They were planning that fight for quite some time. Yeah. Deep vision, appropriate neutral vision. They catch someone in a position where he shouldn't be, and then they can just easily follow him to the depths of the jungle.
Excellent play from Snake. That is going to yield them a kill, and they managed to take down the mid-tier 1 and steal the blue away from Vici. Snake just removed all of the wind from Vici Gaming's sails and added a nice gust to their own.
Exactly. They're starting to bleed out, as we said, the team that are known for their just tirades of bleeding out other teams. It's starting to look super impressive. It's a Snake side that we don't often see, but they're making this work so well that a team that are known for doing it don't have an answer just yet.
CZR looking to clean up a ward. Mata takes some poke from you as he's doing some serious damage in the mid lane, but no crazy action to come of it outside of that. And this is really exciting for Snake as World 6, flirting with danger, hops the wall. That Snake are able to play like this remarkably well over the course of this match bodes very well for them. Earlier in the split, we saw them experimenting with wacky poke comps, wacky split push comps, and really the only thing that ever seemed to succeed was the 5-man engage, the 5-man team fights. And this time, it seems like they've finally gotten smart about how they can play with those 5-man fights.
Yeah, and something that I guess is really important to note is how this has revolved around the drafting phase as well. Is that they haven't built that full engaged 5v5 team fight. They're working a lot more around those picks that we mentioned earlier, whereas VG Gaming have picked something that doesn't really make sense. They've gone for the Rek'Sai with the Gragas. They're looking to control sideways, and I can understand. He's ulted at Rek'Sai. He is low.
He almost solo killed Dandy on the top side, and I guess that's the power spike that you were talking about. Dandy, rocking a lot of pure health right now, is not able to soak any hits from Martin, who's got his completed Blade of the Ruined King of Zeal.
And then you look at the flip side here, the 4-0-1 Shen has completed his Sunfire, has got his Spectre's Cowl, and is now working towards a Randuin's Omen from the looks of it. Completely unkillable. There is no answer to Flandre right now in terms of relative strength on this map. He can easily continue to split push. He can group now. And what was difficult for Snake in terms of drafting to actually find some kind of reliable, solid engage for them, they don't necessarily need that anymore because Shen is just so big he can walk at them.
Well, I guess kind of prance forward. Shen doesn't really walk, per se.
He can dash at them.
Yeah, there you go. Shadow dash from Flandre. Yeah, Flandre's been playing out of his mind this game, currently 4-0-1, and to be fair, I was a little hesitant when I saw him on Shen. I was like, oh man, we're not going to see the Flandre show this time. We're not going to get to see him go for wicked outplays and kill people.
Show is the Flandre show.
Yeah, but
making that evident.
We tuned into the right channel this time. Flandre is playing out of his mind. And I guess that's the big indicator that I'm planning on keeping my eyes on is where is Flandre going to be? What sort of plays is he going to initiate for Snake?
So the important part is he's still going to have to deal with Dandy. The Rek'Sai is always going to be split pushing, so he does need to answer that because Rek'Sai was picked basically as a response to the Shen saying that, well, you're going to have to deal with the fact that I'm a Shen. Now you're going to have to deal with the fact that I'm a Rek'Sai instead because I'm always going to be here and my ultimate does the same thing as yours in terms of movement around the map. So Dandy, the pick makes sense. There's merit to it. But now that it's a 4-0-1 Shen in response, they're just going to be hitting each other with wet noodles, but one of them's going to have an impact in team fights.
Yeah, one's a wet noodle, the other's a baseball bat.
I guess one's like Braum's shield compared to...
Yeah, that's appropriate. Vici. Looks like they're actually going for a bit of a fast dragon here. They managed to gain control over the pit and try to burn through its health. Dandy got the Void Rush and Teleport. Here comes Parallel Convergence. Shen dashes in. Stun finds Schwan. He doesn't have Flash, going low, and he gets destroyed by the burst from Snake. A double kill for Martin as he gets in there. World 6 on the back of the pit. Doesn't even get the steal. It's Dragon number 3 secured for Snake while they continue to provide chase. Great barrel. Saves Dandy's life, and he's actually able to stall this fight out successfully, but Martin is on the hunt. Dandy retreating to his neural network, trying to keep himself alive. Ella looks like he might catch up, though. He just needs one slow. Wait, what was he doing? He turns on to Ella. Okay. Might be able to get the kill, but ZZR catches up in time. He goes low. Who's going to end up getting the kill? Martin does so much damage. A 3-kill score on to Martin.
And we've spent a lot of time discussing how Snake's engage isn't necessarily there, but they just get stunned. The Sivir, the Lulu having to eject herself out of the start of that team fight to avoid the echo again. Well played from ZZR, well timed from ZZR. And again, something we've touched on is their vision control. It was appropriate vision in that area. They knew they could fight. They've got Flandre, who's massive. They've got a Vayne, who is 3-0-1 with 2 core items completed as well. They've got all of the makings for a strong team fight in direct 1v1 champion comparisons, but the fact that they got the engage completely removed any opportunity for Vici to win a team fight. They're now stuck sitting there and slowly losing their own game.
Yeah, it's amazing to see Snake performing this well. This is an absolute evolution for them to see them performing so well. And Talisman of Ascension actually burned. Yu has his own blue buff, and Martin manages to steal away the other from Snake, and slowly but surely they're losing objective after objective and fight after fight. Looks like Schwan and World 6 might have overstayed their welcome on this top side of the map.
They should easily get out. You can see their wards.
Oh, Martin turns on the Pong, and look at the damage. 4 hits to kill him. He turns on the Mata. Even with the unbreakable damage reduction, he goes low and he goes down. Martin 5-0-1. Flandre 4-0-4. This Snake team is unstoppable.
Every single individual member of this Snake team is just massive right now. They're all playing their part. They're all fitting in their pieces to the puzzle that is Snake right now. And it's starting to become very clear as to what they want to be. They want to work around their individual strengths. And it's almost like a solo queue style of team comp where every individual member just wants to carry the game in their own way. But that is what makes Snake. There's beauty behind that, in that anyone can actually carry on this team if they get ahead. In this particular game, though, they've all gotten ahead. So it's starting to look really easy for them to do exactly as we mentioned earlier, and that is bleed out a team that is renowned for bleeding out their opposition.
Yeah, amazing play out of Snake with this one. We can see why they are definitely making a strong contest to get higher up in those standings, to get out of 4th place and net themselves into 3rd. I don't think a 2-0 here would get them quite into range for 2nd place. I think Xiaogu is still 28 points?
29.
29 points, yeah. So it's 29 points for Xiaogu, 23 for Snake. But a 2-0 here would mean 26. That puts them safely into 3rd place. And really, if Snake can come into playoffs at 3rd place, that means they have to win 1 game in the gauntlet to advance to the Final 4 and make a competition. And then might we even see them at Worlds?
We may do, but from what we're seeing of this Snake so far, it's entirely likely that they will stay in this top 4 placing and continue through very strong. This game alone is an indication they've diversified their play styles more. They've got so many different options in their roster. ZZR starting to play more of a carry role, has brought about the Echo and making it work. They've got Martin now playing Vayne and killing everybody on the map. And then now they've got Flandre, who can still play tanks, still carry. This team, on an individual level, is looking superior to that of Vici right now. We are only in Game 1. Things can change, of course, but from here on, there's some issues that need to be addressed by Vici.
Yeah, and let's actually get to that. So Vici this game, they came in with the same playstyle that we expected out of them. Obviously, they have a little bit more of a different team composition for making that playstyle happen, but it seems like they're playing right into Snake's hands, and Snake are just completely dismantling it.
So one of the cool things about the drafting is exactly that, because the Rex side is there to answer the Shen, but Flandre is doing it better than Dandy is, and that's happening in every single lane.
Yeah, Snake with a quick shove down mid, actually take the tier 2, the inhibitor turret, and the inhibitor itself, as Dandy are just too, Vici are just too slow to the draw. They lose that inhibitor turret. They're running across the map to the Baron pit. That would be an incredibly bold play off of 2 kills to take 2 turrets, an inhibitor, and the Baron. But if any team could pull it off, I would not have faith that it would be any other team than Snake this time around. But seems like they're going to decide to let it go, just securing vision control.
You have to be careful when placing ping boards around that Baron because it's currently not spotting their ward, I don't think. That they know is in the pit. They've pinged it multiple times, but Vici well and truly aware of where the warding is going to be from Snake. And they didn't commit to the Baron. They just put down warding to be safe because they'd already got everything they can.
Wow, Yu does real damage to Mata. He gets out alive. Martin actually is going now to secure his red buff. You've already got FLICKR split pushing on the bottom side. Looks like Snake are setting up to put some plays onto the top side of the map and start to continue to expand upon this. Yu once again finds Mata, drops him low, but cannot manage to get the kill. Jeez, that damage. Yu at 103, he's only about 20 CS ahead of Peng, but he does some serious work.
Yeah, Victor known for his capacity to assassinate anybody that he would like at any stage in this game. It's just one of the strengths that a Victor does provide is that raw burst, mostly single target, but Snake, they're trying to make something happen on the knowledge that Mata's not available. They've started this Baron up.
Yeah, they look like they decide to back away. Not going to chase quite too far. FLICKR was actually running up to the top side as well. Seems like they decided not to pull the trigger with this one. The Snake have got complete control of this game. They're up by 7,500 gold, well, about 7,200, but Vici, they have no momentum. We haven't seen Vici go for any picks. Anytime they go for any sort of team fights or ganks, it just seems to backfire in their face. What can Vici possibly do to turn this game around?
They still need to find the picks, and that's the problem, is when you are behind, you look to control set areas of vision, not the entirety of vision like Snake have been doing, and just work around that small concentrated area, try and outplay the opponents as well, and get a pick. Turn that pick into potentially an objective, or reset, get another pick. But at this stage, and something that we've touched on multiple times, is that their team comps are similar.
Ooh, almost find a pick, but Snake cannot find World 6.
Yeah, Snake looking to make a pick of their own in that case.
Yeah.
The superior vision control is something that I've noted. But you can see it every single time you look at that minimap. FLICKR is teleporting behind them.
Oh, he is indeed. Let's see if he will be able to catch anyone out. Manages to land the taunt onto World 6. He flashes. Mata tries to keep him alive. There goes the knockup, but it's not enough. Martin picks up another kill. They continue to provide chase. There's no inhibitor turret. It goes down a double kill for Martin. He will not be stopped with this one. Turns on the Dandy. 3 hits brings him to half health. 4 brings him to a third. And it looks like you actually managed to kill Chuan on the far side. Snake are going to look to end this game. They don't have a super minion, but they don't need it as they do so much damage. And Snake look to get themselves into 3rd place, even using the chrono break for more health. It doesn't look like Vici are going to come back from this one.
Snake taking an opportunity. They get an inch and they take a mile from it. FLICKR is a monster to teleport in, can taunt the Gragas, and they can still convincingly win a fight. The Vayne's damage output is just too high at that stage in the game, but there is no direct answer from Vici, and it felt like from one mistake really early in the game that they anti-snowballed themselves to a defeat because they made a mistake that got 3 kills onto FLICKR on his Shen.
Yeah, amazing play from Snake this time around, and you can see Mata not looking too thrilled about that performance last game. I mean, he was all over the map trying to keep his carries alive, but Vici just could not keep up. And, you know, I have to agree with what you said a little bit earlier on. If I didn't know that those names were on the screen right now, I would have said that was LGD. It looked just like them.
Definitely. They've got the vision control. They've got the minion control even. The side waves always pushing when they fight. They're picking their fights very carefully. It doesn't feel like the Snake we always saw, but this Snake looks reinvigorated.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can take game number 2 in just a bit. We'll be right back in a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Seda, this is Rusty, and we just saw an amazing game number 1 between Snake and Vici. And Snake, I mean, they looked like a completely different beast.
Yeah, I mean, they completely dismantled their opponents. It was pretty ridiculous, to be honest with you. It's not something that we were often used to seeing from the LGD-esque. Something that we mentioned is the way that they actually went about it. They controlled the map slowly. They just played their part and let Vici make a mistake, and then they capitalized on those mistakes and convincingly closed out the game.
And it really seemed like that whole thing started from the very early game, 6 or 7 minutes in, when Vici tried to initiate a 4-man going into a 5-man dive onto basically Flandre and ZZR, and he single-handedly turned it around, ended up getting 3-0-1 to start the game off. He actually ended up getting MVP that game.
Yeah, so multiple reasons, of course. That one mistake was the catalyst to their own undoing. But it was first and foremost Rek'Sai's teleport getting cancelled. Secondly, them actually committing to the dive anyway. And then thirdly, misplaying the dive to the point where they had a 3-0-1 Shen on the opposition team. And a very easy victory from them from that, where they played Vici's own game against them and just made their life miserable.
Yeah, we really expected from the beginning that if Vici were going to win, they would be running around the map faster than Snake could catch them, really just yanking Snake's chain. But it seemed like it was Snake who was doing the faster running this time, and Vici were not able to keep up. And we're preparing to get in pick and ban for game number 2 right now. And you've got to wonder, the pick ban phase for Vici in game number 1 was a little wonky.
It was okay. It was a bit weird, but they had the goal was still there. They basically picked an identical team comp to Snake and Vici. They were basically the same thing. It's just that one team got a lead and executed that far better. Vici were the ones that pulled the trigger in that regard. They tried to make something happen, and then it backfired. So the game was on a nice edge until that one moment where the snowball began. The Vayne got free farm for the entire game So there's a lot of decisions that may want to be changed coming into this next game. As for direct drafting, they didn't need to pick the Rek'Sai with the Gragas. There was no reason to pick that. They weren't denying the Rek'Sai from someone. Echo was already taken for ZZR. So they just want to pick an actual top laner as well. That might help.
I mean, I like the idea of the strategy of being able to jump around the map and head all over the place, but it seems like Snake were like, oh, we know what you're doing. We can just outplay that.
Yeah, and Flandre was just bigger than Rek'Sai could ever be as well. So the idea was there. Of course, there was merit to the principle behind it. But they can't necessarily afford to do that against Flandre, who MVP performance, shining light of the team right there. You might want to just try and pressure him out of lane. Dandy does love to carry top laners. Maybe he wants to get towards the Vladimirs, the Rumbles, and start to try and pressure the Shen in a direct lane. And don't look for the lane swap, which is something they wanted to try and close the game out on. And something they often do is lane swap.
Yeah, well, we saw that's how it started in game number 1. We'll have to see how things start looking for game number 2. And I just want to expand on something we talked about during the previous game, and we really kind of only got to briefly hit on it, was the fact that Snake are a sort of solo queue-esque style of team. It seems like they can carry from every single lane. Well, that game, they effectively did. Every single lane seemed like it was ahead through that match.
Yeah, one of the strengths of the Snake side is that they don't rely on a set person to carry. They're not like Uzi into OMG, where you look at Uzi and you're like, this guy is the carry. He gets all of the resources. He will win or lose them the game. You look at Snake and you think they've got you in the mid lane. They've got Flandre top. Now, in this particular team, they've got ZZR in the jungle. And then they've actually even got an AD carry that does damage as well. They've got a Vayne on Martin. Like, every individual person besides maybe Ella, who plays Janna, is still the catalyst to carrying this game. If one of them gets ahead, they can win the game themselves. They can switch resources around the map as they would like. They're actively changing. They're versatile. And this is a strength that it's really hard for Vici to match because they're the Dandy Martyrs show. They've got Hetong, generally known for just trying to clean up kills. He doesn't actually do the engaging. They've changed that over, though. They've got Pung there, and it's different. It's not the Vici that we're used to seeing. A similar style, as we said earlier. They've still got the Dandy Martyr-esque, where they want to do the death by 1,000 cuts, but they can't execute it as well.
Yeah, it really didn't seem like it was as crisp as something that you'd see out of Endless and, oh my gosh, Hetong.
Hetong, yeah.
Yes. It didn't really seem like it was that crisp because Pong, he was basically in the mid lane all the game, and Chuan was basically just following Mata around more so than deciding where he wanted to go.
Yeah, and I guess a big key difference between them was it wasn't Vasily-esque in terms of his aggression either. It was something that has been completely changed. It was more of a passivity behind the AD carry support duo. They didn't make anything happen. They didn't force anything. They were slowly trying to whittle down turrets' objectives and get some control, but it took them so long to do that to even consider ramping up that the Vayne was already out damaging the Sivir. The Vayne had been sitting in solo lanes the entire time, and everywhere they tried to gank, they found a FLICKR who would pick up kills.
Yeah, FLICKR was all over the place that time around, and that sort of begs the question, if they decide to stay with that same lineup this time around, or maybe they might be experiencing some team difficulties that are preventing them from going back to something that has worked for them in the past.
Yeah, so they'll probably keep the same rosters for this game. I would say commit to the best of two. We're hitting a point later in the season where you're most likely going to try and find consistency wherever you can. I'm not sure if this is going to be the final team, but at least for today, they should commit.
Yeah, seems like that's the choice they've made. I've just gotten word that they are once again going to be starting off with Peng and Xuan, so it seems like they have faith in it at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. It changes the playstyle a little bit. Endless was very hyper carry inclined. He did like to play a bit of Vayne, very similar to that of the Martin perhaps in terms of his AD carry playstyle. Shun's changing that a little bit, the way that he's playing. It was a Sivir first and foremost, so he's never really decided that it's going to hyper carry the game. It is just a Sivir trying to get minions and let the rest of his team carry. But then they picked a Rek'Sai and a Gragas to boot. They picked a Lulu mid, a very low impact style of mid laner. And then they picked the Sivir as well. They almost wanted Endless in that case to be the Vayne that they were looking for. It
really seems like they were putting all of their eggs into that Sivir basket, but then somebody dropped the basket.
Yeah.
Kind of was a mistake from Vici, but we'll see how they decide to react getting into this game number 2. And we've got to wonder if they are going to continue sticking with this same style then. If Snake were so comfortable with dealing with it in game number 1, can they afford to continue playing the same thing in game number 2?
It's execution heavy. Vici's style's never really going to change. Something we mentioned before the first game is they are quite linear in the way that they want to play the game out. It's just that they haven't really found a working moment in that last game. Coming into the next one, they maybe want a more rock-solid terms of champions that like draft that can allow them to really play these champions that are going to hyper carry through, or a hard engaged top laner, not a Rek'Sai, maybe even a more reliable carry style jungler. There's a lot of options available.
Yeah, and we have loaded into pick ban phase for game number 2. It's Vici Gaming versus Snake, and after a rough start in game number 1, leading to an eventual loss, this time it's Vici Gaming on the blue side. You can see the bans coming through right fast. Interestingly enough, Flandre's Fizz being taken away and the Rek'Sai banned too.
Dandy's Rek'Sai removed from his own team by himself. I guess he doesn't want to play that one again.
He could hear the coach saying, yeah, you go back to Rek'Sai, and he's like, nah. Oh.
Sorry, did you say ban it? Okay. So he's got rid of the Rek'Sai, taking it away because they are first pick this time. So they've got a bigger priority on their minds than that of just the Rek'Sai. Perhaps it's the Gragas that they're looking for. Perhaps it's not that at all, and they're looking more towards the Azir.
Yeah, Echo's still up on the map as well. Azir again taken away from Pahang. So now the tough choice is, how do Vici start this off? Because Hecarim's on the board. You can't leave that open for Flandre.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of options for the Flandre top laner here from Snake, but in saying that, the fact that they banned away the Rek'Sai, the fact that they picked the Gragas as a priority last time, might be where they go to again for World 6, so that ZZR can't take that away from him.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to commit to. It's a Janna.
Okay. They've locked in the Janna. They're giving ZZR exactly what he wants.
Yeah, going back to that AP Echo as he's hovering it right now, and Flandre's got his pick of the litter as well. Oh, looks like he's going to go back to Shen. Hey, if it isn't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, do what works is definitely what they're going to go for here.
Yeah, Echo locked in once again for ZZR, and there's going to be the Shen now locked in for Flandre. Looks like Vici are actually taking a page out of Snake's book this time around. World 6 looking to get back onto that Gragas, his atypical jungler style. Xuan looking to steal away the Vayne from Martin.
I hope he goes for this Vayne. It's something that we said they were sorely missing in their last drafting phase. Something that they do need to adapt to in this particular one. Shows a nice coaching staff in terms of adaptation, the way they wanted to change it up. They have locked it in, so now if they pick a very similar playstyle, they do have someone to look to. They have a focal point, something that can carry them through.
Yeah, on the other side, though, Martin immediately hovering that Jinx. He is so very good at it, as you might have noticed in the previous game. Unlike Crystal, who will just dash in and kill people, Martin is more of a position-based AD carry, and this fits his playstyle much more closely and much more accurately. Thresh now being covered by you for Ella, and Snake look once again to sort of play a similar style to what they played in game number 1, which again is a huge evolution for them.
That is how it feels so far from the drafting. We have to keep in mind the mid laner's hand has not been revealed just yet, and it is the crux of what a team comp generally wants to do. They've got the Shen to protect someone, they've got the hyper carry in the bot lane right now, and ZZR and that Echo is a pseudo carry. He does a lot of work, puts in a lot of damage, but is not going to be the catalyst of the team's victory. He's going to be the enabler. So missing their mid lane still Snake, they could go for a very high damage option on the assumption that Pong's probably going to go for the exact same thing as he did last game. They might make 2 adaptations here though, but if you're looking at a mid lane response from Snake, they're going to wait and see what Vici want to do.
Yeah, you can see Mata looking at the Gnar right now for Dandy, and once again, as you mentioned, Pong looking at Lulu to go back into the same thing in the mid lane. Gnar locked in for Dandy to try dealing with Shen, and Lulu, it seems a bit late to switch it up right now, because as a Lulu, yeah, that does fit into the team comp.
Definitely, the team comp is probably what it should have been in the first game. They've got the Gnar now in the top lane, still deals with Flandre quite well, is always going to have the teleport to be relevant, and in terms of direct team fighting with the teleports, Gnar always does more than a Shen. He's going to be able to do a lot of work in that respect. The mini Gnar wins lane. It's just a more well-rounded team comp. They've got more threats, they've got more carry capabilities, as well as what they still had in the last game, and that is movement around the map. So I like the adaptation here from Vici, the fact that they're doing exactly what they did in the last game, but they've made it seemingly stronger against what Snake did in the last game, that they're doing very similar this time.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on Vici if they are able to pull a victory out in this one, because they desperately need points. Currently it's 24-20. As Snake are now tied for 3rd. They've moved up a whole place in the standings after that win, whereas Vici currently still tied for 7th at 20 points. And the Twisted Fate is going to be locked in for you. Very strong pickup there.
Definitely. It reveals that Vayne, when she's invisible with her ultimate as well, that's always going to be an added bonus to that pick. It gives a lot of mobility around the map, and now you would say that Snake, they're okay with a lane swap. They're okay with Vici putting that into effect, because if towers go down, Twisted Fate's kill threat increases exponentially. He's got more room to move to hit more gold cards before they're in a safety point.
Yeah, you can see all of the players on your screen chatting excitedly as we prepare to load into game number 2 between Vici and Snake. The final lineups are on your screen on the sides, and again, Snake looking very strong coming into this one. Amazing team fight out of this team, amazing long-range poke as well, not to mention some split push. They really have everything going for them. And the question is, how are they going to play the style out? Do they go back to what worked for them in game number 1, or do they go back to the tried and true murder train?
Yeah, so they may just go straight for that murder train option this time. They do have the Twisted Fate to change things up, but we'll start with the top laners. Yeah,
it's Dandy and Flandre. Gnar versus Shen looks to be an exciting matchup, as he might actually commit to that this time around. World 6 versus ZZR right now. And in the mid lane, Pong and Yu. With that Lulu once again, and Yu looking to trade it out a little bit more aggressively with that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, weaker laning phase, but still very good roaming capabilities. The Snake might be changing their playstyle, but we're looking at the bottom lane now. And it's not necessarily interactive by any means, but Ella will try and make it so.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out Ella on that Thresh. We'll keep an eye on whether or not he can land the hooks right now. And I guess the question is, should we be expecting a lane swap once again out of this matchup?
So Vici, they do like lane swaps, and we can see that Snake have well and truly adapted their pick and ban phase to be okay with the lane swaps happening, to find some strengths of their own in doing so, unlock the rest of the team. The mid laner indirectly getting unlocked could work for them.
Yeah, well, we're getting onto the rift for game number 2 right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift. Welcome back, everyone. It's Vici Gaming versus Snake. We're week 9, day 2, set number 1, game number 2, 23 seconds in.
I don't know how you manage to do that every time.
It's not that hard. It's just like remembering the day of the week, which is...
So it's hard.
Okay, yeah.
No, you're right. We're on the Rift, and you can see something we just questioned prior to actually getting into this game is if they'll look to lane swap. From what we can see so far, Snake putting down a lot of early map movement around the lane swap areas.
Uh-oh.
Probably about to walk into a Vici, though.
Yeah, seems like they might be. They're running forward now,
Ooh,
spotted by the ward. Is Flandre going to dash in? He's got to have to drop the trinket. He doesn't have it. Flandre takes some damage. A good 2-man taunt plus pull finds World 6, but Flandre's brought low. A huge 3-man stun from ZZR saves Snake as they back away. Red card coming out as well. ZZR's got to be careful. Oh, he doesn't flash in time. Takes the slow. Oh, here it goes. They're trying to chase. Schwan is chasing forward. Heal being used. ZZR goes low. Taunted flash over the wall. He keeps ZZR alive. He's making it under the turret. Oh, you doesn't have the stun in time. Oh my gosh. That's first blood. Vici Gaming.
So much used to ensure they get the kill. The Janna no flash. Vayne knows someone is remaining, and World 6 no flash himself. In response, though, the Shen and Echo did use their own respective flashes, and they still got the first blood onto Vayne of all people. Shun's now picked up a long sword for his laning phase. That's going to be nice, except that he is against nobody.
Yeah, he's got an empty lane on that bottom side, and the coordination between all of Snake was so precise, stopping auto attack after auto attack, burning summoner spell after summoner spell, but Yu was half a second behind on landing that last stun in order to keep ZZR standing, and with that, it is first blood to Vici Gaming, and looks like Snake actually opting into a lane swap this time.
Yeah, Snake were the ones to put that into effect. You could see the early aggression and invade from Snake did backfire, and they did deserve to live, I'll be honest. They deserved that. It was working so well for them, but not the end result that they wanted. Instead, the lane swap was still put into effect. That was something they were looking to do originally, so they secured that one from happening. Ella just being a pest, and Dandy and World 6 are going to do exactly what they always do together.
Yeah.
That last hit jungle creeps.
Going for that double jungle right now. Martin, as he looks to free farm on the top side, he's actually setting up a very slow push. So we might be able to time that with ZZR and Flandre if they look to put pressure on the bottom side. You can see Vici actually going for something similar, skipping over the Direwolf camp so they can get to that bottom side just a bit faster, and they might actually be able to get a 3 buff here.
Yeah, they're actually going immediately for that, and the problem is the focus is in the top side of the map here from Snake, so they do have to immediately give that one up. They get to start the blue because they won that level 1 fight, so they won control, they deserved that blue buff, and now they can make the rotations to where their bottom lane is, an area where Snake didn't want to be because they want to be top pushing. They get the 3 buff start. It's a fantastic beginning for Vici Gaming. We'll see if they can actually translate that into anything further, because stylistically, both teams are doing the exact same thing as the last game, but both teams have made adaptations in drafting to ensure they get what they're looking for.
And in playstyles as well. Vici expecting the 5-man invade from Snake and coming out on top because of it, picking that first blood up onto Xuan. Ooh, Mata actually taking a few turret hits right there. He's going to take one more, and he goes down, and the turret actually is dropped in time. First turret goes over to Vici.
Yeah, they pick up the first turret, aggressively tanking it to ensure it does go down. So not denying all of the minions possible, but not necessarily needing to, as they're going to look for a rotation themselves, I would imagine, back towards that top lane on the assumption that Snake aren't going to be there after this turret fall.
Oh, he's able to bounce it. Yeah, pretty solid play out of Martin as that turret is answered. Those Snake are just a little bit behind when it's all said and done. And yeah, there goes the recall as it looks exactly as you predicted, Rusty. They're sending Martin and Ella. Oh no,
They've changed
to the
it up.
top side.
So they've got 4 members actually working back around the top side. Not entirely sure what the plan is for Snake here and why they're sending all of their members to one lane where there's no dragon.
Oh, they had deep wards that spotted out Dandy. Headed to that side of the map. They could be looking for a kill.
It's going to be so difficult for them to find a kill. I think they're looking for the 2v1 still. They saw Dandy swap back They didn't want to be in the 2v2 against the Vayne, but in saying that, they may just come back around and try and find a kill. VG, no, they're picking on top of them.
Yeah, you would have seen Jinx on the bottom side of the map right now, but you still haven't. And yeah, VG playing it nice and safe. As you mentioned, Dandy falls back. And Martin Schwan actually continues to freeze on the bottom side. Martin finally shows himself. So now VG have got Snake pegged down. And things are going to go nice and slow. But as you said, they seed over that first dragon.
Yeah, so a lot of the focus from Snake has been on getting Martin farm and ensuring that they're not getting the 2v2. But by doing so, they've not only sacrificed a 3-buff start for VG, they've given away the first dragon now at 6 minutes into this game.
Yeah, pretty solid start for VG Gaming. They've got first blood and that first dragon and even the first turret. Seems like we might have a different pace coming out of VG Gaming. And if you remember the stats from when we were in the very beginning, in the previous 6 games that VG and Snake have played against each other, VG have won 5-1. And this is now 5-2 as Snake were able to take the previous one. But if matchup's history is any indicator, VG are very comfortable playing against Snake.
And if the start of this game is anything to go off either, it's the fact that VG have started strong to their style.
Yeah, action on the bottom side. Schwan actually forced to flash away. Condemn finds ZZR. Heal gets him out of there, and Schwan actually is going to run to safety.
Yeah, managing to live there is very good for this Vayne, of course. Having the boots too as the first item by a big factor in that. It's going to be quite nice for living. So it's very well done and very smart to actually have the boots to try and push down turrets as soon as possible and get that mobility to work around the tanks and the junglers all being in your face.
Yeah, no summoner spells burned out of Snake on that gank as 3 members were on that bottom side. And looks like Ella, once again, as you mentioned, is roaming around the map. He is going to spot World 6 dashing over the wall, but just heads back to the top side in order to help Martin trade it out with Dandy just a little bit more.
Yeah, the fact that Dandy is 1v1ing Martin as well, giving Dandy a lot of free farm, has found 15 over his respective, I call it lane opponent, but it's definitely not a lane opponent right now. It's just an opponent in that tank role, basically, of FLICKR. So finding a nice lead, getting some nice solo farm, as FLICKR started to do the same thing himself after a gank that hit in the bot lane, forcing Vayne out of lane. Everything's starting to reset again. Yeah,
things are finally starting to calm down just a bit. And it looks like there are some assistance pings going down on the bottom side for Vici. Once again, they see the duo for Schwan and Mata.
No one can assist you that deep, Vici.
Yeah, exactly. Especially onto Flandre's Shen, as he's got a very different start this game around. Huang actually getting a moderate advantage over you as he's just harassing him under the turret and getting some turret damage across. If he can bring that thing down, that would be huge.
If Pong's played against a big die and translate that same playstyle towards the TF, you're going to have a fantastic laning phase, and that is what he's doing right now. Ensuring that whilst he's not able to kill anybody because he is a Lulu, has the ignite, the pressure's there, and he can definitely still put down that damage to ensure that you cannot utilize his ultimate as often as he would otherwise like and disappear.
There goes the Dark Passage as 4 members of Snake are on the bottom side of the map. They're just going to get you his blue buff. Looks like Vici might contest it, but they're not quite there in time. It is successfully secured by Snake. Hook spots Mata, but just zones him away. And everyone goes back to sitting back nice and comfortably. However, Schwan shows himself now in mid lane along with Mata. Some directional pings actually headed to the top side. They could be looking to time that wave on the top side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of effort going down for that blue buff, but this is the precursor to actually wanting to find a rotation here for Vici. They find the pink ward, so they know that Vision has spotted them. The question is if they want to commit to going top, or if they want to stay around mid. Twisted Fate's got wave clear, but he's very easily killed.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain what Vici are doing with this.
Okay, they were just putting Shun mid because Lulu wants to recall. Just being around the map being annoying. They didn't have a direct lane to be in. They were waiting for the freeze to break in bottom. So trying to make things happen, but it was a desperation attempt without any success.
Yeah, no, nothing really picked up for Vici Gaming. They're still only about 300 gold ahead of Snake as we're starting to see pretty moderate CS lead opening up for Martin. And once again, it seems like Snake are playing to the same conditions as last time. Only difference being that they don't have Flandre at 3-0-1 this time.
Yeah, so they don't have the kills that they otherwise would have. But in saying that, as you just mentioned, the CS discrepancy between the marksmen is really bad. The fact that they've had to just throw Shun around the map, try and actually make things happen, but to no avail, has allowed Martin to sit top lane, 1v1 Dandy. And they're just freely farming. I guess there's a difference between the Gnar and the Shen in terms of farm. Yeah. But the fact that a Jinx has more farm than a Vayne, pretty scary when one of them is building a BF sword item first.
Yeah, you can see Martin got that IE and the pickaxe. He's just trying to secure whatever gold he can on the top side of the map, while Dandy tries to freeze it back against the turret. It's finally going to start heading back towards Martin's way as he continues to farm it up. And again, things are relatively slow and patient in this match. Snake putting so much emphasis on Martin that they're even seeding jungle camps over to him. A lot of importance being pulled out of ZZR this time around as Martin looks to hopefully set up a freeze up here if he can't quite pull it off, but Dandy's there to try saying no.
Yeah, if Dandy can get rid of at the very least the minions that he wants to farm. I don't think they'll be looking for a freeze here though between the Jinx and the Thresh. Thresh would not even be here without taking minions for that purpose. I guess they're just looking to probably get some items as well onto the Jinx. Maybe the boots too will be the next buy, or a completed Infinity Edge depending on the income.
Yeah, recall is completed out of Martin and Ella. Send them to the bottom side. FLICKR is a bit slow on the recall, but he's headed towards the top to try to save his top tier 1 turret from Xuan and Mata, who've actually headed up there. World 6 is on that side of the map as well. That could be a bit of a dangerous proposition for FLICKR, and it seems like he knows it as he decides to take the long path through the jungle to try getting some wards out, play it safe. Whereas it looks like ZZR on the other side looks for something similar.
The fact that a Vayne and a Janna are just so aggressively hitting on a turret indicates the World 6 is nearby. So smart play from FLICKR to not go directly to the turret, to look for the jungler and not risk dying and giving up the turret anyway. So they lose what they have to. They don't lose anything else needlessly.
Yeah, they take the top tier 1 turret. However, in that brief window, they cede control over the Dragon Pit to Snake. And it looks like Snake are able to secure their first dragon, effectively denying that 5-dragon rush for Vici while continuing to put more and more gold onto Martin. That gold lead is open. Flash play finds Bung in the mid lane. There goes the death sentence. He's brought low. Wild Growth is knocked up. Martin looking for the execution. Can't find it. Ella gets knocked back in. Dandy flings him out from the safety of his turret. So much is being blown. And Yu goes down. There goes the rocket. Oh, Dandy's still alive. It's body blocked by Xuan. 2-0 in favor of Vici.
Vici playing that very nicely right there. The teamwork between them completely evident. They counter the pick, I should say. The Thresh, the one engaging there, Ella. Not working out for them in the end. The Twisted Fate, as I said earlier, very killable. Goes down convincingly to the combo of crowd control out of Dandy, followed by World 6, who actually started that off with an amazing explosive cast, turning it around from the Raptor camp. That guy went massive.
Yeah, you could tell Snake did not see that coming from over the wall. And unfortunately, that is going to get another kill over to Vici Gaming. Very fortunate for Vici Gaming, but finally we now have the 2v2 duo on this bottom side of the map. And
not just yet.
Oh, no. Recall. Yeah, it seems like they decide not to.
So Vici Gaming have 2 kills, and they're conveniently onto the Vayne, who is behind in farm, but ahead in items right now. Blade of the Ruined King finished, compared to the making of the Infinity Edge out of this Jinx. Item cost favoring Vici for their power spike at this exact moment. They've now got all 3 of the turrets compared to 1 as well, starting to snowball the game. This is that period of time, though, where the death by 1,000 cuts needs to live true. Can Vici continue this lead that they've accrued thus far?
Oh, looks like they're going to go for it now. Ella gets knocked back in, dropping the box. ZZR actually trying to re-engage it. Looks like Yu decides to back out. There's Exhaust. Once again, the focus targets from Vici are huge. A double kill from World 6 as he effectively steals away the blue and nets 2 kills for him.
Yeah, so well played from World 6 yet again. The catalyst of his team's success so far. He has been putting in time to ensure that these explosive casts connects. The flash body slam to start it all again. And Vici, we just said it. They need to find a way to utilize the lead that they have with no outer turrets remaining. That's exactly what they just did. They find picks around the blue buff. They can translate that maybe to go back to the top lane whilst they've got Pung pushing bottom.
Yeah, that split is going to happen, though it looks like, as you mentioned, Dandy heads to the top side of the map while Martin continues to farm up on Scuttle Crab. And, you know, we talked about him being down in gold. I'm pretty sure he's just about even right now as he finishes off his Berserker Greaves and Fung, getting some nice gold for himself as well. Now up to a needlessly large rod on top of that Morellonomicon, and VG are hitting some pretty scary mid-game spikes with this.
They definitely are hitting those mid-game spikes. They're starting to get a little bit overwhelming, but Dandy doesn't have any big items completed just yet. Only the mid-game Hex Drinker, so he's still going to have relative strength. It's not going to be comparable once that full item's completed from Flandre, but we can see the impact and the difference between what Dandy has been doing in fights and what Flandre can do. The answer is a lot, because Dandy has an ultimate that is useful for a fight, whereas Flandre's is a denial amount of shield to save a carry.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Flandre get an opportunity to use his ultimate effectively. So, again, things are a little bit slower in favor of Snake, but Vici are taking a very commanding control off of this one. The first early blood, diving the mid tier 1 turret and even knocking it down before finally finding 2 picks at the blue buff. Vici Gaming securely in the driver's seat for this match.
They are definitely in the driver's seat. The question is again going to be, they've got no outer turrets remaining to take. They're the easy objectives. They're out the window. They're already down. They're rubble. What can they actually do here against Snake? We mentioned this last game, Snake's vision control. How do you get to their second turrets when all of the minimap is littered with red dots denying that?
Yeah, it looks like Snake are content to sit back and play defensive with this early deficit. It's only about 3,000 gold, but the fact that Vici have got deep wards, the fact that Vici have got map control, means they might just play it safe. I've never seen that recall. It is amazing. That was awesome. Snake looking for a pick on the World 6 right now. He's going to be caught out here. Stun is going to find him. Doesn't have any flash, and Snake get revenge. Flandre even ulting in just to make sure.
Yeah, World 6 going down. He has been the one engaging for them. He's no longer available, and Snake find a bit of strength behind them. They've got some wind underneath their wings. Yeah. Maybe they want to go for the bottom turret. Can they translate it into anything further, though, is the question. Dandy's got his teleport up now.
Oh, looks like they are going to take the mid-tier 1 Martin with the completed IE and Zerker Greaves. Flandre and you splitting on the other side of the map. Vici responded to that completely wrong. They get picked off, lose 1 member and 2 turrets for basically nothing.
And just like that, the gold difference no longer 3,000, completely down to 1. And that's not really a lead worth mentioning at this stage in the game.
Yeah, amazing play from Snake. Once again, to have the presence of mind to look for that sort of pick, even when behind, hitting that item breakpoint. You now completing his Lichbane Martin. We mentioned with that Infinity Edge, and Zerker Greaves now has a Zeal on top of that. Dragon's up in 6-7 seconds. 5 members of...
Walk straight past the wall.
Yeah, 5 members. Wait, did he have vision of it?
Yeah, it's a pink ward in the bush.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
It's 6 seconds till the dragon.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to go for that ZZR. Oh, did he smite that? He did. Uh-oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like they can commit to it quite, though. Flandre doesn't have his ultimate in time, though it looks like Snake are continuing to posture on this side of the map. Both teleports are available for those top laners. Recall was just completed out of Hong.
Yeah, I guess the question's going to be if anyone actually wants to fight for this right now. You can see the fact that Martin has a 50 CS advantage. The fact that there's even 2 kills in favor of Vayne, non-existent in terms of relative strength comparisons. It's going to be difficult for Vici to get their way into this fight again. They've got control of their side of the map. Snake actually have barely any vision at this stage in the game. They're relying on a solid Shen engage from that ultimate as well, whereas Na needs to be the big man for Vici. They've got control of the area though, and they're doing it.
Yeah, it looks like Vici are going to try rushing through, waiting over the wall. There goes the parallel convergence. It is secured by World 6. ZZR doesn't find the sun. Vici might re-engage as they've got Dandy on the other side, but going to let Snake back out of this one. Ooh, not unless Flandre has something to say about it.
This is very slow. Whoa!
Flash finds Martin. Dandy goes aggressive. Is Martin going to make it out of there? So much is being dropped to try getting him low. He flashes out of the dark passage and goes down. Dandy commits to it. On the other side of the fight, Vici are continuing to provide chase with Schwann. He looks for you. Heal continues to go deep. FLICKR goes low.
Oh.
It is going to be picked up by Mata there, and Vici turn it around.
Yeah, Vici, they get the engage this time. Dandy using that Nah and actually catching Martin out, followed very well by World 6 again. And these two, we've seen them jungling all game together. Now they're engaging together.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Vici were requiring. I can't even say that word right now. Sound like, yeah. Anyway, they're going for the Baron as a response immediately.
Yeah, this is going low here. ZZR has his smite. He's also got the chrono break. Jumps over the wall. He goes too soon. Doesn't get the smite. World 6 secures it. Rocket is not going to help. And Vici have just blown this game wide open.
Yeah, the lead that was starting to be closed. We're going to see it again. The fact that Dandy engages World 6, the flash body slam, and even Peng not having an impact in this right now is just still enough to get Martin down. Shun being super aggro on this Vayne, they zone ZZR away with the exhaust. And the rest of this side of Snake, they just have to sit there and die. But most of the effort was from World 6 and Dandy. They're making it happen for their team right now, and they're the ones looking super impressive in this second game.
Yeah, great communication out of Dandy in World 6 in this match. The fact that when we started off seeing Dandy in the top lane and that World 6 was going to replace him, there was a big question of whether or not he could fill those shoes, and it seems like he is doing that and more as he's synergizing with Dandy effectively in the top lane while buying time for Schwann to clean things up on the far side of the fight.
Yeah, they did a lot of work in tandem right there. And the Vayne, 3-0-1, now able to sit in the side, as you said, and just do his own thing. Got the Janna to support that. Mata doing exactly what was required of him. And that team fight was really, really convincing. It was very one-sided from the very beginning. But that comes down to the engage, comes down to the execution.
Yeah, very solid fight out of Vici. Now Snake struggling to stay afloat in this one as now Baron buff secured by Vici is going to make sieging those tier 2 turrets much easier. Baron now being applied in 3 lanes. FLICKR solo on the bottom side has to deal with 2 members of Vici. And suddenly that 2 members has just become 4 as the blue is now being secured. Schwann, celebratory laugh.
Yeah. And something we touched on last game is that the engage of what was the Snakes team was not that great.
Yeah.
In this game, the adaptation has been the Twisted Fate mid, the Jinx AD carry. So they've changed out, so they've got one reliable piece of crowd control from a Twisted Fate. But if a Twisted Fate is engaging, he's already in range of a Gragas. He's already engaging in range of a Nah. So it's difficult for them to do anything, whereas Vici's drafting phase has completely changed up. They've got the Nah, the Gragas, they've now got the Lulu still there, and the Janna still there for disengage, but they've got a nice mix now of engage with that disengage to actually let them team fight, whereas Snake struggling to find an answer.
World 6 looks like he might have an answer, and that's called a barrel to the face, but Zap means he can't quite make it there in time. Another tier 2 falls in favor of Vici Gaming. They don't quite have a wave prepared on the other side of the map, but with Baron buff still up for about 20 to 30 seconds, they might be able to rush over there and take that tier 2. Though I think Snake are wise to it.
They should know that there's only one turret remaining that they're actually going to commit to here, Vici Gaming. It will be that bottom lane turret. The question is, will Snake want to actually fight for it? They don't feel strong enough to actually give that a go just yet. Vici, the ones in the driver's seat, the ones commanding the fight. It'll come down to if Ella can actually hit that death sentence onto a priority target to ensure that the engage is right. Because if it doesn't connect at all, it's going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, excellent wave control from Vici gets them another wave onto the turret, but Snake are able to respond in time. ZZR takes some damage and gets out of there. Dandy actually drops out of Meganar form, so this siege might be a little bit more difficult, but there's at least one more minion wave headed towards that side of the map. FLICKR split pushing on the other side of the map. Looks like he might be trying to buy time for the rest of his team. He's got his ultimate, doesn't have his teleport quite yet, but it should be coming off of cooldown right about
2 seconds.
Yeah, really soon.
The Gragas actually using his explosive cask there to try and siege, I guess. He wanted to disengage and said, well, I'm going to use my ultimate to ensure it happens. So the fact that they did use that Gragas ultimate, big cooldown, not going to signal anything further coming out in terms of aggression. So they back off, They're going to reset now. They've found themselves a nice gold lead. It's a bit bigger than what it was last time, where Snake brought that back to the team fight. And we were talking about execution. It's still heavily on that execution, but Vici now the ones with a little bit more breathing room in terms of how they can execute.
Yeah, things definitely looking to be going up for Vici Gaming. If they managed to take the win, that would be so great for them as they need points very, very badly. Dragons up in about 15 seconds. We're 25 minutes in, and with Vici already with Vici already having, that's the proper verb.
Yep.
Yeah, with 2 dragons under their belt, they should be looking for securing that number 3, as that's going to allow them to move around the map that much faster on top of a Lulu Jana Vayne.
You would assume so, but they are being completely zoned away from this area. Snake have spent a lot of time preparing in terms of ward coverage in this area. So the Dragon has been started, although not really convincingly just yet. Dandy's Mega Arm.
Yeah, we'll see if they go in. Yeah, he's teleporting. Danny's actually really low on his Rage Bar. Dragon is secured by World 6, and the fight breaks out. Martin's on the back with you. Are they going to be able to stay alive this time? ZZR in the front, trying to clean up. A huge rocket threads the needle for Martin. He gets 1 kill. Exhaust buys time. Schwan now gets onto Martin as Snake's front line has gone low. Ella is very low on the backside. He's actually dead for this one. Dandy goes in. Flandre looking for the Shadow Dash. He can't quite find it. Pong chasing forward, and Snake are juggling it out just barely. They don't have enough damage. Martin, oh, he was hoping for the kill there. Didn't find it, but he manages to get another one. Turns it around here. A dash is going to find Schwan. He goes low. The rocket homes it around as Martin going to outplay this one. A triple kill. Martin with the fast feet is getting a quadra kill and turning the fight in favor of Snake.
Martin single-handedly right there, ensuring that they win that fight. A fantastic play from this Jinx. Flandre doing his job though, hitting the taunt, ensuring that Jinx got excited once more to allow him to continue to proc that passive. And this guy, Martin, he just was the entirety of that team fight right there. Has evened out his scoreline with the Vayne. And out of the 6 kills that Snake have now accrued, he's all of them. And it is entirely on his back for the next fight.
Oh my gosh, this is huge for Snake that they were able to play this out. I mean, incredible team fight.
Yeah, World 6 actually goes down very quickly. They don't have the Mega Gnar as well. This threading the needle is what started it all. The fact that even hit the Gragas is phenomenal. ZZR, not long for the world. He goes down very quickly, and then Martin just spends a lot of time kiting back. Heal already down, used it just then. You and Flandre, still the heroes of this situation, as they're the ones trying to tank everything up and enable the rest of the side. Dandy gets super low, doesn't actually go down, waits for that Mega Gnar, but that's one. Gets excited once, the taunt connects, allows Martin to continue. The second auto gives him enough move speed to dodge the Gnar ultimate, and then the third one allows him to clean up the rest of the fight.
Yeah, amazing play from Martin there. Definitely an incredible team fight. Now he's got a last Whisper on top of it. Not going to have to worry about Dandy getting away with just 1 little bar of health this next time around. And suddenly Snake are on the offensive here. They're pushing awfully far forward.
They've got the Jinx level 14, so max range possible with those rockets. The last Whisper's there, so the crits are going to be hurting. Only a Randuin's Omen in terms of armor, and that's only on Dandy. Everyone else has got magic resistance or damage stacked. It's going to be very difficult to deal with this Jinx in the coming fights.
Mega Gnar just gets procced by Dandy. He is going full tank now, finishing off that Randuin's and a Banshee's fail, but again, he's got to contest with that terrifying force of Martin, and with a team based around keeping Martin alive, looks like it might be a little bit tough, though. Vici, are they going for a desperation Baron? Can they catch Snake on the back foot here?
They have straight up started it. Twisted Fate's ulted in. They're trying to stop it.
Snake. ZZR chases forward, doesn't manage to land the parallel convergence, even the Stand United used by Flandre, but that's a lot of ultimate. Snake.
They've got the inside lane now. They can just go straight mid.
Oh yeah, they're doing exactly that. They've only got 1 minion. Yu is not going to be able to keep the turret up for too long. Martin gets 1 auto, but he isn't quite able to get through the Eye of the Storm from Mata, and they decide to back off.
They don't actually get the turret, but Snake, you can tell the Vici starting to feel the pressure. The Desperation Baron was a nice idea. They didn't actually get what they were looking for. The vision control from Snake still definitely there, and only now Vici looking to clear that. It was almost like a test If we start the Baron, can Snake actually respond? The answer was yes, and now they're looking to use it more as a bait tool.
Yeah, but that's the most terrifying test you've ever taken. Whereas if you get it wrong, you, I don't know, get your hand cut off or something.
You get your hand cut off. I was going to say maybe you just fail from the one test, but that's a more extreme version. I like that. If you fail this test, you lose your hand.
In League of Legends High School, you're either challenger or you're handless.
Man.
Oh, once again, they're going back to the Baron. Looks like Vici putting a lot of weight onto this one. ZZR getting up as quick as he can. His fight just comes forward. 3,000 health going down to 2 as it's being rushed down. FLICKR goes for the taunt. They're going to have to try turning this into a fight as there's a huge knockup. FLICKR gets in, but again, Martin is untouched on the back. He's still standing. ZZR still alive as well. He's going to have to run out of this. Yu takes some more damage as World 6 continues to chase with the rest of his team. They try to get some slow onto Yu. Pound flashes forward, doesn't land the Glitter Lance, but he manages to bring down Yu. ZZR still alive, and Martin going for the Flame Chompers, looking for one. A double kill picked up Pong, looking to clean this fight up huge. Oh, the Lantern barely gets Shen out of there. And Vici pick up 2 kills and the Baron.
Vici winning this game through the Baron for themselves right now. It's twice they've able to translate the Baron randomly out of nothing and then get the entire map control from that. They shouldn't have been able to actually successfully complete the Baron without, at the very least, a big trade out of Snake. They had the mid lane control. They just didn't have control of the Baron area. The pressure was there, though, from Vici. They baited the Baron twice. They just did it the third time. And by the time Snake actually reacted to it being there, it was at 3,000 health. Only the Shen was close enough to have a chance at stealing it. Very smart decisions from Dandy and the rest of Vici.
Yeah, great play out of Vici Gaming. They're 8,000 gold ahead right now. Dragons up in 10 seconds. Pings coming out of Snake. And there is a huge wave on that bottom side of the map. Dandy's already looking to show himself to escort that minion wave under the tier 2 and end up dropping it down. As this is going to be the last tier 2 turret going down for Snake as Vici continue to press forward with their advantages. The turret falls. They've still got that minion wave. Look for some pressure onto the inhibitor turret. Some damage finds World 6, but he's nice and tanky at this point.
Yeah, they're pressuring it. They want it down.
Yeah, Dandy's rushing forward. He's actually really close to Meganar. The turret's taking a lot of hits here. Martin tries to clean it up. ZZR takes some punishment, but the wave is successfully cleared. Here's another one, and immediately Vici dive. A huge stun goes out from Dandy. Martin's alive on the backside, but Ella not going to be for long as the rest of Vici chase forward. FLICKR keeps him alive. Schwan cleans it up, and it looks like Vici are going to end this match rather convincingly. 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills. Oh no, the last steal from Dandy. Oh man, an amazing play from Vici Gaming.
He dove the Nexus for the 4th kill, but scumbag Dandy using that hop to ensure he's the one with the 5th kill. Vici again. They win this game through Barons exclusively, basically. Yeah. They had one bad team fight around the Dragon, they had a second bad team fight around the exact next Dragon, but then they just go for the Baron and they win the game through that.
Yeah, and just like that, it's 1-for-1 between Snake and Vici Gaming. An amazing turnaround. And Vici, it was a little touch and go after that fight with Martin.
It was. Martin had a very good fight. 4 kills for himself. He was becoming big, but they had to force the QSS buy out of him. And even through that Quicksilver sash, he was not able to get out of the face of this ridiculously overbearing frontline of Vici that is just Dandy in World 6 constantly. Just right there. And even that last fight, it was Schwan.
Schwan was so aggressive on that Lulu, doing some serious damage. You can see Dandy on your screen right now, probably feeling pretty excited about that match.
Definitely. It was a great game from all of Vici, and it's something that they should have been doing in the first game, the draft. The idea was there, but in this second game, they drafted a very similar concept, a very similar play style.
Yeah.
But they actually drafted it better. They had engage options, they disengage options. Their team fighting was superior, and they executed much cleaner than what they did in the first one.
Very solid play out of Vici Gaming. You can see right now, Martin not looking too happy. I mean, he had an exceptional performance. He played really well that time around, but just wasn't able to get the 2-0. And now that that game's over, as it's all said and done, that brings Vici out of the tie for 7th, or, well, 8th, and actually puts them securely in 7th at 21 points. And Snake on the other side, They managed to get one win with that first game, bringing them to 24 points and tied for third now.
Yeah, so both teams still getting something from that 1 point buffer that they otherwise would not have, and both teams definitely needing that. Vici in particular, winning that last game. They are now still in the contentions for the playoffs.
Yeah, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for this next match. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I am Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Zach Rusty Pie, and we just saw an incredible set of League of Legends between Snake and, oh my gosh, I was literally just watching it, Vici Gaming.
You're about to say the games that we do have next, but yes. Our last set was a 1-1. They both had their own respective victories, and it felt like one team just adapted better to the changes, whereas the other one stayed very stagnant. And it did feel like Vici were the ones commanding the game through, and Snake were just resigned to watching it unfold in front of them because they didn't really do anything in the second game, besides Martin.
Really didn't. Martin tried. Goodness help him, he tried after that incredible team fight where he single-handedly basically turned the whole game around and got it from being at a deficit back to even, but then Vici took a Baron, and it was all over.
It did feel like it try as Snake might Baron, catch up Baron, win the game. It started to unfold in that manner, of course. Vici very good on their objective controls. They got the fights that they were looking for, and it all started from a very early pick as well at level 1.
That first blood kill, and I mean, it really seemed like Snake were just trying to outplay Vici using that solo queue, high mechanical skill style. And it worked well in game number 1. Flandre got off. Flandre did amazing things. I mean, Martin played out of his mind. So too did you. But in game number 2, they just never had any opportunities where they were able to get those mechanical outplays. Vici were prepared and ready for that to happen. And when they were prepared, they were able to prevent it.
And again, I feel like that translates back to the drafting again, though. The fact that they didn't adapt to the way that Vici did adapt is that they changed up their playstyles to give them more engage in their champion picks. They worked around that engage, flash engages from Dandy in particular, using that and just knocking Martin into the wall to start things off multiple times, whereas they had a Shen top, they had an Echo jungle, both very good at following up engage or engaging on single targets. Very difficult to just commit, whereas the Narc and flash over wall uses ultimate, someone goes down. So the adaptation, not necessarily there from Snake. The idea was still well and truly set in stone. They were looking to beat Vici at their own game, essentially, where they bleed them out slowly but surely to get enough of a gold lead and let the Jinx carry. Almost got there.
Almost.
Didn't get there.
They were approximately 1 Baron away from getting there.
That is true.
With that, it is a 1-1 split between the two teams, between Snake and Vici Gaming. And Snake, they're feeling pretty good. They're tied for 3rd place right now at 24 points. At least one best of 3 win away from being eliminated. So they've got a lot of sort of leeway for these next few weeks. But Vici, on the other hand, they only got 1 point. They're at 21 right now, securely in 7th, and they're still securely in the danger zone.
Yeah, securely is definitely not the way to describe where they are right now. If the top 8 make those playoffs, they are still scraping in the bottom of the barrel in terms of playoff contention.
Yeah, and here we've actually got a breakdown of that last match. You can see it was about a 13,000 gold difference by the time the match ended, 18-6. And the MVP actually goes to Dandy in the top side.
Yeah, so Dandy was definitely, as we mentioned earlier, playing the enabler for the rest of his team. His engages were exactly what they need to be. This one in particular, essentially a game-changing fight between World 6 and Dandy. It could have gone to either of those players. But the fact that they can remove a Jinx from the map between the both of them, they do it multiple times, even at this stage with a QSS available for Martin, still not able to have an impact in the fight because the only people that he can get close enough to hit, besides the Vayne who just flashed into him, almost got a pentakill, it was World 6 and Dandy that were actually making everything happen. So between those two, no surprise they get an MVP.
Yeah, and that's Dandy taking the MVP. Excellent, excellent play for those top laners between that set. But now let's move on to the next one. We've got King versus Invictus Gaming, and this looks to be a similar story to what we talked about in the last one.
It definitely is. Both teams, King, they're kind of playing the gatekeepers, whereas Invictus are the ones looking to secure their spot. So the key difference right now is it's not 4th against 7th.
Yeah.
It's now 11th against 7th. So they were tied, basically. So it's, the bottom scale teams. One looking to make the playoffs, one looking to ensure they make it, one trying to just be as annoying as possible to ensure that no one else can make it so that they can maybe creep up somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough story for King to climb up. I mean, so far this split in the LPL, we're in week 9. They've had 1 2-0 victory out of all of the games that they've played. They've played a grand total of 34 games, 17 best of 2s.
Yeah. It's not gone too well for them.
It's going to be a little tough for them.
It started really bad for them, and that to preface that is that they did have a very rough beginning. They adapted a lot better. They've started to play well. They've got some 1v1s against some of the better teams. I mean, they went 1-1 against Xiaogu in particular in that last week. So
They did.
signs of life definitely well and truly there for this King team. But in saying that, if it doesn't go their way, if they're not ahead early, they lose by a lot later.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely do or die time, and you can see an excellent King sign being held by this member of the crowd. At least the fans are still hopeful, and you've really got to give that to King, that they are still hopeful, that they are still trying to climb in. They're on your screen right now. It's King, a 35% win rate. That's 12-22. It's do or die, and the man who's going to make it happen is Insec in the top.
Yeah, Insec, he has a lot of Vladimir games that we aren't seeing right there, but in recent times, it's definitely Shen taken a big liking to that and something that'll be contested between both teams.
Yeah, here's Hui in the jungle. Been playing a lot of Gragas lately to pretty moderate effect, filling that role for Insec. And now here's Korn in the mid. He's been experimenting with a lot of different carries.
Definitely quite diverse in his champion pool. Has a lot of unique stylistic players in the way that he plays the champions. But in saying that, not necessarily the standout performer of the team just yet, not what he needs to be.
Here's Name, the AD carry. He's the guy. He's the one who said, give me a team and I will get them to Worlds. Well, you've got King, Name. You're going to have to cut it close.
He's not going to be able to. The support is going to be zero here. Well, the Korean guy loves to pick some weird itemization, but he definitely performs when it is required of him or when he feels like it. I'm not sure which one it is just yet. Either way, a very strong support to couple with Name, and their bot lane is the focal point of King.
Yeah, you can see Insect smiling on your team right now, still maintaining a positive attitude. So very important in these highly competitive matches. And as we're going to run through, we can really take a look at King as a whole. And I actually do want to talk about that bottom lane a little bit more, because Name and Zero, they played in Worlds last year for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, so their bot lane is very good, needing to be respected, but it does feel like though Name is starting to perform, he does feel like he's limited by what he has been given to back him up. So Korn still great. Insec in the top lane is questionable, but he has been performing, something that we didn't even expect from him. And then Hui in the jungle has been fulfilling his purpose, but it hasn't been standout. No one besides Name can really stand out. So it does feel like he's limited by his teammates and then limited by his own play style, which is resource-heavy late-game carry.
Yeah, well, it begs the question of, if that is something that a team can take advantage of, what better team to take advantage of that than IG?
Yeah, so the bot lane of IG has been struggling a little bit lately. They're starting to find their stride. Their team fighting is starting to step up and improve rapidly. So we'll see if they can make that happen as we start with their top laner.
Yeah, there's Zatai on your screen right now. Been playing exceptionally well in the top, experimenting with a lot of different styles, but really playing some of the more standard meta stuff. Cacao also going for that Echo, an amazing jungle Echo player.
Yeah, very good on that Echo. Should be a point of contention, especially in patch 5.13. Has been buffed a little bit with that Runeglaive.
And here's Rookie singing it out in the mid lane. Been playing a lot of support style Lulu, but he's still got Carry, Kassadin, and Nazir in his pocket.
Definitely has a lot of diversity behind his champion pool and has the potential to carry even on support champions such as the Lulu mid.
And here's Kid and Kitties coming up. Now, we've talked a lot about Kid in the past and how it's really kind of been a rough split for him. And if a rough split for him is still with an incredible KDA and an amazing performance, it really makes you wonder what an exceptional split is going to be for him.
Yeah, so he started well. He dropped off a little bit. It felt like he just wasn't performing at the level that we were used to seeing him at. But he's started to find his feet again. This is the big important factor is they've got Rookie. They can't exclusively look to Rookie, though. They do have Zatai, who's hit and miss in performance, but whether he needs to play the carry or play the tank is relative to the rest of his team. He's not always going to be there as that big, overbearing force that Rookie 100% of the time is. So you look to the bot lane, you look to Kid and Kitties. It's the key matchup in this game as well against Name and Zero. If they can step up, make things happen. They've found a very comfortable playstyle lately in Victus Gaming where they go for like the Lulu, Shen, and the Vayne. They pick them all together and just let Kid go off and support him through. The fact that that is finding success for them is phenomenal because Kid, he dropped off, but he's evidently back.
Yeah, that's the hope at least, as they're desperately going to be needing all of the points they can possibly get, as right now IG are securely in 8th place. Our previous game gave Vici the 1 point they needed to advance. You can see in the previous matches, it's pretty much been a 50-50 split between IG and King. Jungle's success rate looks to be relatively similar as well.
The big difference is going to be that point on the right, and that is the aggression. The win rate, not something that needs to be considered when they play against each other, it's even, but the fact that the aggression well and truly there from Invictus Gaming, something that does need to be considered. Their play style, maybe be able to put King behind early and translate that further.
Oh no. A little bit of comedy there as Insec is
I know.
Jumping off a wall. Yeah, he's too focused on the game right now. Your threats do not disturb him.
Oh, man.
He's in the zone.
I was trying to avoid it. I know it was on the screen, but I was trying to just keep talking and pretend it wasn't there. It was there.
I mean, he seems to have recovered reasonably fine. He's still playing. You
don't play League
involved.
of Legends with your feet, thankfully.
Exactly. Well, at least until we get foot pedals.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so let's talk about this match a little bit more. IG, they've actually been playing remarkably well lately. They played against EDG 2 weeks ago, and they were able to keep pace with Edward Gaming. And this was immediately after the playoff bracket was announced. Yeah. So EDG was just strapped for points going full ham mode. Yeah,
definitely. EDG, they turned on their serious faces, and they tried to give it to Invictus, but they kept up, definitely. They look like a side that has improved since the Demacia Cup break. They had a couple of weeks off as well, I believe, from the LPL. So there was not a whole lot of information that we actually had on what Invictus Gaming had done recently. They stepped up. They changed their play styles. They seem to have found some comfort with Kid again, something that was sorely missing. And overall, as a team, they definitely look like they're starting to improve, pick up their skills, and actually get better. So as time goes on in the rest of this LPL split, if they can look to secure a spot a little bit higher in the brackets, they don't get stuck in that 7th spot. Today is one of the best opportunities for them against this Kings side to actually get some points on the board. They're desperately looking for that 3. That'll put them about 4th place.
Yeah, and they really need those points. Again, if you don't know about the playoffs, it is a weighted gauntlet for those top 8. The bottom 5 players will duke it out, or no, it's the bottom 6 will duke it out to boil it down to essentially 2, and then those 2 will advance into the top 4 and go for standard bracket style. So if they end up in 8th place when they make it into playoffs, that means they'll have to play through a total of 5 games, I think, before going into the top 4 players.
Yeah, it's as simple as 8 plays 7th, winner plays 6th, carry that on until we get to the top 4. So very important to not be a part of that, because if you lose, you're eliminated.
Yeah, so we have now entered pick and ban phase for game number 1 between King and Invictus Gaming. King on blue side, they first ban away Lulu, interestingly enough. And we've seen a lot of Lulu today.
Yeah, so something we were touching on is the fact that Lulu, very prominent in actually being used for their team comps here in Invictus Gaming. They do like to pick up the Lulu Shen Vayne combo, let Kid go off on that champion. Taking away the Lulu kind of negates that entire thing.
And it might be King showing their hand a little bit too soon with that, I think. Emphasizing the fact that they want to shut down Kid early. By telegraphing that so soon, that's basically saying to IG, hey, look over here, look at the thing that we're doing.
It's not necessarily shutting down Kid early, it's just taking away one of the team comps that Invictus Gaming have actually found success on. So avoiding that from being there in the first place denies that potential. It doesn't necessarily shut Kid down. He's still going to get the champions that he wants. He'll still be able to play in the way that he wants to play. It's what the support team will be for him that now needs to be altered. With Lulu down, do they look to maybe the Orianna as the next option so that there's still some kind of support mid?
Yeah, put something like that on Rookie. But so let's actually talk a little bit more about that bottom lane matchup between Kid and Name. Now, obviously, Name and Zero, they were at Worlds last year. Zero, this split, I feel like his performance has been a little bit questionable.
We call it questionable lightly. He's had some great performances. He's had some horrendous performances, to say the least. But every time, he just looks like a guy that just wants to have fun and play League of Legends. So it's always nice to see that. But yeah, Name does feel like it sometimes. He's stuck in Elo hell. He'll probably say that to you himself if he had the opportunity to. But it's working for them here and there. And again, they started bad, and that was when Zero wasn't necessarily there at all. In fact, I don't think Insec and Zero were there for the first 4 or so weeks until later on when they came in and then actually started finding victories. And they were 0-2'd up until that moment pretty much in its entirety. So it's nice to see them actually back in the side. Name doesn't need to do the complete footwork. He does have a team to back him up now. And since then, they've started to improve every week, just not as rapidly as other teams may have.
And that's something that's so very important because this split in the LPL, it seems like we've seen some incredible developments. Xiaogu have come out of nowhere and they've developed into this incredible team, currently securely in second place with no chance of contention. And just the fact that the LPL is so close this split, it makes that growth so much more important. You cannot afford to be stagnant.
Yeah, not even just the growth, the adaptation as well. So coming into patch 5.13, needing to be on top of champions that are super important now, they can't just be exclusively growing as a team. They need to be constantly changing what they play whilst growing as a team. So young sides like Xiaogu have really erupted onto the meta and performed quite well, whereas King, they've got the long-standing players that may struggle a little bit, may take a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah, so we'll see if King are going to be able to successfully pull a win out of their hat this time around. We're already in the pick and ban phase. Once again, it is Lulu and Echo are the first bans away from King. Looks like they don't want to give that over to Rookie or Cacao. Fizz being taken away from Korn and Insec. And once again, Callista being banned. That's an Aurelia ban.
Okay. I mean, I don't really see a reason that they need to ban the Aurelia in saying that. Let's just throw out a wild card and say that Aurelia was played as a support yesterday and it won the game.
Oh, yeah?
That's worth noting. It's kind of a big deal.
Huh.
It was a counter to the Sivir. So.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's say that was why it was banned. I don't actually think Zatai's played much of the Aurelia. Moving on. There was another ban. Save me.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I'm a bit curious as to why they decided to go down that path, as there are a lot of top laners currently banned away from Zatai. So we'll see how things decide to flex out. Insec, first pick for King. He's got 50 seconds before he decides to commit to that first pick. And, you know, Insec, his transition to the top lane hasn't exactly been what you might call smooth.
Yeah, he's adapted eventually, but he's playing more of the carries. He actually started to find victories on the back of playing almost exclusively Yasuo for an entire week until he could actually find himself being a lot more proficient in that top lane. It's the best way to do it is you grind one champion till you're competent, then you expand into other champions. So found a lot of success. Not going to be the first pick, of course. They've changed up to something a little bit more standard there for the rest of the team.
Yeah, going for the Gragas for that first pick on Hui. Oh, Cacao, hovering Tom Kench. I'd be really surprised if he decided to lock that in. Yeah, he's looking awful trolly right now in his chair.
Yeah.
It's like, what else can I pick that will make them go, ooh?
Shaco, Akali, yay.
Teemo?
No.
Have we seen a Teemo in the LPL this split? Oh my goodness.
Let's hope it stays that way for as long as possible. Not really looking forward to a Teemo.
Yeah.
Now, they've got a lot of options still here to pick. The Ezreal is up and available. I don't know if they'd even consider going for it early. It's not something that you're often used to seeing early picked, and they are hovering the Azir, so it's a much more likely possibility taking it away from Korn as well and making sure the Rookie gets that one. Still gives them a very similar playstyle without the Lulu there. The Shen, the Vayne, definitely going to be possibilities. We'll see if King actually want to get rid of the Vayne, take it from Kid, or if they want to just let them have that and pick something around it.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to go for. As you mentioned, IG locking in the Shen and Azir. And yeah, there's the Yasuo hover for Insec. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it ain't working, keep using it.
Repair it?
Yeah. I mean, that's the hope, but Insec has been playing a lot of Yasuo, also been playing a lot of Vladimir as well, so we'll see what he decides to commit to, as it looks like it's going to be Braum Sivir.
I like that better.
Are the first hovers out of King. A lot of priority put onto that bottom lane because, again, it's Name and Zero.
Yeah, so that if they do look in the Janna here opposed to the Braum, I wouldn't mind the Braum, but the Azir's already been picked, so they don't necessarily need the Braum to counter an Ezreal. They can afford to go for the Janna. Not only is it good with the Sivir, it takes away the Janna as a possibility from the Vayne Janna bot lane, something that is very strong. We've seen a lot of success for it recently as well, so they've denied that. They've picked up a very non-interactive bot lane. Invictus Gaming probably going to do what works for them again, put Kid on that Vayne.
We'll see if he decides to go for it, as right now they're scrolling through Kid, looking at basically all the hyper carries. Kog'Maw, Vayne, Tristana, but looks like he's settling back onto that Vayne. Kale being hovered right now.
It's 5-13. There's Devourer.
Oh, there is. Oh, my goodness.
Devourer Kale's pretty gross, but probably not going to happen considering he's gone from every champion ever.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for. Talon, Tom Kench. Ooh, do the Tom Kench.
Oh, please lock it in.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with bated breath. No, he's going to switch it last second.
I know.
Yeah, there he goes. Oh, man. Yeah, so it's Braum Vayne locked in for Kid and Kitties.
Look at him laughing. How dare you? Name goes to Tom Kench as well. They're having a great time right now. They have locked in the Braum and the Vayne. A very strong bot lane based off the fact that Braum forces you to hit him opposed to anyone else. It stops the boomerang of the Sivir as well. Stops the bouncing from Sivir in its entirety whenever that Unbreakable is available to be used. And then you've got the Vayne, who just outputs damage from behind the shield. So it's a decent bot lane in a 2v2. It also, again, as we mentioned earlier, Huey not needing to go for that Janna for his team, or for the Braum for his team, because Ezreal is not going to be picked because there is an Azir, whereas Invictus Gaming can afford to lock in that Braum and potentially deny the Ezreal mid from King. In saying that, they don't seem to really care that there's a Braum.
Yeah, the Ezreal now being looked at for Corn. Looks like Insect going back to the Vladimir that's worked for him in the past. I think my favorite play with that Vladimir was the flash Hemo Plague onto one target.
Yeah, well, if it works. Did the target die?
Well, no.
Oh, then never mind. I was hoping the target died. I have no argument for that. It's unfortunate that was your favorite play of his.
It was a zoning Hemo Plague. That's where it comes from.
Ah.
The fact that he actually flash ulted.
Much like the zoning Tibbers from Kitties not too long ago.
Oh, yeah.
Got completed team comps here, though, from both of the teams. And something we've already touched on a lot of what the bot lane of Invictus Gaming does. And now we've seen that there was already the Shen. They've finished it with the Eve. And they've got the Azir in the mid lane. Very good at making picks. Very good at not dying in particular. Their direct win condition is not necessarily very strong team fighting. It's very hard to team fight against this King side. They start to get outscaled, especially around the later stages. They've got an Ezreal and a Vladimir, so near impossible to actually team fight them. They're probably going to look at split pushing or making picks, working around the fact that they have an Eve to get those picks successfully, translate those into objectives, and snowball the game early.
And we'll see if that is going to be the case for IG, or if King are going to be able to find those team fights. You just saw the coaches shaking their hands right there. Here's Insect and Zatai in the top. It's Hui and Kakao in the jungle. In the mid lane, it's going to be Corn and Rookie.
Yeah, this mid lane in particular, it's actually not bad for an Ezreal. He gets through laning phase quite well, but he's going to be up against the bot lane that kind of has a big Braum to stand behind that negates him.
Yeah, there's Name and Kid. You just saw Zero and Kitties on your screen right now. Everything looks to be set up as we prepare to load into the Rift, and the fans looking awful excited with this one as we're getting ready for our first match between King and IG. This is a very important game. King, if they want to make playoffs, they have to start getting these 2-0s. They have to start getting points.
If they want to make playoffs, they basically need to 2-0 this one now.
Yeah, well, we'll find out as we're getting into the Rift right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's King versus Invictus Gaming. Week 9, Day 2, Set 2, Game 1, 23 seconds into the match. I like how I'm constantly timing it for 23 seconds every time. That's actually really cool.
Not bad at all. But you are right, we are onto the Rift again.
Yep.
We've got a different start here, though, from both of the teams. Invictus Gaming looking to invade, get some vision down and control the area. They've got the Evelynn to ensure that that does happen and that they don't get invaded themselves, whereas King, they started at a fan. They've now adapted.
Yeah, lots of damage. Trading between Zero and Kid, as it looks like IG look to put some aggression onto King. And we actually didn't get a much opportunity to talk about this earlier on. Do you think we might see any sort of lane swap out of King?
So King, I don't think will put the lane swap into effect. They're up against the Braum and a Vayne, who is good at level 1, But from level 2 onwards, the Braum starts to peter off in terms of his relative strength. The Vayne's always fairly weak early. So the direct laning phase, not too bad. They probably want standard because they've got a Vladimir and they don't want to deny him farm. Very farm-intensive champion, scales with levels quite nicely. So it'll be quite important that they do get the farm onto him. Putting it into a lane swap denies a lot of potential for that.
Yeah, so we'll see what they decide to go for, knowing that they will have that lane advantage. Recall now being initiated by Kid. That's an awful late recall, but I think he was just doing it for the animation as he decides to cancel it.
They're waiting to see if they can spot the side of King, to see their bot lane where they're going to be. It seems like they've already snuck past for the most part. They're doing those Krugs by themselves already. And so it's up to Invictus Gaming if they want the 2v2, if they want the 2v1. And it seems to me as though they want this bot lane.
Seems like, as Kakao starting off with that blue buff, immediately Kid tumbles away and starts heading towards the mid lane.
Braum's here farming. Now we've got Azir mid lane, but Kid's going to go top. He's going to lose about an entire level and an entire wave worth of farm to ensure he gets to that lane so that he doesn't get the 2v2. That's how much he does not want this 2v2.
Yeah, Kid really not wanting the 2v2 against Name and Zero, and now Recall being initiated by Kiddies. He caught some of that CS, though Kid is going to have a pretty tough time against Insect, who's already got level 2, and Zatai is going to be forced to farm it under the turret here. So, interesting choice from Kid.
Yeah, so he definitely didn't want the 2v2, but as we mentioned earlier, they did avoid being spotted by the wards. They did the Krug, so they took a little while to actually get to the lane, and it took a very long time for Invictus Gaming to be able to respond to that fact and then move appropriately based off what they have seen. So it took an awful long time to actually get to that top lane. He's finally here though, and he's up against the Vlad. They're denying the Vlad, which is like the entirety of the reason as to why they wanted to do this. They didn't want the 1v1. Shen gets outscaled very early. But they're not really going to get anything from the Vlad either. He's already found himself with 10 farm. He's level 3.
Yeah, he's already got that Tides of Blood, so should be just fine. He's got sustain, he's got an escape, and Kakao showing himself on the top side knows Insect isn't going to fall for any sort of crazy shenaniganery, and makes it out of there. Yep, there goes the pool, and he gets out just fine. So Kid farms it up. The question is, how effectively can they shut down Insect? I mean, you can see he's already taken some successful CS. Hui's even showing himself on this top side, and even Zero with his first recall is on this side of the map. So it seems like King are aware of this and are responding appropriately.
Yeah, so they're probably going to put Janna up there and just have the 2v2 essentially with Janna and Vlad. Their sustain's quite good. They've got a lot of range between the Vladimir as well, who can last hit decently. And then Vayne, Kid is pushing it under the turret. He didn't freeze the wave. So he's still going to get farm here in sec. He's going to be actually quite happy in this lane. And all things considered, though they've moved it out to avoid the 1v1, they've avoided the 2v2. Everyone's still getting farm, so no one's being an outright loser from this situation.
Yeah, very interesting play out of Invictus Gaming to opt into this. And as you mentioned, they've got those two members on that side of the map. Hui clearing out Scuttle on that side means he's on that side of the map too. And while Name, Spell Shield comes out, Kakao is going to go aggressive here. Flash and heal are available for Name, but he doesn't panic, holds his composure, and gets out fine.
Yeah, nice Spell Shield on the Taunt, actually saving himself right there from, at the very least, using Summoners to ensure he gets through the laning phase. He's not going to be pushed out of lane, but Kakao has not left this bottom lane just yet. He is being a pest.
Yeah, he's still waiting down there. Yeah, it looks like 4 members are on the top side of the map. Will they be able to keep Kid alive, or will he end up going down here? Teleport being initiated. Kiddies goes way aggressive, takes some serious damage here, as it looks like Zatai looks for the Shadow Dash, can't quite find it. Insect is low. They cannot dive it. They get out alive.
Everyone gets out with their lives, but the teleport has been forced at the same time as Name getting to recall. So nothing lost, nothing gained, essentially, besides a single teleport. They've got a lot of pressure in the top lane, but again, the teleport can immediately come out as the response. Everything resets. We're back to square one.
Yeah, exactly. Back to that square one between those top laners, and Kakao actually headed to the top side of the map after a quick recall, but wasn't able to make anything happen because he was getting there a bit too slow, while Korn and Rookie continue to farm it up on the bot side. Really, it looks like the big winner for this has been Name. He's been free farming this entire time.
Yeah, definitely. He's been up against the Shen. There was a lot of Eve pressure placed down there, but he didn't die for it. And then he didn't lose minions under his turret because the Shen disappeared to the top lane. Very conveniently timed. He has an Avarice Blade right now sitting in a 1v0 lane. So he is making bank, and he's going to be very happy in this lane. He's going to start scaling very quickly as well and allow the rest of the team, because he has that on the hunt anyway. He's going to be relevant at all stages. Now going to be outputting damage with that on the hunt.
Yeah, it looks to be a pretty scary setup for King, and clearly they're having a fun time with this early game. Level 6 now secured.
Leveling the Shen.
Yeah, doesn't look that great for Zatai. He's about half a level away. Should be able to get it after this minion wave, unless Kakao shows himself for yet another gank. But after it's all said and done, what can we expect out of the mid game from these teams? I mean, clearly with the duo of Kid and Kitties on the top side, they're not going to be able to contest any sort of dragon play.
Yeah, so basically they're looking to actually get the completed Ringglaive item here for King. Without that, Korn can do nothing. He's in a losing lane basically where he just wants to farm. He's done quite well to get the farm that he has, considering the pressure that Rookie has been putting onto him. But in saying that, once that first item comes out, at the moment it's the Sheen. It's not quite there just yet. About 1,000 gold away from it. He starts to ramp up in his strength. He'll start ulting elsewhere on the map. The big question mark is going to be raised. Is there even a purpose of using your ultimate top when there's a Braum to deny that with the Unbreakable? Shen's very hard to hit with. There's no real point hitting a tank. What can Ezreal even do in this game to make an impact? Does start to get raised as a question. It was picked into the Braum. But King as a whole, they're looking to outscale Invictus.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they will succeed in doing that, because as I understand it, Vayne scales pretty well into the late game along with Nazir.
Yeah. So
could be a tricky situation. Might be we could see some explosive team fights later in the game. I'm sure we've all seen those highlight reels of AP Runeglaive Ezreal two-shotting the enemy carry or even the enemy tank with just the absurd damage that he does. So we'll see how that decides to work out, as it looks like Kid continues to net some pretty solid farm on the top side of the map. Insect, despite going into the 2v2, has reached level 6. He's been farming up this entire time. He's definitely keeping pace with Zatai, and things going nice and slow.
Yeah, everyone just content with farming right now. As you said, you know, the carries of Invictus Gaming, they do scale also, but Huey's found two people.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Whoa, Kakao gets knocked into Korn. There goes the true shot, but it's dodged by Kitties in first blood. Picked up by IG. Insect joins the fight, gets revenge for his fallen comrade, but then is forced to flash away. There goes the Glacial Fissure to force the disengage from Zero, and it looks like IG are going to trade 1-for-1.
Insect did well to ensure that he got a kill there all in all, but Rookie getting that first one, getting double buff for himself as well now, has the red available. Korn's going to struggle in this lane until that item is completed, and until that stage, Rookie looking to stay in absolute control. You can see the damage is even outputting now. They get a turret though.
Yeah, that first turret was picked up by Name, again with Zatai teleporting to the other side of the map. That leaves it completely undefended. Martin actually was headed down there after completing his recall from the top side, didn't quite make it in time. And 10 minutes in, it's about 1,000 gold in favor of King, but that gold is still standing on the map for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, the 1,000 gold is that one turret that has been taken down. So the standing gold remaining. The question is, can they get to that standing gold, or will the pressure start to overwhelm? And it is worth pointing out that how I said Braum's pretty good against April Ezreal. Kind of a big deal in that last one.
Yeah.
Kind of blocked the ultimate.
You could see an amazing play from Kitties jumping in and using the stand behind me. Or I believe that was the Unbreakable. Yeah, the Unbreakable, in order to block Korn's True Shot Barrage and soaking so much damage across the team fight. That was 4 members of IG in that tight little choke, and none of them got hit by it.
Exactly. Kakao did go down to Insect, who had the flank. But up until that stage, it was a one fight from Invictus. This is the lane that Invictus wanted to avoid. They've now got themselves in it. And the later the game goes, the more sustain that Insec has and the less damage that Zatai deals relevant to his lane opponent, because he's a tank who scales off damage and scales into tanky stats.
Yeah, you can see he's already starting to suffer by being forced to use teleport to head to the top side. Does now have a Spectre's Cowl on top of that Bomby Cinder, so a little bit more sustain has been added to his build, but he's just not having fun on the top side of the Rift, while Name continues to farm it up on the bottom. That Avarice Blade has probably netted him so much gold, and there's nothing being done for it.
No, he's definitely netted himself around 40 CS with the Avarice Blade active, so been doing a lot of work at the very least, just making sure he gets the last hits, is starting to ramp up in his strength as well, has the BF sword available. And you're looking around again, the Rune Glaive's done for Ezreal, so he's starting to become relevant, but he's not actually going to have a massive impact until the next item. And King are looking above and beyond. They're looking 5 minutes down the road from now, not immediately at this moment. They're content with just laning. Name is going to struggle to lane right now though, because he has no turret. Vayne's sitting at his second turret, looking to get the freeze. They need to actually make something happen if they want to start maybe snowballing an objective control lead.
Seems like we aren't seeing anything too ridiculous happen just yet. There's the Rune Glaive finished by Korn. As you can see, he's doing some serious damage. Rookie looking to steal away that Raptor. Manages to get a few of the small ones, but not too much. Insec actually takes a few turret hits as he gets shadow dashed under the turret. Oh man, Insec is low. Zatai could continue to chase here, but decides not to commit to it and lets Insec walk on out of there. We're 12.5 going on 13 minutes in. Blue buff has been initiated for Rookie. There's a ward that should spot him as he heads over, but nothing that will be done to contest that as Rookie. Does he have two blue? Two blues? Did he get the other blue? No, that was just a visual.
Second blue thing. Oh, it was just a visual.
Yeah.
Well, he's got an actual blue now, which is nice. The Azir's starting to be very content in this lane. Went for the Athenes first as well to get rid of some of the damage that Ezreal's base. Ooh, wow. These two are going to be doing this a lot, so just keep in mind that Insec will be spending a lot of his time low, but he's never going to be low enough that he can get pushed out in a 1v1. It's important that Cacao comes there if he's looking for a direct kill, but until that stage, Zatai is not a direct kill threat, he's just a nuisance.
Yeah, so things going very slow in that top lane. Korn actually just cleared away his own blue buff, and we saw some brief positioning around the dragon, but it is not going to be initiated as Korn clears out the scuttle. Kitty's actually heading towards the top side of the map. Will be spotted as he walks past the Raptor camp. He's got Cacao with him to help escort through the double jungle. Two-shot barrage. Ooh, manages to steal away the camp completely for Korn.
It's doing well as Ezreal. The ultimate, though, it doesn't have a use hitting other lanes. It can still be used to annoy Cacao, get him low perhaps, make his jungling harder and steal away whatever he can. One of the strengths of Ezreal mid, having that smite available, the Ranger's Trailblazer allows you to do all of the jungle. As Name has decided to solo the dragon.
Yeah, looks like Name is going to initiate this dragon. Here comes Korn as well. Finally, Hui heading over there along the zero. Kitty's dashing with the Moby boots as it looks like King are going to take this first dragon. Having vision up on that Evelyn on the other side of the map completely opened it up.
Yeah, an uncontested dragon goes down to King right there. Nothing in terms of monetary advantages have been accrued from this dragon, but a bit of control. They know there's no direct objective that Invictus can get if they make a pick around the dragon area now, and well timed with going immediately down towards the bottom of the bot lane and getting all of that farm just waiting for him basically.
And Name going to catch that wave on the bottom side. Looks like Rookie and Kitties are going to find some pressure on the mid, though. Hui waiting in the wing. Uh-oh, here comes Cacao. There's the stand united. He's spotted out. There's on the hunt to tie. Oh no, the spell shield gets Name out, and suddenly King look to turn this into a fight. Insec has teleported in. They turn now onto Cacao. Flash comes out. Boomerang brings Cacao low. He's still alive over the wall. Insec is going to try providing chase, but there's 3 members there. He already flashed. He already used his pull. He goes down to Rookie, overstaying his welcome. The rest of King continue to put some forward pressure, knowing that Hui's in the wing and Kids on the other side of the map.
Insec just overstayed completely right there. He didn't have his flash available.
Oh, Flash is going to find Zatai. There goes the barrel, knocking him right back in. He doesn't have a lot of armor. There goes the Unbreakable that keeps Zatai alive. True Shot Barrage misses, but he still gets the kill. Kitty's going low. He's going to be forced to flash out of the back of the boomerang, and this, all in all, a 1-for-1 trade.
So the rest of King, the cavalry, finally arrive on the back of Insect's over-aggression. He knew the team was coming, but he just went a little bit too hard too early. Could not actually get anything from it. The Invictus Gaming, they make a trade. They've got a 2-0 Azir in the mid lane right now, and that is massive because Rookie is a big carrying force in this side besides the Vayne. There is only the two threats. Yeah. The fact that King can make a trade though, they did well, they had the numbers advantage, they rotated smartly. Name's massive, so is Rookie. We're looking at the two potential carries right now.
Yeah, so that's the big question. Is it going to be Name or Rookie who ends up taking the win home for their team? And things are very exciting with this match. Again, we've had two 1-for-1 trades between King and IG, despite this relatively passive laning phase, and Corrin once again with the Rune Glaive clearing out as best he can. I feel like that's something that we wanted to hit on a little bit earlier, was that Ezreal needs his Rune Glaive to get effective ultimates across the map. And, well, when it finally came to that team fight on that bottom side, Corrin was really only there for the very back half of it.
Yeah, Corrin wasn't really there. He's not playing that part though. The fact that Rookie got there is the bad factor for King. That means that Rookie is so content in this mid lane that he can just push it out and then he can disappear. And it's much more effective than exclusively an Ezreal ultimate.
Some harass from Rookie, looks to find some damage. There's the two-shot barrage, bringing Rookie down to half health. Now 4 members of King in the mid lane. They could look for some pressure onto this mid tier 1 turret. Kitties is there in time. But will they be able to clear the wave?
They're getting this tower quite low, but there's only the 2 minions left. It's hard to commit.
Yeah, they're soaking a lot of poke for Rookie, but they finally decide to pull the trigger. The turret is secured in favor of King.
Yeah, they actually aggroed the tower for a very long time there and juggled that aggro, so it was really nicely played from King. They're contesting the blue buff.
Oh, this is a very big steal. Rookie needs that blue. Kid trying to chunk it down here, and yeah, he is able to secure it in time. Some more harass finds Kid as Rune Glaive Ezreal is doing some serious work, but isn't quite able to find anything. Meanwhile, Zatai has been splitting on the other side of the map. He's got a mild CS lead over Insect, but they're still fairly even. Insect just now gets level 11 to keep pace and should be closing this lead up just a little bit more with the next few minion waves.
Yeah, Insect able to choke out his lane opponent right now, but Zatai has focused a lot towards that magic resistance, and he can afford to because he's against a Vladimir, a Gragas, and an Ezreal with a reasonably low damage AD carry.
Once again, it's the same trick, but this time King are prepared for it. Cacao and Zatai go in, but they don't have anywhere near enough backup as King gets him disengaged. The cask has been used. They're chasing onto who he can. They find him. There's the flash. No, they don't have enough damage. They do indeed. Kid finally is able to make it out of there. He goes down to the back half of the boomerang from Name, but it's traded back to Cacao. Two-shot barrage gets dodged by Cacao. They're diving under the tier 1. 0 goes low, 0 goes down. A double kill for Cacao.
Invictus Gaming are just so on top of their rotational play right now. There are 5 members every time they need to be somewhere, and this is what is working so well for them. Is Insect's not going to be able to take down that turret anytime soon. He's had Shen pushing him in. They've got the Evelyn, Jerome completely unnoticed, and then they put a Shen ult on top of it. It's so hard to deal with that, and then most importantly, the fact that after all of this is said and done, that they're actually completely telegraphing the counter engages King. They're in the right place at the right time pretty much every time. The fact that Kid goes down here, by the way, is so well played by Zero and Name. The boomerang and the tornado connect at the same time to ensure he goes down. So they did well to get a trade from that. But most importantly, this guy, he has stayed mid. Yeah, he cannot roam because Rookie is keeping him under the turret. And Rookie is roaming. That is the big difference right now between both of these teams, and the sole factor as to why Invictus Gaming are now 3 kills up.
Yeah, you just saw Zatai getting a solo kill on the Insect on that top side of the map. He teleported up there after the fight had ended, and with that solo kill and Insect down, there's actually a small window for this dragon to be coming up. No, actually Insect will be up in time. He has his teleport as the dragon is spawning. We'll see if IG will be able to secure it. Oh, Kid with red buff is able to secure that Scuttle Crab. And Zatai almost has his stand united too, so looks like IG, even after that crazy play, they've now secured that for themselves an 800 gold lead. they're also prepped for taking that their first dragon too.
Yeah, so they've got control of the area, but King are trying to force their way back in. In fact, they've started the dragon themselves.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage here. Here's Cacao getting into the pit. There's the Stand United. Great Glacial Fissure right into the middle of it. Zatai once again dives the backline. Kid going into the pit. Everyone's grouped up under that Dragon's AoE, but IG have got the fast track. Name goes low to the double dash over the wall from Zatai and Kitties. Dragon is secured by Kid, and IG are in complete control of this one. Oh, they find Insect over the wall, teleporting way too late. True Shot Barrage again misses. He flashes in order to try making it out, but yeah, that's not your base. You are far from home.
Stops for some minions because that's what you have to do in situations like this.
Oh, there goes a great condemn over the wall. He doesn't have a pool, and Kid gets another kill.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming, this is the side that we're used to seeing. They just feel like they're going from strength to strength, and King do not have an answer for them right now. Everything that Invictus Gaming has done has been in a positive manner towards them actually coming out ahead in this game. The gold lead, not big enough to really accurately describe that, but Rookie again controlling the mid lane, the fact that he can be elsewhere, and the fact that King have started this dragon up aggressively because that's what they want to do. They feel the need to do that dragon. And in response, the numbers advantage, the overwhelming strength of everybody from Invictus Gaming just runs them down.
Yeah, amazing play from IG. You've got 2-1 and 4 Vayne, who's almost completing her Phantom Dancer. An Abyssal Scepter, well finished by Rookie, going to be helping his team with so much damage. I mean, just taking a look at the overall KDAs, it really seems like Invictus Gaming are feeling very confident and controlled with this one. And this was what we talked about a little bit earlier on, was that IG, they have an amazing ability to team fight.
Come on.
Oh my goodness.
How many times a game do you think Korn is going to be able to ult into the Unbreakable? This is the reason that you do not pick Ezreal into Braum, and this is the reason that they picked Braum so early in their drafting phase. They've essentially put Korn into a position where he has to not use his ultimate in situations where it would otherwise be good and save it for something else.
Yeah, amazing play from Kitties. He's got that Ezreal ult on a timer on the side of his screen, it seems like. Complete and total control shutting down poor Korn. You can see out of King's 3 kills, Korn's been involved in 1 of them. He's been forced to farm it up in the mid, and IG doing a great job of shutting him down.
That's right, they have shut him down. Keep in mind, he's gone for the Death Cap as his completed second item with his Boots of Lucidity. So this Ezreal is still going to be massive.
Yeah.
He's still going to be an overbearing source of damage that does need to be dealt with at all stages of this game. And there's one thing that we can take from this is that they may not completely outscale Invictus Gaming, but King's team fighting with every added item onto Insect and Korn is exponentially increasing their power. The Hemo Plague, if that connects with a True Shot Barrage, everyone is dead.
I feel like that's a gentle way to put it.
Oh, they are super dead, in the words of Atlas.
Yeah. We'll see if they will be able to pull it off this time around. True Shot Barrage is able to steal away the blue buff. Korn finally gets that one. And that single 1 blue buff is stacking up to 3, as you can tell by the icons on the bottom of that Ezreal, while Zatai trades it out with Insect. Seems like he's finally getting the better of this lane. 30 CS ahead, involved in more team fights, burning through Insect's health bar time and time again.
There just doesn't feel like an answer. The fact that Zatai can go for armor in this lane and still be super happy is worrying for Insect on this Vladimir, who's behind. He probably could have afforded to go for that Will of the Ancients and actually finish that for extra cooldown reduction. It gives a bit of extra sustain. Instead, he's gone for the Zonias. He's accelerated his team fighting relevance. So he's actually sacrificing a lot of strength in laning phase. And this is against someone who's now building armor for team fighting also.
Yeah, and this is the point that I actually wanted to get to earlier, was that King look like they're preparing for team fights, look like they have a team fight-based team composition, but they're against IG, who have been playing out of their mind in team fights these past few weeks.
Invictus Gaming seem to have refound their identity in regards to team fights exclusively, and they're playing to the strengths of Invictus here, King. They're pretty much falling into their hands. This game is, even at this stage, it is Invictus Gaming's game to lose.
Well, we'll see if they will be able to turn this into a victory, as the 2 AD carries putting some pressure on the top side. Once again, Insect healing up as best he can, actually forced to go back to base to get that health regeneration. And you can just see the respect that Insec is giving Zatai. He took no damage from that.
While you were touching on AD carries, Kid's bought a QSS. He's rushed that.
Oh, wow.
The cool thing is it removes Hemo Plague as well, I believe.
Oh,
so
wow.
it takes away a lot of the extra damage percentage. And I was looking at the side of King and I was wondering, why the hell would you even want a Quicksilver Sash when none of them have crowd control? And if it is crowd control, it's a knock-up or a displacement.
Which can't be...
Yeah, so it gives direct magic resistance, and it's an item that, in terms of magic resistance, most AD carries will be picking up because it can be built into a BF sword item into the Mercurials. And now it also takes away the Hemo Plague damage, which is a lot of damage. God.
We need to get a counter on the side of the screen.
We're at about 3 so far.
Ding!
I'm going to start writing with pen on the side.
Yeah, I know.
See that? This is, again, I'm not going to say it too many more times, but the fact that they've drafted an Ezreal into a Braum, my eyebrow is well and truly raised.
Yeah, things not looking that great for King with this one. Name actually sitting in the blue pit on his side of the jungle. The rest of IG are on that side of the map, while the two top laners are splitting. And it looks like King are giving some very serious respect to IG right now. They're not losing the game more.
No, it's stagnant at this stage. Nothing's actually happening in a positive or negative way for either team. The Dragon is up, and Invictus Gaming could very easily decide to go for that. But you can see their focus is actually so heavily around the Baron that they've foregone the fact that Dragon is even a thing. And they're looking to just do this.
Oh, here it goes again. And wasn't blocked that time.
That was a Baron Scouter.
Oh, and immediately looks like IG force a fight as they look for Hui now. He does have his flash and zoned away. It's a bit of a tricky situation because now all 5 members of IG are around this Baron thing.
And nobody on King has an ultimate except Insec at this stage. Their team fighting capabilities have just plummeted into near impossibility. But it's the Baron fight. They have to do something for this.
Yeah, the only person who could steal it would be Korn. Kitty's waiting over the wall. Insect goes in. Korn looks for it, but doesn't quite find it. The fight breaks out. Rookie's on the back dealing with the other enemies, members of King. He actually ends up going down, and it looks like King are turning this around. Hui goes in late. No, Kid flashes the wall. He's got a double kill now along with Zatai. There goes the taunt, and Cacao nets another kill, and ace for Invictus Gaming.
Kid actually flashed the wall, expecting Korn to use his E to get outside the Baron pit. So in the middle of a team fight, Kid just flashed away from the entire thing and then had to walk the long way around to actually secure somebody going down.
Oh,
so that was super funny. They get the Baron for their troubles. Invictus Gaming again. There were no ultimates available besides Insect's Hemo Plague. It doesn't do enough to secure a direct win on the team fight. As you can see, Kid sitting in the back lines, doesn't even use the QSS for the Vlad ult, doesn't need to use that, and just flashes out to safety. He's safe now. The rest of King, they start to actually make some kind of a trade. They pick up the Azir. Doesn't help that you don't have a Vayne in the pit, but in saying that, still a very easy team fight for them to come out ahead of, and not too bad a result here for Invictus Gaming. They've propelled themselves into a very, very positive position. I said it was their game to lose 5 minutes ago. It's their game that I would be worried if they lost now.
Yeah, that would speak to some more interesting problems with the team. Now, Baron buff on a lot of the members of Invictus Gaming. Rookie, in fact, does not have it. That's a visual bug you're seeing on your screen right now. That's why those minions aren't super powered.
He's had all of the blues and Barons this game that never existed.
Yeah, every single non-existent one. Whoa, Zatai actually ulted in there on top of Cacao as they look for yet another pick. He dashes the wall, trying to hound Name away, but he's just going to find Insect on that side. There goes the True Shot Barrage. This one won't find Rookie. In fact, only finds 2 minions. And Rookie is going to get some damage onto the turret, while the rest of IG zone the rest of King away.
Their answer to the Sivir has been Evelynn and Shen. The entire time, this whole game, if Eve finds Sivir at all, there's a Shen ult on top immediately, they find him. They try and kill him, they don't often do, to be fair, but it's the pressure, they push them away. And because of this pressure, they not only got the bottom turret, they got the top turret as well. They can't translate it to mid immediately, but they've got the minions not too far away, so they very easily can rotate. They might want bottom instead.
Yeah, seems like they could be looking for the inhibitor. It's going to be pretty tough against the Ezreal with Runeglaive, though. Hui is there as well. Some harassed finds Hui. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. Oh, wow. That one actually did a lot of damage.
So that you can see the fact that actually Korn's picked up a Void Staff has increased his damage output by a sizable margin.
Oh, but Kakao looks to find Name once again.
God.
He does so much damage and solo kills him with some help from Kitties.
That damage is disgusting. He has a Morello's completed on top of his Runeglaive. This Eve is massive.
Oh, yeah. 4, 1, and 8. Kakao is an absolute monster. Zero, he's going to find some damage here. Yeah, they are right on top of a ward. True Shot Barrage coming off cooldown in 10-15 seconds. Unbreakable was just used in Rookie. Whoa, fine, Zero. Another pick. Kitties actually gets knocked forward. There's a Glacial Fissure, but Korn narrowly misses. Kitties still awful low, though, along with Rookie. They are going to have to be careful if they play this out, but finally they get the minion wave onto the mid-tier 2.
Korn's just having a nightmare of a game right now, and it's not even entirely his fault. They've been counter-picked, and his team is knocking them out of it also. So not having the greatest time as King don't even have a slight amount of an answer to what Invictus Gaming can offer at this stage. Insec is a little bit more comfortable now in the top lane, picked up a Void Staff himself. And this is another sign that because they've accelerated their penetration items, they've now got 2 Void Staffs and a Last Whisper, that they don't want to let this game go any longer. If they're looking to lose the game, they're going to fight now. And if they want to win the game, it's going to be immediately. They're not going to let them get bled out until they just wait for one more item. This is the item. They want to fight.
All right, we'll see if King can find the fights that they so desperately need, or if IG are going to be the ones who take it to them, because they're securely in their base right now. There's no Dragon. There's no Baron. The only objective left for IG to take is an inhibitor. And something tells me they would be fine if they were going to find another pick or before starting to look to siege it. This might be the one right there. Nope. Looks like he just wants to harass Hui.
They're okay for now. They don't actually have 5 members nearby. It was only the 3.
Yeah, good point.
The True Shot Barrage used to clear bot wave also, so that's not going to be available for a little while. With Dragon and Baron coming up at pretty much the same time. The next minute and a half is probably going to be around just controlling the minions, controlling vision in set areas. Invictus Gaming have shown an inclination towards the Baron opposed to the Dragon though. It's going to be their focal point.
We'll see if that works out for them as IG are on that bottom side. Zatai looking for Bisplish, but Kakao finds the members, takes a lot of damage. There goes the Stand United, but he's way too far out of there. Gets knocked out, but Zatai goes in. He ends up picking up a huge taunt while Kid flanks onto Name, brings him low. Does he have the damage he needs? He does indeed. Kakao gets another kill. Hui falls, and this is King falling apart at the seams. They find Insec on the backside. The sole survivor. He's dropped a double kill for Kid and an ace for Invictus Gaming.
And this is what we define as the desperation play though from King. We said they had the Void Staff, that they want to accelerate the build. The surrender comes out, and they just gave it one last go to see if they could find a game or find a fight that goes in their favor. They didn't find a single kill.
Yeah, IG were all over the place with that one. You can see Kid look on your screen right now looking awful happy with that match. He played remarkably well. Name, a little distressed.
And rightly so. He had nothing that he could do in that game. He was playing Sivir, trying to work around team fighting. Just couldn't get to that stage because Invictus Gaming made life miserable. Every single time that Name appeared on the map, Evelyn and Shen.
Yep.
From start to finish, it was difficult.
It really seemed like IG had King figured out from the beginning. Shut down Korn's Ezreal. Keep Kakao hounding Name the entire time. Just exceptional play.
Yeah, they completely outplayed them. Pretty much from the start of the game, the drafting phase even started to dictate where they wanted to go, picking Ezreal into the Braum. Telegraphed mistake right there from Korn.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a quick break for us. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for the next lobby. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Seda, this is Rusty, and you just saw some of the highlights between our previous match between King and IG, and man, that was a convincing performance for IG.
Yeah, IG pretty much dismantling their opponents from the very beginning of that game. They just never felt like they'd lost control whatsoever, and they just very easily took apart King.
Yeah, most definitely. They're actually going to be giving the MVP this game to Zatai in the top. He was keeping Insect down all game. He was following Cacao on ganks. Zatai was everywhere.
it was one of those win lane, win game moments where playing into a lane that's not necessarily great for him as time goes on, still managing to have a massive impact in this one, is forcing Name out of the pit, utilizing his tankiness and staying in the front, soaking damage for the rest of them. Even that right there, just constantly hitting the taunts that is required of him, playing his role in this Invictus Gaming side to a T.
Yeah, the amazing two-man taunts were non-stop throughout the entire match. This guy had the straight line for all of those pickups, and when it was all said and done, he played exceptionally well, and that was IG taking game number 1. So we've got to start wondering, what exactly can King do to get back in game number 2?
So King played a team comp that was basically looking to hit late game and actually start team fighting. It was their strength. They accelerated their item builds even during that game to hit that stage. They lost early game, they lost mid game, so they couldn't get to that late game. What they change is how they play the game. Their drafting's fine because they're still getting the team comps that they're looking for. It is playing to the strengths of Invictus Gaming, though. That's the worrisome fact, is that Invictus Gaming, when they win, they're trying to team fight you. That is when they've looked strong. Otherwise, they look a little bit rough around the edges.
I mean, to get back to that draft thing, we also saw the Ezreal post-Braum pick, and we were kind of hitting on Korn a little bit over the break about how it really didn't seem to fit into that overall
About how
matchup.
it frustrated me endlessly. About the fact that Braum has one spell that isn't an ultimate and negates all of Ezreal's damage. It's pretty much a very big deal. Something that does need to be considered. They've swapped sides, I believe, at the very least, so we're not going to have that potential Ezreal into Braum. I would like to think they realized the fact that Braum was a factor. If they want to pick the Ezreal, they either ban the Braum or they pick the Braum in the same rotation as the Ezreal to deny that as a possibility.
Yeah, well, as we prepare, you can see some fans in the crowd cheering on IG. They played exceptionally well in that previous game. I'm really looking forward to see what they decide to bring out this time, because if IG can continue to keep up performances like this, they can definitely make a case for climbing further in the overall bracket and really looking better as they prepare for the playoffs.
That's right. A team that is 7th, looking for their 3-point victory to secure a spot a lot higher on the ladder, at least put them a lot closer to staying within the playoffs contention, because they are still on the cusp of being removed by the teams around the same area as them. So very important that this game, not even just the first one, they are 1 up at the very least. They've still got that 1-point buffer. They now need 3.
Yeah, they really do. Right now, they're once again tied for 7th after our first set of the day between Snake and Vici. It was split 1-1. Vici got 1 point, bringing them to 21. And now after this win, IG, once again, 1 point, tied at 21, tied in 7th place. A 2-0, however, would be huge and would bring them all the way to 4th place.
Yeah.
And that just goes to speak to how close this middle of the pack is.
Exactly right. It is close enough that, as you said, a 2-0 can put you from 7th to 4th. And it was tied 7th all the way to 4th place. So at this stage, and with 2 weeks remaining and the rest of this week, so 2 and a bit left, it's super important to get these victories whilst you can. King, a lower bracket side at the moment. They're very low down in the standings.
Yeah.
If ever there was a team that you wanted to 2-0 now, take what is essentially, and in quotations, a free victory. It's not necessarily. King is still a very strong side. Yeah. They're playing gatekeeper, King. It's on them to try and pull out these clutch victories out of thin air and just make it work for them, because they're still fighting to not get auto-relegated.
Yeah, that's the big hope for King, as they're currently very low in the standings at 11th, not quite 12th, but that's a game that I think they'd rather not be playing at this stage of the LPL. As again, they've split 10 matches 1-1. If ever a team were to do it, it would be King, who could go for that split. The question is, how do they adapt? What do they adapt to in game number 2 as we prepare for picks and bans?
So the biggest adaptation would have to come mostly from the mid laner. They have to change up what he's playing. Of course, we've talked about the Ezreal in length, but something similar to the Ezreal, he just needs to be able to even out the laning phase. Because we look at what happened in that last game and the fact that there was always a numbers advantage wherever Invictus Gaming went. It's on the back of the fact that Ezreal did nothing but sit mid, and Rookie on that Azir cleared the wave and actually rotated with his team.
Yeah, Rookie was so effective in that mid game on Azir. basically keeping Korn locked down, preventing any sort of effective influence from Korn when it came to push came to shove. But we have now entered the pick and ban phase for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and King. Lulu being banned away now from Rookie and Kitties. Very interesting to see that Lulu banned away. There's a lot of respect for Lulu.
Yeah, the Lulu is not necessarily being banned for its own individual strength, but the way that it works with the rest of the team, very similar to the Sivir in that respect, is that you've always got your ultimate to use to be able to boost the rest of your team to be relevant, even if you struggle during your laning phase. And the Fizz is the other ban here that is interesting, seeing a lot of popularity in terms of being banned away, ensuring that doesn't exist. There's the flex of playing an AP or playing a tank as well.
So with that Thresh ban, we are going to deviate from our bans in the previous game. Last time it went Lulu, Fizz, Echo, Kalista. But this time it's Lulu, Fizz, Thresh, Echo. So things looking to get a little bit different. We'll see what Invictus Gaming decide to take away for that last ban. Currently it is that Fizz and Thresh pulled away from Zero. Zero has an amazing Thresh. And last one, it's going to be Rise, taken away from Insec.
Not a bad ban. Get rid of one of the carry champions that Insec does want to play. It forces the Kalista ban, and then allows you to pick whatever you would like as your first pick option now. You've got the Gragas if you're looking to play that in the jungle role. Get that on a Cacao. You've got the Shen, which is something that has seen a lot of popularity since 5.13 has been released. The way that he can work around the map, control the mid game, and work with the rest of his team. MVP performance from this guy on Shen last game. Something that didn't get respected in the banning phase because Kalista was forced.
Yeah, and now Zatai, it looks like he's going to be allowed to get it once again with this first pick for IG. And you got to wonder, how's Insec going to trade with this? Because he took Vladimir into it, and despite IG putting some early pressure to try denying Insec, it didn't really succeed that well. Insec still managed to get CS, but when it finally came time for that 1-for-1, Insec could not bully Zatai away. However, he decides to switch it over and opt for the Gragas.
Yeah, so the Gragas has been picked here for Cacao. The response could be immediately the Evelyn. We did see how much damage the Evelyn did, but I wouldn't be surprised if King decide to, as the response, pick the Shen now, take that away from Zatai, and give themselves a lot of strength. Another smart option is, as we have mentioned multiple times already, if they're looking for the Ezreal, they take the Braum with it.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be locked in, as it appears as though they might go back to that Ezreal. Insec currently looking at Rengar for Hui, while Alistar is the current hover for Zero.
I mean, it's King, so they could just go Sivir Alistar as well, but there's a lot of possibilities for what they actually want to do.
Yeah, they swap it over. Insec locks in the Alistar for Zero, and Hui looks to steal away that Evelyn from Cacao. I mean, it's definitely worth it because Cacao was all over the place last time.
Yeah, but in saying that, the Gragas has already been picked, so they want to pick that Evelyn as a no-reveal style of jungle option. So it's a flexible pick that doesn't reveal their team comp, it doesn't show their hand, and forces Invictus Gaming to have their next picks. They've got the first important big rotation of the Alistar as the response.
Yeah, so we'll see how IG decide to respond. Previously in the draft, when IG had the double pick, they went for the Azir, which is still available. We saw Rookie perform exceptionally well, and looks like it is going to be Shen hovered by Zatai. Despite King having the opportunity to counterpick it away, it looks like IG are going back to the exact same team comp that worked for them in Game 1.
They could very easily go for this one. The Vladimir seems to be Insect's go-to champion, and from what we have seen, Zatai does quite well against that with his Shen, and not a bad decision to actually pick that one up if it's for that purpose, because all in all, the Shen tends to do a little bit more than the Vladimir from direct laning skirmishes. It's the big team fights where you start to get concerned.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for Zatai, and there is the Braum locked in for Kitties once again. So now seems like it's time for King to finally show their hand, as they were hiding most of their picks so far. 45 seconds, you can see Name discussing with his coach. What do we go for? How do we pick this out? Korn looking at Azir.
Yeah, not bad. If they do lock in that Victor, they actually just straight away lock in the Vayne. Wow, they deny that one away from Kid. Not going to see that, which is, I do like that a lot. Changes things up a little bit. Shoutouts to Insec from his own teammates, straight up locked.
Yeah, there goes the Rengar locked in for what I expect to be Insec in the top lane. Top lane Rengar.
Mind-blowing. Insec has, going back to his jungle roots again, he's pulling a dandy that we just saw in the last game. Hopefully that is a top lane. Let's not count our eggs till they hatch.
Yeah, we'll see what it seems to be from King, as right now Ezreal being hovered over by Kid. And that would be for the AD carry role, seeing how Kitties is looking at Azir right now on the bottom side. It played it very well in game number 1. And 20 seconds before they decide to lock that in, Insect's Rengar. I feel like the last time we saw that was that Worlds?
An awful long time ago, to say the least. Not a whole lot has changed with Rengar, though, specifically, so that's not too bad. If he's looking to pick that up, he's always got the mechanics there on that champion. 1 second remaining. They've actually gone for this.
Yeah, they decide to swap it over at the last second. It's Twisted Fate for Rookie and Ezreal for Kid.
The fact that the Twisted Fate has been locked in at the very last second is actually amazing for this side of Invictus Gaming, because take a second to have a look at what King has, and then take a second to realize that invisibility is spotted by what
Destiny
they have just picked up for Rookie. All it takes is one Twisted Fate ultimate on a hunch, and they could spot 2 members of King, potentially 3 if one is tumbling invisible during team fights. The utility behind that pick, I really like it.
Yeah, great draft out of Invictus Gaming with that last pick, but it is going to be Diana locked in for Korn in the mid lane to deal with that Twisted Fate. And King, if ever a team was going to kill you, this is the lineup that'll do it.
King have just exploded into playing solo queue again right now. This is, I feel like I'm in a normal game. They've gone Diana mid, massive assassin-based burst bruiser assassin. They've got Insec on Rengar in the top lane, who you don't really say Rengar without the words burst assassin style of champion again. Vayne is the AD carry, the self-reliant assassin AD carry. And then an Evelyn in the jungle. They have one purpose as a team, these guys, besides the Moo Cow, who's just a super tank that just presses ultimate and hopes no one kills him. And that is that they want to kill people.
And that sort of begs the question, with King, can they pull it off? Because they're against IG. They had some moderate vision control in game number 1.
So they're against a team that is quite killable, to be perfectly blunt, is that they've got a Twisted Fate mid. Very easy to kill a Twisted Fate. He's got low health amounts. They've got an Ezreal AD carry who's difficult to get onto, but if you put the damage down immediately, really easy to kill him. The question marks are raised at the fact that they've got a Braum support. They've got a super tank top lane who's not only a super tank, he helps the rest of his team. Then they've got a Gragas in the jungle who can just disperse everyone. And then as an assassin team, the one thing you do not want to happen is to be knocked around into areas you don't want to be.
Alrighty, we're getting into the game right now. And we have returned to the Rift. Welcome back, everyone. It's week 9, set to game 2. And Invictus Gaming versus King. Full assassin team comp out of King. Rengar, Evelyn, Diana, Vayne. Oh my goodness.
They have a purpose, something we've just touched on, but their purpose is to make sure anyone that gets near an individual champion of them dies. Top lane, one of the harder lanes to kill for Insect, but he's going to be able to roam around the map and try and kill elsewhere. They've got an Evelyn who is trying to be very cheeky around that vision, change it up so that there's pink wards everywhere. If they forget a pink once, Eve's in your lane ganking you. They've got a Diana, can just blow up someone immediately, and then a Vayne who's just the utility beast, has that invisibility outplay with the ultimate. Individually, they can 1v1 everybody ever. As a team comp, Invictus Gaming seem to have their number though.
Yeah, we'll see if IG can play it out as a team. So far, Kid actually was forced to flash on that bottom side of the map. The gank from Name and Zero burned that level 1 summoner spell that is so important for Ezreal. Looks like he is going to be taking the long way around to try finding his way to lane. doesn't want to take any chances getting spotted out by any sort of wards, though luckily for him, there aren't any. Just not having vision of that Evelyn means he's going to play it nice and defensive.
Yeah, so we're looking at a very defensive start, as you mentioned. The wards have been deep from Invictus Gaming, but King are not even starting on that side of the map, as they've got the Wolves, the blue buff taken, 4 of the 5 members on the opposite side of the map. The question is, they're looking for standard lanes here, King. Are they going to go immediately into them? It seems as though they've got what they want.
Yeah, they decide to commit to those standard lanes. Kid trading just a few auto attacks with Name, not going to be looking for anything too crazy, while there is no double jungle. Insect starting off with the Direwolf camp. Does have a quick level 2, should be able to teleport to the top lane, and with a full Fury bar, could be a bit scary as he started off with a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, so he's got himself the Doran's Blade, ward, and 4 red pots. He even started with all 5 stacks on his passive, so that the next spell is augmented offensively. He actually misplayed that one because the minion died. He got him. But that's not really what he was going for right there. Is he sat in the bush and mistimed the range.
Yeah, Insect. Looks like he's just going to be farming it up on that top side instead.
That's so
not looking for too much aggression. While Zatai continues to match that farm on his own, and Rookie actually forced to use one of his tasty biscuits, continuing to take harass from Korn. Shouldn't be expecting too much. Kid actually taking some big damage.
Yeah, the trade-off in this bot lane was actually Kid taking damage for Zero taking damage. And one's an Alistar, so he innately wins that trade. King having a very good time in this bottom lane. The Evelyn, a factor that is always going to be subliminally considered by Invictus Gaming, is actually sitting near the top side, but Kakao stalking that exact location. Doesn't know he's there.
Yeah, he just dropped a Trinket Ward in the red pit, so not going to be spotting Evelyn out quite so far. Looks like he can't quite make up his mind as to where he wants to go on the top side, while the farm continues in the bottom despite some pretty solid harass. And, oh, yeah, Kid manages to get that one as he's going to take some serious pressure from King on this bottom half of the map. And all in all, things nice and slow as Kakao comes down to the bottom side to clear a scuttle. There's Trinket to spot him.
So it's a slow start, but it's not exactly a bad start by any means, because King, they do have control of the lanes with their slow starts. And as assassins, that is exactly what you want to happen. You want to scale through to that level 6 mark where you can start blowing people up, especially in the mid lane and especially in the top lane. Evelyn, Gragas is actually mid.
Yeah, Korn might be a little bit too far out here. CC Lock is going to do some serious damage. He's got Flash, but doesn't burn it, and walks out under his turret.
Yeah, has that teleport available too, believe it or not, to actually get back to that mid lane to ensure he can still not miss any farm. So not too bad, the fact that he saved that Flash. To be fair, Kakao didn't even use his own one, and no summoners used in that gank mid. Just a lot of pressure gained by Invictus.
Yeah, there goes the teleport. Hui looking like he's coming for a gank. There's the Flash knock-up from Zero. Rookie actually gets knocked out of the Lunar Rush. And then Ghosts to get out of there. Minor misplay from Zero.
A series of unfortunate misplays right there from both teams. As Alistar not hitting the Flash Pulverize. Summoner spells burn from Rookie, both of them in fact. And then actually not getting him at all. The wildcard's even going the wrong direction to boot. A bit awkward.
Yeah.
But a nice gank in particular from the Alistar. Being able to leave bottom lane, Zero making some work for his team and trying to get them all going.
And that was the focus for King. They do have an assassin-based team composition, which, as I understand it, generally revolves around kills.
Yeah, it's kind of the only focal point. Insect just got level 6, has all of his stacks available. Twisted Fate just got back to mid lane, so he knows there's no vision. Do I smell Insect preying on an unsuspecting Rookie?
Oops, seems like he might be. Level 6 just picked up, and Rookie, whoa, looks like he turns it around. He gets pulled out of it. This is a bad place for Rookie to be. He's going to go down here. First blood picked up by Korn, though this could be Zero overextending just a little bit. The rest of IG have grouped up, and Zero is solo. Zatai teleports in. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Kakao makes it over the wall. Insect provides chase, but he goes into the bush. Exactly what Rank Rengar wants. He trades it for another kill. Now Name has joined the battle. It's complete chaos, 1 for 3. Kid manages to make it 2 for 3 as he's forced to jump out of this one. Level 6 picked up by Corn. Gets a double kill. Kitty's being chased away from the fight. A huge play. Uh-oh, is it going to be 2 for 5? No, Unbreakable means he should be able to get out alive.
That is such a dangerous trade for Invictus Gaming, to say the least. 3-0-1 is Korn right now in this Diana. And what we just said is that they need to get going. If they find kills, King, then they start to snowball uncontrollably. Well, they've found kills.
Yeah.
Can they snowball this? The fact that all 3 of them are on a Diana, that's a very difficult mid lane to be a part of if you were Rookie who has Lucidity boots to what is now 2 Doran's rings, a Fiendish Codex, and boots.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite paying attention for the beginning of that trade there. I mean, the fact that Zero was caught out of position, here it is from the beginning.
So this is Zero actually getting caught, but the Twisted Fate ultimate, because he wasn't paying attention to his own lane, was actually looking elsewhere, gets cancelled and he dies, and this is where the big fight breaks out. Insec putting down a lot of work on a Cacao. He gets very low. Korn sitting in the exact middle of the fight though, making everyone pay with their lives. The fact that Korn lives for this long, by the way, is ridiculous because he gets killed by Name. His shield comes back, gets 1 kill. Kid actually gets condemned into the rest of his team from Name. Double kill right there. 3 kills total.
Yeah, great play out of Korn in that fight. The rest of King, as you mentioned, doing everything to keep him alive. And that Diana damage output is only going to go up as the game continues. 8 minutes in, about 1,000 gold in favor of King, and that's manifesting in one very clear difference. The Fiendish Codex on Korn.
So, Rengar top lane will go Black Cleaver first item. It doesn't even need another damage item. Usually you see a lot of Rengars go tank-based builds. He will go tank-based with a Black Cleaver to augment the rest of his team, and his damage output will still be very high. I really like this now. I've actually realized what it does.
Very solid pick for Insec on that top side, and great to see him adapting his own style champion into this top lane meta. We'll have to see how successful it is as Hui looks to build towards the Runeblade Evelynn, just like we saw Cacao take in game number 1. And things seem to have slowed down just a little bit after that trade, though. As I say, Zatai overextends. There goes the Agony's Embrace. He doesn't have flash. They continue to provide chase, but they can't quite find him in time. Hui plays with the bushes successfully, and they get the kill.
Yeah, well played from Insec, and Hui being in the right place at the right time to get that engage down. Zatai, an over-aggressive taunt. Appropriately aggressive, but baited by King is the key word there, though. Is they played that smartly and they recognized that Zatai is looking for blood. He doesn't find it, he goes down. And this is King starting the snowball a little bit more. You can see the fact that a 2-0-3 Rengar in the top lane, a 3-0-1 Diana, and that Evane has been farming completely unimpeded.
Yeah, she's actually got a CS lead over Kid right now, about 10 CS ahead, building towards that Blade of the Ruined King. Completed recurve though before finishing off the Cutlass. So again, Name just being that effective hyper carry that we all know that he can be, but interestingly enough, so far, it doesn't look like Name is the primary carry out of this team.
What is the primary carry in a team of 4 carries, I ask you? That is a very, very bold statement to make, is that there is a primary carry. At this stage in the game, there are multiple carry options.
Oh, yeah.
And the later the game goes, the scarier those carries become. I think the saving grace is always going to be the fact that they've got a Twisted Fate ultimate for team fights. They've got a Braum Unbreakable, and they have a Shenol. 3 big factors as to why Invictus Gaming still probably have a superior team fight. But if they lose any more kills to King, then it's really bad.
Ooh, Kitty's going very aggressive onto Zero. Cacao's actually waiting and looking for a gank. Here comes the roam as well. Teleport being dropped in, but Rookie gets turned right around. They try to go for Name, but everything misses. Korn teleports in, manages to turn onto Kitties. He goes low.
God.
This is going to be, oh no, Kitties gets out alive. Insec now teleporting into the fight. He's on the hunt. He dives in. He gets 1 kill, and looks like Korn follows him up for another one while Kid gets knocked under his turret. This is actually going to be Satai running for his life over here. He picks up a kill, but is almost certainly going to go down. That's a 1-for-3 trade in favor of King.
And the double teleport from King.
Oh, wow, what a jump from Insect, but he can't follow it up.
He doesn't have enough damage for just Cacao, but again, the double teleport from King. One at a time they came in, and one at a time the impact that they just put into that fight was massive. Zero, though, hitting that flash pulverize onto so many members of Invictus Gaming that though it looked like a decent start, they couldn't actually get the victory in that fight. And Name again flashing all of the damage from Invictus. It feels like every time there's an answer, it's almost completely beaten here. Is that pulverize was phenomenal. The rest of the damage, they start to turn it onto Name. He doesn't really get low enough, and Insect comes in, teleports, turns on the ultimate, and dashes directly onto Rookie. They get themselves such a good team fight. Except that happens.
Name overstaying his welcome a bit. Ends up going down when it's all said and done. It's 4-8 in favor of King. And that first dragon has now been secured. And that dragon is so vital to the Assassin team. Oh, again, Zero getting a great pulverize. He's making up for that one mistaken pulverize he had with the early gank.
It's just getting serious now. He missed it, he got frustrated with himself and turned on the aggression.
Yeah, the first turret of the game is going to go down to Invictus Gaming, so at the very least, it's about 1,000 gold in favor of King right now. Hui looking for a gank on this side. Insect going to try baiting Zitai forward, but Korn was on that side too. I believe he might have been spotted out by the ward on the top. And he's going to head back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, so one thing to keep in mind is that when we come to this team comp of King, there are assassins everywhere. They don't excel at taking down turrets. They do not excel at sieging. Really difficult for them to siege without diving. So the fact that they have kills makes that a lot easier. They've got the Alistar to be the tank for it also. So everything's still playing into the hands of King. But unless they start getting these turrets down, start getting some standing gold for their team, Invictus can actually run away with this game from objective control.
Yeah, they do have a very scary split push team. Ezreal, Twisted Fate, Shen for enormous amounts of map control. Though it looks like for the time being, King are content to sit in these standard lanes and keep it going. Korn picking up his blue buff. Should be able to trade some more harass to Rookie when they get back into lane. And we're 14 minutes in. Things are slowing down just a bit. Though I'm not entirely certain that King wants something like that to happen.
King don't really want the game to slow down. They're waiting for a big item bite perhaps to come through. If Insect goes for mobility boots, that would say to me they're looking to fight as second here. It's going to appear somewhere, but it appears I was wrong in my assessment on what Insect was going to go for in terms of his itemization as well. He went Spirit Visage with the Ghost Blade build. Yeah. So the standard Rengar build, not what I was hoping he would do.
Instead, he's just going to take Jungle Rengar into the top lane.
Yeah.
Zero looking to harass away the blue here. Doesn't manage to get the steal, though he does get a great knock-up. Hui's actually waiting in the tri-bush. They might try to look to collapse now the Blade of the Ruined King is finished. And Insect in the mid lane. Doesn't have his ultimate. He will find kitties over there. Oh, he does have his ultimate, so he can go in if he decides to.
He definitely can.
Yeah.
He was getting that 5th stack, though. You always want to go in with your ultimate on that 5th charge, ready to go so that you can net people down.
Yeah, he's waiting under the tier 2 right now, but 4 members of IG are grouped up in the mid lane. Nobody wants to fall for it. Nobody wants to fall prey to the Rengar Evelyn gank. Oh, Hui actually shows himself on the top side, but he's a little bit too far forward. Yeah, IG responding by going mid. Looks like it's going to be a turret trade. Name taking a few hits here, though IG will answer with an objective of their own.
Yeah, so turret for turret. Finally, though, they do start to fall down, in particular for King. The fact that they're getting turrets down, the gold lead stays in their favor. Actually works in their favor because they can much more easily dive people now.
We'll see if they will succeed. Insect gets caught face-checking a bush, and suddenly 4 members of IG show up. He flashes the wall, but Glacial Fissure narrowly catches him. And
he's invisible.
Go down. No, he is invisible. Is he going to make it out of this one? Is he going to make it out of this one? Oh my gosh. dropping a pink ward, using the speed boost. He's actually running the wrong way because he has teleport. The rest of King force a fight. They turn on to Kitties. Insect managing to bait IG into a fight. Explosive Cast tries to force the disengage. Zatai teleports in. And this is suddenly a tricky situation as King pushing IG away through their own jungle. Name cannot chase over the wall. Insect back up to full health. Is he going to get a kill? What? What? Oh, even the taunt laugh for a kill. Amazing play. Kid will manage to get a kill of his own, but he goes down to the onslaught from King. What just happened?
Insect spent a lot of time farming down in the bottom lane to get his health back, the Spirit Visage, and the maxed W out of him as well. So he found his health back. He reappeared back into that fight and took down Rookie, which is his ultimate target at all stages of this game. The fact that they took that long to try and kill Insect and that he didn't go down is monstrous for their result in that fight. They couldn't find him. They spent so many resources in trying to find him. The rest of the team of King could actually collapse on top of them for their troubles. And now they get more kills. It's just starting to look better and better for King.
Yeah, look at Korn's score, 6-0-3. Insect is 4-0-6. These two assassins are having the time of their life.
Yeah, 10 out of the 11 in kill participation for Insect, and 9 of those for Diana in the mid lane, as we have 2 supports in the bot lane and a support jungler. Vayne is still starting to ramp up, though. Keep that in mind. Going to be a little bit behind Ezreal, who has found himself 3 of the team's 5 kills. The other 2 are on Zatai. Still very important members to have the kills onto, but the big talking point of Invictus right now is a 0-3 Twisted Fate.
Yeah, seems like Rookie's not having a great time. Korn with the split push on the bottom side looks to keep Kid and Kitties occupied while the rest of King are set up around that dragon. Teleport available for Insect. Korn's actually going to recall right now. He's got a teleport of his own. Finishes off the Zhonya's Hourglass 18.5 minutes into this game. King are just trying to snowball this match. IG, despite a great gank attempt onto Insect, unfortunately aren't able to turn it around.
No, at this stage in the game, King are 100% stronger than them unless they make a pick. Now, something that Invictus Gaming are very good at doing with their team comp would be getting picks, but King are forcing the dragon. They're grouping up for this. You can't pick an entire team of 5.
No, you cannot. I'm pretty sure that's called a team fight.
Yeah, not when a Rengar is mid-watching you also stalking. Oh, that went to 10 shot.
Wow. Not quite able to get the steal, though. Kid narrowly misses it. And that's Dragon number 2 going to King. They will sacrifice a lot of pressure onto the top tier 1 turret. Looks like they will trade 2 back for it. No recall out of Zatai. He's not going to continue pushing. They could lose 2 turrets here if they misplay this. They lose 1 on the bottom from Korn. Oh, but they wanted to defend the mid.
The mid turret is much more important than that of the top or the bottom. They lose the bottom turret. Not too bad for them. It's a bit of standing gold that when you're in a deficit in terms of team strength, you are expecting to lose at least 1 outer turret. And they are outer turrets. They're going to fall eventually. So not that big of a deal for Invictus Gaming. They saved the mid lane turret, though, the short lane turret. The turret that would put Rookie in a very horrendous position against both Diana and Rengar, that can then just suddenly appear in your lane and make life miserable. But they keep that one standing, which is really important for them on Invictus Gaming. King, at this stage, and probably for the next 10 minutes or so, their assassins in the top and mid lane are their soul and heart of the team. The AD carry, after that period of time, will have his items completed. Will be at the 2 big items and boots too, I hope. And by that stage, they then have 3 threats. So it's on Invictus Gaming to try and either shut down one of the threats or outscale what is Fed Assassins before they becomes a Fed Assassin with a 3rd hyper carry AD.
Yeah, things looking a little bit dire for Invictus Gaming. And who could have seen this team comp coming, however? It was absolutely bonkers in how they picked it. I believe it was the Evelynn Alistar into Diana Rengar into last pick Vayne.
No, I think it was Vayne Rengar into Diana.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The Diana last pick.
They took the Vayne away from Kid, most importantly.
Yeah, we can see he's not having that great a game on this Ezreal. as he's just taking so much pressure from King, and the paranoia of those assassins, you can tell, is clearly getting to IG. Rookie on the top side trying to farm it out, but Korn already shows himself. Oh, Louis waiting in the wings here. Has been spotted out. Uh-oh, Kakao looking for some harass, but just finds Zero. Here's Hui as he continues to bait around, dance a bit, while Insec split pushes on the other side of the map. I guess the big threat, however, is that King are sitting right on top of this Baron.
They certainly are, and the vision control has been defensive pink wards from Invictus Gaming. They've had a very hard time of extending their vision outwards, and even when they do, doesn't necessarily spot everybody as another pink ward, because they are visible, have been completely removed off the map, and what was a lot of pinks for Invictus is now one under their second turret.
Not the best spot for those pinks to be. And the defensive pink is why is that down there? To watch for assassins? The vision provides...
The tower provides the same vision as the ward, so the reason it's there is no reason.
Okay. A little bit curious there. Insec continues to farm it up on the bottom. Not even completing the Yomus yet as he looks for a Warden's Mail on top of his Merc Treads. Getting nice and tanky along with Hui, who's completed his Rune Glaive and builds a few tank items of his own. A lot of MR being built out of King. They're providing a lot of respect to Rookie and Kid with that True Shot Barrage.
They are. The fact that at the moment, Korn is actually starting to go towards the Lich Bane. They're going on hit damage on like every single member of King as well. They're looking to make sure that Alistar is the one getting the engages and that they're catching people out of position over and over. It's just really difficult for them to execute when Invictus Gaming is spending all of their time under the turrets, respecting them as you've said, because it is really dangerous. King have forced the Twisted Fate ultimate on a Baron bait. They could easily go back to that Baron and force it. It's possible. It's entirely possible for them to do it. It's just that Invictus Gaming are starting to put their vision back down. They're doing it.
Yeah, they're going right on. A lot of damage is coming across from King. Even Insect running head up to the top side of the map. Zero, as you mentioned, looking for the pick. There goes the ultimate from Name. They turn now. Kitties is the one who's caught. He's taking a lot of damage. He goes low as Name picks up the first kill of the team fight. True Shot Barrage brings Name low to this fight, and suddenly Korn can't quite catch up in time. Can't make it over the wall, and Kid going low with Insect. Kid trying to get some damage across, but Insect is still alive on the outside of the fight. And it looks like IG successfully repelled this despite losing Kitties.
All things considered, the fact that even King had to fight that successfully once they had taken all of this damage from the Baron, Vayne using the ultimate basically to hit the Baron, could have been a lot worse for King. That was a fight that they probably should have lost.
Oh, Flash is going to miss. Name still alive. Is he going to survive this one? A lot of damage. Is it going to be enough to keep Name alive? No, Zatai, stand united, teleports in, goes for the Flash Charm. Hui turns onto Zero. Insect might try to turn it on. No, he chases for that carry, but Korn is dead. That's a lot of the main primary damage sources from King missing. Insect and Zero are continuing to trade it out. It's 3 versus 3 now that Hui has joined the fight. There goes the Talisman of the Ascension. Suddenly King have been locked into this one, and they lose another member.
And just like that, the fight that we said Invictus Gaming should be winning, they actually come out ahead on the Flash Body Slam, not finding the target, but the follow-up from Zatai as well is enough to secure them that fight. They get exactly what they're looking for. They get the shutdown onto Korn. Vayne not really having an impact in this game, and Insect kind of building tanky, and is not actually going to be that big assassin threat that you often see. He's able to tank for a very long time, but in the end, Invictus Gaming are the ones finding a strength in that last fight. They're probably going to translate to a Dragon, a blue buff, and then they have control back at the map.
Yeah, so Dragon #1 secured for Invictus Gaming. That blue buff now stolen away for Rookie as he's completed his own Lich Bane. And things looking much better for Invictus Gaming after that very scary early game. They can finally take a breath of fresh air, as it seems like King just weren't on the same page over the course of that fight, whereas IG were so coordinated.
Engaging the Baron was the biggest mistake that they've made. They were forcing Invictus Gaming to check the area, and it was the assumption that they won't check the area because they assumed King were baiting again. But they were doing it. They took a lot of damage from that Baron, and that was where they were in such an awkward position to kick it all off. And pretty much the entirety of the fight after that, with King on the back foot but trying to make trades, where Invictus Gaming were actually in a strength point.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming utilizing that strength rather well. Kid, you can see, soaking up some CS in the mid lane. Despite the fact that Rookie was right there, just goes to show the communication.
Vayne hasn't even finished his boots. He's going immediately for the last whisper before upgrading to Berserker Greaves. I'm hoping that he forgot.
Oh boy. Let's hope that Name is going to be able to play this one out.
You got to dodge a Gragas and a Shen.
Yeah, those are generally nice things. He was lucky that he got out of the Flash Body Slam and Shadow Dash last time. Maybe he's just guessing that they're going to miss again.
So nimble on this Vayne. Needs the ultimate. Essentially, it doesn't. You don't even really need boots because you have your Vayne passive and your Vayne ultimate. So I guess it's the assumption that Vayne is going to be running at them, not away from them. Insec has spotted them.
Oops, Zero looks for Kitties, but can't quite find him. Cacao is the primary target, but here comes the Stand United. Now it's 5 versus 5. The double taunt finds Zero and Hui. Here comes Korn. He's a little bit slow to the draw. Will he be able to take down any targets as they continue to chase forward? Insec is going to get 1 kill, and they're continuing to pick targets properly. Zatai goes down, but they trade over Zero in return. Insec, isn't going to pull the trigger on that one, seeing the yellow card primed in Rookie's fingers. He doesn't want to
got his
it.
ult. It's unfortunate.
It is indeed. He did clear some minions on the top side of the map. King baiting the Baron once again. They don't have vision of this. The pink ward gets dropped. Rookie comes forward. Are they going to fall for it? No. There goes the dash. Zanya's to try to keep himself alive, but Rookie's almost certainly going down. He does indeed. Kid is going to successfully dissuade any sort of continued play from King, however.
It's just kills. King are spending this entire time looking for kills. Nothing further than these kills, but in doing so, they make a single mistake. They lose the objective that they're fighting for the kills around. So they bait the Baron again on the back of a one-team fight. Only barely one, but a one-team fight. They get another kill, and then they back away again. They haven't actually translated to any further objectives from that. They've got the outer turrets down. They're the easy ones to take. From here, really difficult for King to siege anything with assassins. And then it's also really difficult for them to actually force fights around objectives, especially the Baron, where they take a lot of damage. They're still relying on the fact that Korn is phenomenally huge at taking down these carries. Insec only now has his Ghost Blade completely upgraded with his Randuins, so he's very sticky as this Rengar. They can always win team fights if they're forcing Invictus Gaming into wrong areas, but if they don't get the objectives done, all it will take is one mistake, something that does happen from them from time to time, and they lose the objectives themselves. We've seen it with their own blue buff. We've seen it with the Dragon.
Yeah, so despite all of this excellent momentum from... I'm wondering why Evelyn has the Razor Sharp buff, but isn't proccing the ward. That was kind of odd. Hui actually flashes aggressively forward, decides he doesn't need the ward as they commit to a fight here. Again, Rookie is the primary target. Korn looks to go in, but he's bursted down by the AoE, down to 120 health. He goes low, he goes down. That's the primary damage source, but Name is going to try cleaning it up. He turns on the Kid. He trades 1-for-1 with that carry, while the rest of the team tries to engage. Insect goes low. He's going to be dropped. It's Zatai who picks it up, and this is the mistake you were talking about.
Invictus Gaming are just such a strong team-fighting team. Their team fight in terms of drafting is superior to that of King, unless King can make picks immediately. That is not what they did in that fight. They tried their best to actually make a pick. Kid eventually goes down, but with 4 members remaining of Invictus Gaming, with the front line there, the overbearing tanks, they're now relying on a miracle from an Alistar to try and steal this Baron away. The objective that Invictus go for immediately after they win a fight.
Yeah, there goes the Destiny Gate. Can Zero buy enough time for Hui to make it there? He does have the smite, but they see him over the wall, immediately turn to try engaging. He's trying to run back into the pit, 1,700 health. It's coming close. There goes the stun onto Hui. He's not going to make it in time. There goes the Shadow Dash, and it is successfully picked up by IG. Insec has turned it around. They might just be able to mop this up and pick up a few kills as Name has joined back up with the rest of the team. They're continuing to provide chase. This is the past 2 times they've been in this corridor. Neither of those fights have worked for King, but they continue to push forward, and it looks like IG get out with their lives.
Every single member getting out alive after that fight is phenomenal for Invictus Gaming against, again, an assassin team. This should not be happening, but King's synergy just doesn't feel as there as Invictus Gaming. We come to this team fighting stage around the 30-minute marks, the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate are still putting in work. Zatai has that Trinity Force completed now. He's outputting damage. They've got 3 threats, whereas King, they've got assassins that are fed. But those fed assassins aren't killing anybody.
Yeah, we saw Korn in that previous fight diving in before being subsequently knocked up, CC'd, dropped to 120 health, and then finally killed. Dragon has just spawned once again. Seems like it was no time at all since that previous one, but it is once again picked up by IG. It's 2-2 now, equal in Dragons, and with Baron buff, IG completely eliminate the gold lead that King had.
My biggest concern about King from the start of this game is going to be the itemization of Korn, because there is no reason to go for that Nash's Tooth. Though it's a fantastic Diana item, if you're spending your time auto-attacking people that aren't actually going to be in range to auto-attack, you're not auto-attacking them. You have an itemization that is inclined to do so, but you're against an Ezreal. You're against a Twisted Fate who, if he's getting hit by your spells, he'll die to your spells irrespective of the auto-attacks. You may as well go for an Abyssal Scepter or something that provides ability power and resistances so that you can be in the front line. Because Ezreal's damage, it's a bit magic damage inclined, and then you've got a Twisted Fate, you've got a Gragas and a Shen. It's mixed damage and it's magic damage predominantly, but instead the Nash's Tooth for the cooldown reduction and attack speed to auto-attack people that you can't get in range of with auto-attacks.
Yeah, a bit of a question from Korn. We saw him make a questionable choice in the previous game where he picked the Ezreal into a Braum, so might be something worth looking at in the future. King are going to be the ones who actually find aggression on the bottom side of the map, as Invictus Gaming are a bit slow to the draw. Baron buff so far not been used terribly effectively outside of securing that dragon and evening up the gold. It's now only a 200-100 gold difference between the two teams. IG completely eliminate King's advantage, and King, they just can't seem to turn things around without finding kills first.
Yeah, now in saying that, the advantage well and truly in favor of the mid lane of King. Korn still has all of the resources that Rookie otherwise does not have. So if they can catch anybody out of position here, King, and it is what their team comp is designed to do, then they will find themselves in a very commanding position to try and win a team fight from there on out. At 33 minutes in the game, death times are long.
Oh, Insect's looking for the assassination. He tries to find Kid over the wall, but he jukes him. There's the Glacial Fissure to stall it out. Oh, a lot of damage comes across, and Korn from the back teleports in, dives into the enemy team, goes low, and immediately is forced to Zanya's. There's the Destiny Gate, but Korn already used his Luna Rush. Zatai tries to turn the fight around. Zero stalls it out, but Korn dives back into the back line once again. Kakao will be successfully chased away. Oh, the auto attack is barely enough for Name, and that's 2 members of IG dead, and King suddenly take a team fight that works out great for them.
Yeah, Insect getting the engage that they were looking for, at the very least netting down Kid, forcing him to use multiple summoners as well as his E to get to safety. And now King, they're going to a point of power. Insect might want to start hitting these turrets. But the rest of the side, again, Korn came in, he used his teleport to get into the back line. It was a very smart play from him. I honestly didn't even see him auto-attack once. He was only using spells and Zonias. But in between all of that, the damage and the fact that he has 7 kills, he's still ahead in items, puts him in a fantastic position to carry through that team fight.
Yeah, he still has so much in raw stats that Korn was terrifically effective.
Yeah.
35 minutes into the game now, King once again in the lead, only by about 1,000 gold, but this time there's a bear inhibitor at IG's base. If they manage to take another team fight, if they can find a favorable engagement, that inhibitor is going to go down. Now,
this is what we were talking about though before with King, is that they were going for kills, they weren't going for objectives. But now that we are 35 minutes in the death time with us so long, they can actually just run down a lane and find an objective. So the later the game goes, the better of a chance King actually have to winning this game, because they have a longer period of time after a pick to force objectives down.
Yeah, take a look at Name right now. He's finally finished off his boots. Currently sitting at 3 items and a Quicksilver Sash. He has well and truly come online, though it looks like King immediately rushed right back down the lane that they had previously opened up. It feels like we're watching a children's school game right now. Sort of tag your it with the bases of the 2 teams as the main stake. True Shot Barrage comes across, and it looks like King might want to commit while Zatai split pushes.
Sitting in their base.
Yeah. Zatai split push on the other side of the map. Someone's going to have to respond.
So they have to force the inhibitor down pretty much now. or they go back and they deal with the Shen.
Oh, Insec actually jumps in. He used his ultimate, gets knocked back in. He doesn't want anything to do with this fight, but it looks like IG are going to be the ones who take it. There's the Stand United. Kakao gets knocked out by Zero. A huge pulverized knockup. He will sacrifice his life so his team can get out alive.
Rookie has the ultimate.
Yeah, he continues to chase. Insec is caught. The stun finds him. Will they be able to lock Insec down? They do indeed. He gets dropped. 2 kills for IG. They do have a bear inhibitor. Teleport on the far side. They're looking to collapse now onto the remaining members. Korn tries to catch Zatai. Hui goes down, gets condemned, knocked away, but Hui, he takes a slow and gets out alive.
The rest of Invictus Gaming may want to rotate this immediately to the bottom lane because they've got the minions there. The Dragon's up in 40 seconds though, the Baron in 30, so they might want to just take that lost inhibitor as a very bad position to put themselves in all because King losing deaths doesn't matter if they achieved the inhibitor because now they have control of a lane without them needing to be there, and with 2 objectives available, this helps them a lot.
Yeah, there's some directional pings now going onto the Baron. Baron's up in 10 seconds. Dragon in 20. Holy wow, that was difficult. But looks like red buff is going to be secured by nobody because they want to give that over to Name, whereas Rookie looks to secure his own blue buff, and Vision currently is in favor of IG for that Baron buff. They even see Insec on the other side of the map, though he does have teleport, so there is a bit of a window for Insec to split push here.
Yeah, Insec could utilize his split push advantage. Zatai will have his ultimate up soon enough, but he wants to be around the top lane from the looks of it. Get that one pushing before he disappears to another lane. So at this stage in the game, the focal point is going to be that Baron. The mid lane inhibitor is already down. Insec's teleporting.
Oh my gosh, the flash knockup from Zero. He wants this fight. Insec finds Kid on the back line, locks him down. Can't quite assassinate him, however, as he gets CC locked. Hui continues to dive forward, and Insec has gone down. Korn needs to get to the back, needs to assassinate targets, but an amazing taunt from Zatai. Finds 3 members. Korn finally tries it, but it's not enough. There goes the Destiny Gate to find Name. He goes low, and IG clean the fight up with a 5-man ace.
When it comes to team fighting, Invictus Gaming look completely unstoppable. They put it all together and they find a very convincing fight. They get exactly what they're looking for. The engage was on the back of King. They're the ones making the decision to fight. But Invictus Gaming kite back really well. They work around their carries. They've got Kid, they've got Rookie. The damage is still super high between those two. And all they have to do is peel away those assassins to ensure they can put down the damage. Once Insec was dead, the fight was theirs to take. Korn basically having 0 impact in that fight because he was locked down from Zatai so many times.
Yeah, amazing team fight from IG. They rush down the mid lane to trade that inhibitor right back, then immediately head for the Baron. They're burning through it low. Hui doesn't have a smite anywhere near close to ready, and Baron secured by Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they get the Baron, they get the middle inhibitor, so it is 1 inhibitor each, except now Invictus Gaming have that purple buff around their bodies to really help them out for this next fight. The Dragon is going to be King's plan of attack. I don't know if Invictus Gaming could get there in time for this one, but they still want to look for a fight.
Yeah, seems like they might be. Kakao comes over the wall, doesn't manage to get the steal. There goes a cast, and it looks like IG do want to force this fight. Kakao stalling it. He's so tanky. Here comes Zatai. Rookie and Kid have finally joined up with the rest of their team, too. The great knockup denies the re-engage from Insec. Korn dives onto Kid, decides to turn for Kitties, but that's not the right target, and he gets destroyed by the concentrated efforts of IG. Rookie and Kakao are going toe-to-toe with Insec. They clean it up once again. Another ace for Invictus Gaming.
Zatai just 1v1'd Name, and he missed the taunt. Everything about this game, I don't even blame them for this. Invictus Gaming just turn on the aggression. They decide they want to win the game. That's exactly what they just did on the back of team fighting. This assassin comp that King put into play, it has its merits. The idea was definitely there, and they put it into effect quite nicely. But once it came 30 minutes into this game, the actual team comp of Invictus Gaming reigned supreme.
Yeah, that was amazing play from Invictus Gaming, and you could see Insec sitting there. He's not looking too thrilled with that previous performance, despite playing exceptionally well during the early game, not able to pull it through. Kitties looking like a king on top of his throne.
And so he should. That game was phenomenal from all of Invictus Gaming. To be able to hold on against this assassin stack team and find yourself in a convincing late game scenario where all you have to do is group up as 5 members and team fight your way through the game. They forced a surrender from King.
Despite being down half the kills, 6,000 gold, they were able to turn it around. That just speaks to IG's strength. With that 2-0, that actually brings them to 23 points in the standings right now, and that puts them into fourth. Yeah, because right now Snake are tied for first.
So one best of 2 series, they've moved up 3 places in the standings on the back of that.
Yeah, well, that's going to be it for us. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The LPL is coming back with one of our most exciting matches. It's Edward Gaming versus Xiaogu. You won't want to miss it.
you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are on the way down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Allison, and I'm joined by the wonderful Ryan Frosker and more. And we're very excited to get into our next match. Of course, Xiaogu taking on Edward Gaming. It is going to be ridiculous. But before that, let's just take a little look back at IG taking on King there. And of course, King looking strong early and not so strong late.
I feel like that's kind of the classic King, though, where they grab 5 carries and they just kind of let everyone do their own thing. We had Insec on his classic Rengar top lane, which he used to play almost exclusively in the jungle when he first got into China, coming over to the LPL. But otherwise, I mean, King, they get snowballed leads, but they just weren't able to close it out. Good news for Invictus Gaming, though. They're looking much stronger in their 5v5. It kind of started with their EDG set, which, yes, they did get 2-0'd by EDG, but they were just looking stronger cohesively as a unit, and it seems that it's carried on in their sets continuing forward. Yeah,
looking a little bit better as they get to the later stages of the game, but all of the scrappy fights at the start of the game, everything like that was going entirely King's way. And was that to do mostly with their team comp, or was that just King sort of knowing their way around the early game a little bit better?
I definitely think it's kind of two things. King do snowball very well. I mean, again, if you look at that roster, despite their standings, 4 out of 5 of those players were at the World Championship last year. 3 out of 5 of them made it all the way to the finals of the World Championship. Oh, how the tides have turned. But, I mean, yeah, their comp, it ramped up. You had 2 assassins, you had a Vayne, so kind of that early transition from mid-game into late game, they were, doing well, but then IG just had time to itemize, stack their health and their resistances, and they were just way too tanky, and King didn't have the coordination of A, peeling for Name well enough to shred through Invictus Gaming's health, and B, consolidating their damage and making sure that they were focusing down the correct targets, C, seeing appropriately, so IG just out-team fought them.
Yeah, and it was all around sort of these objectives as well. It seemed like as soon as King got all these kills, they just had nowhere to go with it, and IG was snowballing off their advantages, grabbing the objectives around the map where they could find them and making things work for them there. It's like they were making decisions based on what they were going to do after a fight, as opposed to just saying, I want to fight you right now. Let's get some kills on the map and get some money in our pockets.
Can this work right now, guys? Can we make this happen? No, I completely agree. King just still looking very disorganized. Yeah. IG starting to ramp up. Did have a little bit of trouble, but closing it out when it counts and finding those 3 points, which are just so necessary as we come up to our playoff grind.
Yeah, of course, the 3 points just going to be absolutely gigantic. And, of course, both of the teams coming up looking for those 3 points most definitely. Of course, EDG at the moment sitting on 33 points. Xiaogu sitting on 29. So Xiaogu can be 1 point shy once again if they manage to take a couple of wins here. But it's going to be difficult. EDG have been on an absolute tear.
I feel like that's the story of Xiaogu. Just so close, but so far behind EDG. Just that 1 point. But you are correct. EDG has certainly been ramping up. We talked about how Invictus Gaming, they're starting to look better. EDG, since the return of their MSI starting roster, Koro and Pawn playing with them every single game, I believe that they're undefeated for the last 2 to 3 weeks, including a very strong showing performance from their Demacia Cup. So just carrying over and no longer splitting 1-1.
Yeah, of course, actually coming off 3 2-0 victories of the last recent 3 matches. Of course, LGD, IG, and RNG yesterday. So, of course, not necessarily the top teams here. LGD, of course, were sort of in the final with them in the last LPL split, but looking like a very different team at the moment.
Looking like a much more cohesive team. And yesterday, Pastry Time and I asked ourselves, EDG with their MSI roster back on the lineup, it was the question of, EDG looks strong, but do they look different in terms of where they were at MSI and where they are now? And the answer, I think, is definitively yes. Their dragon control in specific is astronomically different than it once was, and it looks like EDG are playing a methodical, clinical, and very clean game about monster objectives and closing it out on that 5th dragon win rate.
Yeah, making sure that they get things done. But we are going to have a look at who managed to score that MVP in our last match. You can see Invictus Gaming making sure that they can control the jungle, but things weren't necessarily going their way earlier on. And who was the man that made them to that point? And it was Zatai, so picking it up in the top lane there. MVP in the top lane, not necessarily the most common.
Not surprising, though, Zatai, I feel like anytime he gets his hands on Shin, he just finds the most incredible taunts back-to-back over the course of these team fights, which again, we talk about, how tanky IG were, and the front line, of course, starts with Zatai.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. I actually sort of wanted to throw out a special mention to Kitties there as well. The ultimate's really making things work, but you can see there the 3-man taunt all the way through, and IG just better teamfight positioning.
Mostly, again, on the back of that Shen, if you think back to who were they facing? I believe it might have been Xiaogu, where Zatai got like a back-to-back 4-man taunt. I'll have to double-check on that. But it was just absurd.
Yeah.
You cannot let him have Shen. And Shen's really kind of come to the focal point of a big priority pick in the LPL.
Yeah, and it's interesting talking about Zatai's Shen as well, the fact that Zatai is so strong in that champion, because I associate Zatai with ridiculous picks in the top lane, picks that want to be doing damage, whereas Shen, most definitely just a soaking machine.
The quote about Zatai's champion pool is that it's not a pool, it's an ocean. It's a murky ocean with Lux sharks. That's an actual quote.
Okay, Lux sharks.
Lux sharks.
Well, look, we'll have to hold out for the Lux pick in the top lane. Haven't necessarily seen it recently, but it's around my ballpark of favorite champions to be played in weird roles. So we'll see whether it actually works out. But we can move definitively forward here and talk about Xiaogu taking on EDG because, of course, first versus second. And these are two teams that we're sort of expecting to send over to Worlds here from the LPL.
Yeah, I think everyone's definitively on EDG. They have obviously the best chance from China to qualify into the world spot. And Xiaogu were kind of, are they going to be able to last long enough? We gave them, what's the term we use, the snake treatment. Yeah. So they looked super strong, obviously coming over from the LSPL. This is their first competitive split in the LPL. And it's like, yeah, they look really good, but will they fizzle out like Snake did in the playoffs? And I think the answer is starting to trend more towards no. The big thing about Xiaogu is they've seemed to be target-focusing a lot of their issues and kind of expanding past just a straight, strong 5v5 comp. Did struggle a bit in the Demacia Cup. That said, they've recently been on the rise, although they did split yesterday 1-1 with Masters 3. But here we go. This is Xiaogu on your screen right now.
Yeah, we'll go through the Xiaogu roster first up here, of course. V there in the top lane has definitely been getting on that Shen hype train. Of course, a couple of Hecarim games there as well, so does like to put on the carry pants when he wants to. But I remember back to his Gnar. That's one of my personal favorites. And Swift, this is the man of the hour right now. Swift picked up the Lee Sin, and I want to talk about this because his Lee Sin play was completely against most of the times that we see Lee Sin. We're going to come back to it because Doinby, now on your screen, his Kassadin looked out of control good, but the Morgana still just being Morgana mid, and Doinby fantastic at it, but just wasn't able to translate in that game versus M3.
And again, another big primary carry, and one of the reasons why Xiaogu are so strong, it's Doinby, it's Swift, but it's also TNT.
Oh, yeah.
Low econ, position-based AD carry. Joining him formerly from LMQ, it is more now known as TCT, which is super fun to say as a caster.
You got to make sure that you have that sort of synergy in the bottom lane as well.
Yep.
If you're going to be TNT, then you got to have some TCT with you. Make sure that you're both with similar names. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Imp, POL, that makes a whole lot of sense as well. 3 letters.
Yep.
You got to make sure you get that working out.
Well,
So they've made sure they've got it work.
It's also very cute because TNT wanted to play specifically with TCT. He chose him as his support.
And they've been partners before.
Yeah, exactly. They do have a long-standing history, and it's kind of funny. Again, we talk about this all the time. Their careers independent of each other. When TNT played on Starhorn Royal Club when he was the AD carry, when Uzi took a short stint in the mid lane, and TCT when he left to go play for LMQ in the North American LCS. I mean, it wasn't very strong separately, but together they worked much better.
Yeah, and I think this is a happy birthday to Clear Love as well. Everyone holding up their cards saying happy birthday to the jungler of EDG. So, look, we'll see whether he can get a victory. I believe we were going over the QG lineup. So, they're definitely being, good sports heading into this game.
Please don't murder us. Happy birthday, Clear Love. Clear Love is turning 23 today.
Oh, my goodness. He's getting on, isn't he?
Oh,
he's been around
time to retire.
Competitive traps for quite some time. But let's go over EDG's lineup. Koro here in the top lane. And we haven't seen him for a little while, but as soon as he got back on the roster, like you said, definitely been making huge things happen. And Clear Love, there's the man, loves to play Zeppelin. And look, he pulled that out for the first time sort of this year, and we were like, oh, this is weird, and it was in a ridiculous game.
Weird.
Then did it again. Stop it, okay? I'm Australian, can't help it. Then did it again, and everything was fantastic. Now made it into the meta as well. Pawn there in the mid lane. My goodness, this guy's just silly.
Well, the big reason why they're able to pull up the Evelyn that early, as you saw, Pawn's last played was the Twisted Fate. It's making sure that they don't get counterpicked again. Although there's the AD carry, that's Deft, the Alpaca.
Yeah, Deft the Alpaca, aka one of the best AD carries in the world at the moment. Mako as well, hopping on that Braum hype train, very much enjoying that. And all of these EDG players have played 4 unique champions over the last 4 games, apart from Mako, who had a couple of Braum games.
And it really just kind of speaks to the strength of EDG versus Xiaogu. And it's one of the main things that I want to highlight for this match is that they can carry from multiple positions on both of these teams. It's probably the most defining threat from EDG. You don't need Pawn to go off. You don't need Def to go off. You don't need Koro to go off because everyone will.
Yeah, and of course, Mako as well, just the glue holding the team together. I've wanted this guy to get MVP on multiple occasions. Of course, thinking back to MSI, still having hard thoughts about that one. Of course, Clearlove did definitely deserve a lot of recognition for his performance, but Mako was unbelievable in that tournament and has continued to be fantastic.
No, I completely agree. Mako, one of the, I believe, actually the first LPL support to bring out the Braum. He showed it in the Demacia Cup since the 5.12 changes to the Q. And basically how his Braum plays is immediately at level 1, he starts roaming around and making things happen. I believe we had a Clearlove clip there.
Yeah, Clearlove probably just wishing himself happy birthday. That would make sense.
I'm so awesome. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to me. We could sing it to him, but I just don't think that anyone at home would want to watch that. And they definitely want to be watching this next game, and that's what we've got to be focusing on here, because I want to go back to what we were talking about as far as Swift is concerned, because the Lee Sin play that he demonstrated yesterday was a purely late game focused Lee Sin, all about positioning, making sure he got the kicks in the right spots, and he wasn't moving around the map early on. And we were looking at it thinking, oh, is this going to be a problem for Xiaogu? But it wasn't. It was the fact that he was able to get everything he needed to done in those late game fights.
Yeah, and I believe Spawn actually said it best, you know, talking about Lee Sin. Lee Sin has a very interesting, we're going to call it usefulness roller coaster.
Yep.
So early game, Lee Sin's incredibly useful. He's got great kill pressure. It's very easy for him to invade, very mobile, can empower creative gank paths. Around mid game, as you start to trend into late games, Lee Sin no longer that useful. He's pretty much a ward bot. He can kind of, you know, maybe disengage a fight, but he's not going to bring the same tank front line that, you know, junglers like Sejuani, Nunu, things like that. He's also not going to bring the same damage threats or CC that someone like Echo, Evelyn, those people will bring, until it's super late game and you just need the one inset kick on the carry to win the game. We've seen Masters 3 jungler Condi do this multiple times, and bam, Lee Sin skyrockets back up to usefulness. So again, like Spawn said, it's just the one kick.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this was actually against Condi. It was the fact that Condi was playing sort of a Swift champion, Swift playing the Condi champion, then just completely changing up how he was playing the champion, still moving around the map as if he was just getting the vision control down, very conservative playstyle until that late game, until he was able to set everything up. So we'll see whether he is going to mix things up moving into this next game. But his Echo and his Nidalee are things to definitely watch out for.
Yeah, and again, anything that's going to empower Swift to be very mobile and to have a high impact, high kill pressure. So if you think about where these two junglers and the relationships with their mid laners are weighted, although a little bit of an asterisk on Clearlove just because he's been picking up a lot more kills recently, but typically Clearlove is much more of a herbivore style, and it's about empowering Pawn to do his crazy things, whereas Doinby and Swift, it's almost the complete opposite relationship. Although, again, asterisk on Doinby because he's starting to go off on Kassadin.
Yeah.
But before, Doinby would be Lulu, Morgana, things like that, and he would have the highest kill participation of any mid laner in the LPL, and it's because he acted as almost a secondary support, kind of following Swift around.
Yeah, and able to empower the rest of his team as well. It was almost sort of like some of the comps that we saw out of Snake very early on, where it was just bring up the crystal, make sure that he's as big as possible. And when Barker was playing a heck of a lot of Lulu, all the time, with the Nunus there, with the Jannas hanging around as well. So look, we'll see whether they go to some sort of utility style for Doinby, because they were experimenting with the Morgana, but I'd love to see more of his Victor, his Kassadin there in the mid lane, because Doinby really came out of his shell when he started playing these high damage threats in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you really brought that. I mean, Doinby, his career is he was a Korean streamer brought over into the LPL to be part of Xiaogu. Obviously in the LPL, I think his first identity was partly as kind of a supportive style mid laner, again, like you said, Lulu's, Morganas, and as he started to trend over into the Victor, into the Cass, and into the Nautilus mid lane, Doinby has proven that he can fulfill any type of role that Xiaogu need him to fulfill. He can be that wacky, crazy tank frontline. He played tank Maokai in the LSPL when Xiaogu needed it. Again, pulled out that crazy Nautilus mid just a few weeks ago and can go off on Kassadin. And again, it just underlines, why are Xiaogu so strong? Why are they at the top of the LPL? Why are EDG here? It's because you have multiple damage threats and multiple people who can carry. TNT, Doinby, Swift, also V.
Yeah.
Clear Love, Pond, pretty much the entirety of EDG. You just name the roster.
You can pretty much just go through the lineup here. And one thing that I want to highlight is the fact that both of these teams definitely very versatile. And you talk about having multiple damage threats, and it comes down to the fact that during the game, they can switch their points of power based on who's doing well and utilize that effectively. A lot of these teams sort of used to having their gold piled on a couple of carries. I mean, I'm having sort of flashbacks to Uzi here at the moment, but having their gold on certain carries, and that's how they win a game. Whereas both of these sides, both Xiaogu and EDG, able to put gold where it lands and then utilize it from there.
So let's talk about the weaknesses then. So we've kind of demonstrated and covered, where these two teams are strong and why they're at the top. EDG, primarily their big issue beforehand was that they didn't actually have one of the best dragon controls. In fact, they used to have some of the worst dragon control of any of the top tier teams. Again, recently, probably in the last 2 weeks, that's really started to shift, and you can almost pinpoint like, okay, they're specifically working at dragon control, but because they're continually finding these 5th dragon win conditions. So targeting that, trying to shore that up, it's kind of slowed down the pace of their game because it's not much more about snowballing off of skirmishes, although that tends to be a side effect anyway that's happening. But they're very much more focusing on their objective control. On the other side, Xiaogu have fumbled a bit and kind of to branch out their styles. Their compositions are very interesting. They've done things, they really excel on dive comps in particular. Their 5v5 is excellent, but their macro play was suffering a bit on the early. It's starting to get shored up as they experiment and as they branch out with different kind of compositions and champion picks, but it's definitely still a little bit of a weakness for Xiaogu. They're not on the same macro experience level as someone like EDG, as someone like LGD.
Yeah, and actually, just recently sort of watched what Monte Cristo brought out his countdown, and he highlighted a really good point about EDG's playstyle, the fact that they often make mistakes. There's often times when EDG don't necessarily get things right, but they all make that mistake as a team, and they go all in on it. Every single time it happens, they react as a unit, and it makes it not look like a mistake. It makes it look like they're just trying to mix things up on the Rift, because they are all so coordinated when they go through these really weird plays that shouldn't necessarily happen. And it's just a fantastic thing to watch because it looks like everything's on purpose, even if it might be a bit interesting.
Well, if you think back to the MSI mic check, I know that we like to quote it around the office when I think it's Mako and he says, I think I maybe go in care. And then he's already flashing into 5 people. It's like, hold on, guys, be careful. I may be going in. Bro, you're in.
Yeah. And I think during that same game, if we have a look back at the other mic check, it's Wolf saying, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Only let Wolf die.
Yeah, that's a little bit of what was happening in that one, but very exciting to watch. And look, I just love that from EDG, the fact that they can all make the same decision at once, and that level of communication when you've got multiple different languages spoken. I know we've spoken about it a whole heck of a lot of times, but it still amazes me that these teams can be right on the same page.
Yeah, a big thing also was, obviously in LPL, they have an interpreter with you typically on stage between a lot of these hybrid teams. At MSI, at Riot events, you only have the coach. There's no interpreter there. So at MSI, when Aaron was communicating with the team, he was communicating with them in English. I believe that they've started to transition to doing that normally, obviously to prepare for Riot-sponsored world events, but kind of a very different thing that it's not just the players communicating in English, as well as some Korean and Chinese, but also the coaching staff, making sure that everyone's on the same page for the draft.
Yeah, making sure that everyone can actually talk to each other, and already preparing for Worlds is a huge deal here because it's looming around the corner now, only a couple of months away before we are going to be heading over to Europe and getting things to this very pointy end of the competition, but we still have a lot of LPL to go. Of course, we are in week 9, 11 weeks of this, and look, there's 44 games, massive amounts, but this is a massive one here because if Xiaogu can actually grab some points, they can really start threatening EDG's position. And look, if EDG actually go down 0-2, then that's going to be horrible for their morale. They've been on a massive tear at the moment, and they may actually stumble them just a little bit moving forward. So Xiaogu, lots of pressure on them to really make a stamp on this game.
Yeah, and just to kind of be devil's advocate a bit, is obviously both these teams are very safe in kind of their playoff contention.
Yep.
With the new weighted gauntlet style, it does empower teams who are higher up that they get an easier path into those finals over the top 2. I mean, that's pretty much coin toss and who's going to have an actual better seeding there. It means a lot to see how Xiaogu will perform in this because this could very likely be our finals match in terms of the standings for the LPL. He got a cake.
That is adorable. Clear Love's turning 1, everyone. It's actually not true.
It looks like 23. It's in a baby carriage, though.
It does. Very frightening. We'll see whether he comes over to have some of his cake here as well. It might be to somewhat of the reason why we're taking a little bit of time getting into this particular game. And you can see happy birthday Clear Loves all over the audience as well. Everyone definitely celebrating this.
The Chinese nickname for Clear Love is, or his fans, they call them the Piggies.
The Piggies.
Yes, because he has a name as a pig farmer in the Chinese client. So if you're a Clear Love fan, you're a piggy.
Ah, so the Clear Love Piggies. There he is on your screen right now.
Never smiles.
Oh, there's a semi-smile there. But I'm a play-by-play caster. We just generally assume everyone's smiling.
I wish you could see his shoes. Clear Love always wears, and I bought these shoes the other day, and I call them my Clear Love shoes. They look like they belong in a dentist's office, but they're all just white. And if you ever see Clear Love, he always wears just plain white Velcro high tops.
Wow.
Yeah. I guarantee you he's wearing them right now.
I love that. All of the extra information that you get casting with FLICKR. Let's talk about the rest of the team shoes.
Fun facts with FLICKR.
Oh my goodness, the alliteration as well.
Oh my goodness. When I was at MSI and I saw EDG, and it was you and Koro, and they were sitting down, and obviously not many people, recognize you. Everyone recognizes Pawn.
Yeah.
But I ran over, I was like, you. And he was very excited that A, I knew who he was, and B, wasn't just saying, hey, you.
Yeah, and we definitely all know who you is now. Of course, mid laner for Snake. And making amazing things happen now that Barker has stepped off.
That sign is upside down.
Oh, no. Oh well, what can you do? And Clear Love has blown out the candles now, so definitely 23 moving onto the Rift very, very soon to do battle against Xiaogu. And what a game to have on your birthday as well.
Well, MSI was on Koro's birthday.
Yeah.
The finals.
I remember. I was there. I think we watched it together.
I think we did. The birthday buff. Will it be real? Yeah. It was at MSI. Might be for the Xiaogu game. But kind of going back to the main core point is all the way around.
Yes.
Xiaogu, how they do in this game? I don't necessarily think that there's a ton of pressure for either team. I mean, obviously you can make the argument that they want to flex on each other. They want to send like a warning, watch out, looking for you in playoffs.
This could be a precursor to what could be the grand final here.
Yeah, or very well, they could actually experiment. Both these teams very highly seeded, pretty much cemented, unless Xiaogu really want to try to make a run at that first place seed. I mean, obviously that's a great thing to tack onto your resume, but I actually feel maybe the context going to this, although we'll see very quickly in draft phase and how these compositions stack up, that Xiaogu might just kind of want to experiment with this, kind of test the waters, try something new, because again, they're both very firmly seated, very far ahead of kind of the rest of the teams underneath them. I believe it's OMG sitting in third place right now.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so.
Although they did drop a map just recently to WE.
Yep.
A little bit unfortunately there.
Ezreal mid.
Yeah, it's a powerful thing. And
it's kind of a thing.
Yeah, Xiaogu felt the pressure of that one as well, and Pawn has played it very recently, so we'll see whether that one is going to be very, very high on that ban list or not, because I could imagine that it most definitely would, because Dade just did ridiculous things to that team.
Likewise, Dade most recently did ridiculous things to Xiaogu and that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I spaced out. I'm sorry. I was lost in your beautiful eyes. I was like, he's talking about EDG versus Masters 3, isn't he? No. He's talking about Xiaogu. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm really flattered by the comment, so I think we'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, Dade doing some pretty amazing things on the Ezreal.
I was talking about his Victor game, though. Yeah, he did amazing things on his Ezreal, but his Victor game was really good, too.
Yeah, well, Dade and Victor just generally go hand in hand just a little bit, but we'll see whether Pawn is going to be pulling that one back out again. Of course, just recently playing the Varus. He's got the Azir there as well. Of course, lots of different things. And a lot of people have maybe sort of not necessarily expected fantastic things out of the Azir, as time and time again, Pawn seems to be able to get it and just go off.
The thing... The thing about Pawn that I really want to point out with his champion pool is his most successful champion, if you look at him statistically, is actually Kassadin. It has his highest win rate, which you wouldn't expect. Most people do think about the Azir. Pawn gets punished very hard when he is on an immobile champion. Yep. Or, I don't want to say immobile, Kobe will flip. Low mobility.
Low mobility champion.
Low mobility champion. Pawn almost needs repositions. Now, the counterpoint to that is his Twisted Fate. He's had some fantastic Twisted Fate, but he's also had some, maybe very sketch Twisted Fate where he goes 0-7. Still able to impact the game, but just watch for Pawn. If he gets any sort of gap closer, Fizz, Azir, Kassadin, even Jace has somewhat mobility, and Pawn was a very well-known Jace player. he needs the reposition. He likes to go ham, he likes to go crazy, and he needs champions that have high mobility to help him kind of dig himself out of that holes. When he's on someone like Varus, like Twisted Fate, a little bit more hit and miss.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break while Clearlove does eat his cake. We'll be back with Xiaogu versus EDG very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas, this is FLICKR, and Clearlove just had to celebrate his birthday with his mum coming up on stage. Some adorable stuff. Had to eat some of his birthday cake as well. It was just beautiful.
I had to cry through the entire thing.
Yeah, there were a lot of going on in this studio.
No, it was very cute. Obviously, it's great to see, you know, especially in the new studio, or excuse me, stadium, which looks fantastic for the LPL, celebrating Clearlove's birthday. I think there was I assume there was also a song. I didn't get to hear the audio, but his mom came up and hugged him, and it was cute.
It was very, very cute. But we are hopefully going to be getting into the game very, very soon, and we'll see whether Clearlove, now fueled on birthday cake, is going to be able to go off, or whether we're going to have, you know, special guests. Maybe his mom's going to be playing jungle. We did mention that could be something that could happen. Probably not. Of course,
Xiaogu would like that.
Xiaogu probably
Oh
would.
my goodness.
Have you seen his mom play jungle, though? I mean, I haven't. And look, I could imagine that based on the genes, she could probably be pretty good.
The mom jeans?
Well, at least, you know, Clearlove, he's pretty good.
He's actually smiling.
Was that? Yeah, I was like wondering whether that was even Clearlove, just because he was smiling.
The rare Clearlove smile. If I was Xiaogu, I'd be really nervous now.
Damn right. My goodness, it was like earlier in the season when Uzi was smiling. That was terrifying.
Anytime Uzi smiles, it means a pentakill just happened.
Well, Pawn, of course. He's no stranger to smiling, as he's pretty happy about his
Really?
jungle
I feel like
having a
Pawn
birthday.
is also normally very stone-faced.
Really?
Yeah. Until he just murders you straight up with his fizz.
Yeah. I don't know. I think of him as a jovial player.
My big story that I always love to tell about Pawn is when Fizz was kind of off meta pick and we got a chance to ask him about his champion pool, because sometimes it was just kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
And he would just like stone face you like, what's wrong with my champion pool? Like, what's weird about playing Fizz? Nothing.
Well, it's okay.
You're really
Jeez.
good at it.
Yep. Well, actually, he was.
Yeah, he's really good at Fizz.
Yeah. So it didn't even matter, of course. It was in the interesting time of the LPL last split when they were picking up a lot of
Is that
Fizz
what we
and
call
doing
that? The interesting time?
The interesting time. The unique stage.
We moved past aggression, typical Chinese aggression, to typical interesting LPL meta.
There was nothing typical about that stage of the LPL, FLICKR, and nothing typical at all. That
Moore
was,
dyed his hair.
He did. Look at that. Just wants to make sure that he's as closely in tune with his AD carry as possible.
There's Aaron on your screen, the coach for EDG. Him and Clearlove have worked together through the entirety of their careers. He used to be the coach for World Elite, and that is Hero, the coach for Xiaogu, who was formerly the coach for World Elite in 2014 when Wei Xiao was still on the team.
Now moved over to what is now an up-and-coming team coming through from the LSPL and sitting in second place, feeling very, very good, but now going to be vastly intimidated by the amount of, you know, love and affection that Clearlove has just received from his mother and, of course, all of the fans.
I loved the head-to-head there when it was like Hero, Aaron, Korean coach versus Chinese coach.
The battle. No, we're not going to go into that.
It rages.
But, yeah, QG already banning away the Ezreal makes a whole lot of sense, of course. Getting a few nightmares from Dade as Callista's going to be banned away as well. Azir hitting the bench and Pawn getting finally some respect for that champion as Ryze is going to be taken away as well.
I forgot that we were actually playing League of Legends
Yeah,
today.
League of Legends. Welcome, FLICKR.
Welcome back. No surprises to see Callista and Ryze banned from Purple Side. Again, it's fairly standard. Curious what the last staple ban will be. Again, this is 5.13. Tom Kinch is live and available.
If only.
If only. It's going to be Echo.
Yeah, Echo, of course, another very standard ban here. And we have seen from the red side the Callista Ryze Echo being just generally what's banned away. But Twisted Fate, interestingly enough, is going to be taken away from Pawn.
No surprises there. Again, it's kind of been on the up and up. And again, when Twisted Fate is banned, though, or picked up by EDG, it really does open Clearlove to look towards that Evelynn pickup, which, again, 5.13, Runeglaive Evelynn is definitely a thing, and Clearlove is definitely running it.
He's well and truly on that hype train. And the Gragas is going to get locked in here. Clearlove very, very able to pick up the Evelynn here because no Rek'Sai to come out of this team. Of course, Gragas in the jungle isn't going to have any Tremor Sense to spot the stealthed up lady, but Koro wastes no time locking in that Shen in response, and it is going to be Deft back on the Corki.
I always, anytime I see a Corki hovered, I get the quote in my head. It's like, I'm up too snuff. Got me. I don't know why. Obviously, there's no reason for EDG to pick up their jungler in second rotation because Gragas was picked up, so they don't need to buy it. So they grabbed their 2 priority picks, and you saw the immediate insta-lock on that Shen. Shen is super high priority in the LPL, and Koro has actually looked really good on it.
He most certainly has. Of course, we just saw an MVP for the Shen in our previous game, if you can remember that far, ladies and gentlemen. Zatai did manage to grab that one here as Doinby is hovering over a Sivir here for TNT, and Swift Maokai, a bit of a blast from the past there as we're going to put a tree back in the top lane.
I really like this pickup. Again, there's no reason to grab the Sivir because you already see that it's a Corki, so you don't need to pick up the AD carry.
Yep.
Opens you to pick up the Braum, deny it from Mako, and more importantly, as a counter to Corki.
And why would Braum be a counter to Corki?
Poke. So Corki obviously is going to...
Stop the rockets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do this all the time where I don't connect A to B, and then my play-by-play caster's like, remember, show your work.
Yeah, there's also a whole lot of people watching that need to know what the heck's going on.
Braum puts up a massive wall and he
Yeah.
absorbs a lot of poke damage, so it's really good against champions like Corki.
In fact, if there's stuff coming at your team, make sure you put a chair in front of it.
Yep.
That is the rule. Well,
Put the chair up.
Pawn at the moment, hovering a Fiddlesticks. Would make a whole lot of sense if he was to lock that in because he's Pawn, and he doesn't have a champion
He's
pool. He's got a
played-
champion everything.
A champion Ocean. He's played 22 unique champions, the most of any LPL mid laner, but it is going to be the Clear Love special.
Yeah, Clear Love special. Don't get too excited here. Happy birthday, Clear Love. Able to play the Evelynn here as Deft, hovering over a Tahm Kench. Oh my goodness. Not going to happen.
They
And Janet's
tease
gonna
me
get locked
all
in.
night. I really want the Tahm Kench, but
So
it is
do I.
instead going to be the Jonathan.
Yep, Janna going to be locked in here, so Mako going to have a bit of disengage in his kit, help out Deft there on the bottom side of the map, assuming that's where they're going to go. And QG, now time for them to round out their lineup, and they need some damage. Frostgrove.
I feel like Victor, super
Yeah.
far down on the pick rotation. We already saw, oh, wow.
Surprise, surprise. Frostgrove's correct. Victor considered by TCT at the moment. TNT going back to sort of the on-the-hunt champion. You just call Sivir by her ultimate, basically.
That
I like to
one
say.
girl that makes them all run really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, this,
The donkey whistle is what I like to call it.
that's an interesting name.
Yeah, it's donkey whistle. It especially works in solo queue because you know that as soon as Sivir yells, everyone's going in. It's the best way to communicate without actually doing anything.
This comp, though, is classic Xiaogu. So we talked about kind of in our pre-game show
Yeah.
that the compositions would really tell us how seriously either team is going to be taking this match. Now, we don't see a lot of experimentation here. This is a very comfort pick across the board. But Xiaogu's comp, the Sivir Braum, not necessarily the Braum, it's typically an Annie or a Janna for TCT, but just the rest of these champions, they've run this
So many times.
so many times. This exact thing. This is what Xiaogu does. This is what they love to do. On the other side, remember what I said about Pawn and his Kassadin?
Yeah.
So good. There we
And
go.
he's going to lock it in against Doinby as well, who is another player who really loves getting that Kassadin up in other players' grills. And he's been making things happen on that champion as well. So we'll see whether Pawn is going to be able to do the same thing that Doinby was able to do to Dade yesterday in Game 1.
Completely agree. Now, we saw kind of the Kassadin as the, I'm going to call it a soft counter to Victor come out when Godby first brought it out. I actually believe he brought it out against Doinby.
Could have.
And so since then, it's kind of just been a thing for LPL mid laners. You see a Victor, you pick a Kassadin.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult for Victor to push Kassadin out of lane early. Naturally, Victor will get his upgraded Hex Core and gets great wave clear with the evolution point as well as some upgraded levels on the AP item there. But Kassadin, it's not the worst lane for him. You have to think, what's Victor really susceptible to? It's when people get on top of him, because his only real answer then is to drop his gravitational field and hope the CC locks him up. But Kassadin's Rift Walk cooldown is so low that he can quickly just reposition himself. So it makes the lane pretty tricky for Victor once Kassadin has that post level 6.
And I like to think of it not as necessarily a counter as we go through the rosters, is more of it's just Kassadin can easily get through this lane. The spell shield's so incredibly important for it and able to make things work. And Clearlove going to be taking his Evelynn into Swift Gragas. Of course, Gragas definitely just a staple jungler here. Swift has been fantastic on the champion as well, but Doinby on his Victor definitely has been fantastic for Xiaogu, but against the Kassadin out of Pawn, he's going to be very, very frightening. And TNT taking the Sivir. Lots of AoE 80 damage into a very mixed damage Corki. As TCT with the Engage takes on Mako with Disengage.
Likewise, though, I love the fact that Braum also does bring pretty strong disengage on how you use his
The kite back mechanics.
the fissure.
Yeah, of course. And of course, over a team fight as well. The fact that you can have that Glacial Fissure just knocks everyone up, keeps them in the same position, allows everyone to nail everything that they can. But, ladies and gentlemen, we did take a little bit of time there, so we're going to waste none more and head straight into game. And after that awkward segue, we are onto the riff for Xiaogu versus EDG. Xiaogu starting off on the blue side as EDG are going to be wearing some red pants this game. And by the looks of things, some defensive starts, no invades just yet.
Both teams lining up to start a possible 2v2 in the bot side, so curious if we're going to find a lane swap, especially because Sivir is on the field now. Sivir and Braum, I would actually recommend that you lane swap it just because A, Sivir's going to have much more pressure onto any sort of tower, but more importantly, that would unlock Braum, TCT on this champion, to roam around early and make use of his very powerful level 1 due to that Q.
Yeah, the fact that you can get the Q, get the passive happening as well. 4 stacks, not too difficult when you've got a few people running around as well. So we'll see whether TCT can make some moves here, but by the looks of things, it is going to be a standard 2v2.
Yep, although I feel like anytime you're 2v2ing against Sivir, you're actually just 2v2 against creeps.
Yeah, it's more of a 2v0.
So, as you spotted out, how this lane's going to go down, because it looks like we will have the Corki versus Sivir, is for the first initial 1 through 5. Sivir should have the advantage here. She's going to have more wave control with her Ricochet, the W.
Yep.
Getting control there. Now, naturally, Corki can walk into the lane and drop his Phosphorus Bomb on the back caster creeps and try to wrestle control back. But I'm still going to give it to Sivir, especially with the auto reset. Now, where the lane starts to shift back in power to Corki is once he has his level 6. Because obviously being able to spam out those rockets, it's very easy to trigger Sivir's spell shield and punish her with a lot of damage.
Yeah, just the burst damage out of a Corki is also fantastic as well. Mako going to be augmenting that with the Eye of the Storm. Right, both of the junglers going to be starting off on the Krugs. Bit of a handy stun coming out from Braum as well.
Oh, you just sneezed, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were having a chuckle about it.
No.
Nope, not going to be the case. Kara going to be following Clearlove around to the red buff here as well, not wanting to get to lane, as the team is saying that, yes, there is no Kara in this one, but making sure that Clearlove is as healthy as possible as he continues his jungle route. We'll see what that is going to net the team, as Kara making some very sacrificial plays early on.
It's not going to hurt him too bad because obviously he was able to share a lot of that EXP. Already has the level 2 to V's level 1, burning his teleport, so there technically is a TP advantage on the side of Xiaogu. Doubt that we'll see that used within the next 4 minutes, because Koro teleported to the tower, but you never know.
Yeah, and by the looks of things as well, Koro did get enough experience by taking those Krugs and the red buff in order to get himself to level 2 as well. So that is going to be fine, only down about 4 CS, and so far EDG with a lot of control here on the bottom side of the map. Really
early ward coming out of Doinby. So what he did is, again, Kassadin doesn't have a lot of wave control, wave clear, pushed him in, and then walked over and placed his trinket on top of Clearlove's blue buff. And this is how you ward against an Evelynn. You ward her camps because she needs to come out of stealth to do the camps, and then you get the trigger off the vision.
Sort of the only time when you can reliably see Evelynn with a sight ward as opposed to a vision ward. Of course, vision wards now being permanently visible makes them a little bit more difficult to rely on. Taking down that E.
We talked about how Sivir should have control of this, but it's actually Deft and Mako who got control of the wave. So again, Corki, it's possible for him to do it. Typically has to burn his Phosphorus Bomb on the back caster creeps, and then probably just step forward and abuse with Mako's Eye of the Storm.
Yeah, it's the fact that Deft's been able to get a whole lot of extra harassment off here as well. You can see Clearlove now picked up his blue buff, still at half health. Doesn't have any pots left, but is most definitely comfortable in the jungle at the moment. So Windspite not going to find the mark here on the bottom side of the map, but as you can see, half health for both of the Xiaogu bottom laners, and that Phosphorus Bomb was fantastically placed by Deft. Making sure the TCT not going to be engaging anytime soon.
And this is also a big issue with Braum. So his level 1 is incredibly strong because he's going to be throwing out the Q, and if he's able to connect it with the concussive blows, naturally you get the CC as well as the bonus magic damage. But he's not ranged. He's a melee support champion, so obviously Janna's going to be able to float up and hit him when he cannot hit her.
I like how you use the float there as well as Carl and Sage just going to be punching each other a little bit. But look, honestly, the wet noodle fight of wet noodle fights, no one's going to be dying there. A Spell Shield's going to block the Phosphorus Bomb in the bottom lane, and Clearlove paying some attention to the mid as Doinby is very low on mana. Corn definitely running out as well.
But he's doing a great job making sure that he's positioned on the top side of the mid lane, naturally because his jungler's over there, as well as the security of the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, making sure that they know where Clearlove might be roaming around. Some nice vision here means that Clearlove's going to be able to grab this Raptor. Swift body slams over, finds Clearlove, but a little bit too late. The hate spikes are going to come down as well. Clearlove procs that, and he's even going to be able to kill a ward.
And more importantly, Clearlove is able to be this aggressive over the ward because Doinby has no mana.
Oh, Swift actually down to about 200 health here as Clearlove's able to get a lot of damage off the flash to follow here from Clearlove as the flash comes out of Swift as well. Oh, smited for the kill as the Chilling Smite had already been purchased, and Swift's going to go down for first blood. Happy birthday, Clearlove.
And again, it goes back to the fact that Doinby was unable to assist Swift over there, and great communication from Pawn to say Victor can't follow. He has no mana.
Nothing that they could do about it, and already EDG picking up first blood onto their jungler on his own, able to pick up first blood. Very cute. Like the fact that it's his birthday. Well,
Carnivore
EDG.
Clearlove.
Yeah. Starting out, getting overly aggressive. Talk about him as a herbivore. Not this time.
Here comes V, though. Get in there, tree.
We're going to try and do something here. Pawn backing in an interesting location here as V had full vision of him. Gets a ward over the side. Pawn auto reset. Gets it down to 1 health, but still going to be fine. But Pawn back has been stopped, so might lose some creeps to the turret here.
Cute little roam from V, though, to try and make something happen for his mid laner. Doesn't lose much for it. In fact, he's pretty much even with Koro and CS.
Yeah. A couple of Doran's rings here as well, as Pawn did hang around, making sure that he can pick up this mini wave. That's at level 6 as well.
And this is the aspect when it starts to get a little bit scary for Victor in this lane, because again, it's not necessarily a counter, I'm glad that you clarified that, but it's more so that Kassadin has a lot of tools to really punish Victor, and the fact that he doesn't have a ton of mobility, that when you do jump on top of him, he's pretty much entirely reliant on the gravitational field going down, and Kassadin's low cooldown is able to put him back into safety before that CC can lock him up.
You can see in the top lane V, able to get some nice harassment off onto Koro. Now just going to heal himself back up with those Vorpal Blades. TNT taking some harassment here on the bottom side of the map. Mako is going to knock up TCT. Gatling guns out as TCT takes a bunch of damage. EDG's bottom lane still very aggressive. And look at the Sheen purchase from Deft as well, making sure that he can have as much damage in this lane as possible, not going for the safety of the Phage.
And naturally, there is an itemization advantage to Deft. The fact that he has that Sheen, he's going to be able to out-trade Sivir right now, especially if he connects with the Phosphorus Bomb. Even if he doesn't, then he'll get the immediate Sheen proc. But more importantly, TCT has to hit these Braum Qs. If he completely whiffs it, they've automatically already lost the trade.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure onto TCT at the moment. Koro just throwing out sticks. Throwing sticks at the tree. What he's doing. Riftwalk from Pawn here in the mid lane. Gravity Field not going to be able to find any stuns as Pawn's able to close the distance. Another Riftwalk.
Yep, what we were talking about.
Oh, the Ignite's down. Pawn actually gets in over the top here as Stand United did come down from Koro. Pawn just waits for the Ignite and is going to be able to get the second kill of the game.
And that's exactly how that works and why Kassadin is being picked into Victor in the LPL. You just get on top of him, you're able to outmaneuver the gravitational field, and his cooldowns are just so punishing against Victor. Able to get multiple rotations, multiple damage threats out before a laser or another gravitational field can come out to save him.
Yeah, especially before Victor had any opportunity to pick up any of that cooldown reduction. Of course, does like to grab the Merlinomicon and the Lucidity boost, but Deft, there's the aggressive Valkyrie already down to about half health, but TNT is going to go down to Clearlove as he grabs his second kill. TCT
Pawn
on the run.
Nope.
Pawn just going to back away as he was heading down here. Did have a cute little book in his back pocket. That's not going to build towards a Rod of Ages, but does have the Catalyst there as well, and goes back and grabs the boots.
Guys, come on. I want an assist.
Yeah, where's my assist, guys? Can we dive to the bottom here?
This is classic Pawn, though. He does this on a lot of his champions, because typically Kassadin, we've seen a couple of variations of builds where Kassadin won't buy boots for a long time just because he can rely on his Rift Walk, but it just speaks to Pawn as a player and his mentality. He'll get the boots on one of the highest mobile champions in the game because he wants to roam around, he wants to impact his map.
Yeah. And you can't reliably Rift Walk everywhere because you can see already his mana bar not exactly at the highest position. Does now have the blue buff to help that one out, but Kassadin runs out of it if he's going to be using that Rift Walk a lot. So unless you're in a fight, having those boots probably going to get you lane to lane.
Oh, wow. Look at the respect build from Doinby. He backs and he immediately buys. He had a null magic.
Yeah, no Magic Mantle.
And now he upgrades it to the Negatron Cloak as opposed to focusing into his Hex Core. So definitely sacrificing a lot of his scaling wave clear and the evolution points on upgrading the Hex Core for just the sheer safety against Pawn's Kassadin.
I find it interesting as well just because once you upgrade the Q, of course the second upgrade that you generally go for here, you can, you know, get a little bit extra movement speed. You can get away from this Kassadin a little bit more reliably, but not deciding to go for that, wants to spend the extra 350 gold after that Null Magic to grab the Negatron Cloak, make sure he can get that to that Abyssal Scepter as quickly as possible to nullify this damage from Kassadin.
Talked at length about the Abyssal Scepter and why I really like it in the current meta, just because so many teams are stacking magic damage. The fact that Corki is one of the primary AD carries being picked out, he is going to do magic damage. You got Maokai, which again, you look at Maokai, you don't necessarily translate that into magic damage or a carry like Rumble, but he is still doing magic damage. Gragas, Braum, things like that. So the Abyssal Scepter empowers so many people across majority of these compositions.
Yeah, and it's sort of positive for sort of offense as well as for defense, as well as you're going to be getting a lot of defense against all of the magic damage that is running rampant at the moment in the current meta. So I like it a lot. Swift standing on a ward here with TCT. They might want to sweep that one out because everyone knows that they're there. Scuttle Crab going to be re-engaged by FLICKR, who's 2-0. 66% of his team skills already this game and does have the Rune Glaive already completed.
Obviously going to empower Evelyn's clear speed just that much more. And he's really starting to take off, does have the CS advantage over Swift, 43 to 39. Not massive, but you tack on 2 of those kills.
Oh yeah.
The fact that he's out farming and out ganking.
Well, Stand United's here in the mid lane as Clearlove's going to get stunned by the gravity field. Nice explosive cast as Koro makes his way in, but Doinby very, very low pawn. Oh, he's not going to get the kill. Koro's going to grab it. Tower's going to take down the Kassadin as Clearlove's going to get body slammed as well. Wants to be able to get out if he can. Barrels there, not enough damage to finish it off, and Koro's pretty tanky. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Mako roams up, but it's pretty much just to clear things, reset the fight as he's quickly followed by TNT and TCT.
Yeah, and Deft actually on his own now in the bottom side of the map, but Koro's going to be here. He's going to be able to defend this mid lane outer turret. Deft's going to grab himself a whole lot more kills here of the minions here in the bottom lane.
This is so punishing too, especially as Deft shoves that wave in. Look at the CS discrepancy between TNT and Deft. Although maybe in some trouble.
Yeah, still has the Valkyrie, going to use it to get away from the Winter's Bite.
So is able to dodge the boomerang as well as the... Oh, he can dodge the Q, but not get locked up by the concussive blows. But again, just more important, 85 to 125.
That's the big deal.
Even the fact that he doesn't have a kill and only a single assist, you have to think about 13 to 15 CS is going to equate to a kill worth of gold. So Deft is well and far ahead. There you go, over close to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, approximately 900 gold there in the lead is Deft. He's going to go back and possibly finish that Trinity Force as well. We'll see whether he does have enough gold for it. Going to be getting well behind this turret, waiting for TNT to shove up this wave, grab a last one, and then possibly grab that Trinity Force.
This is the other thing that's getting very popular with the uprise of Shen is the Kassadin Shen composition. And anytime, and we've seen it now back to back, anytime the Stand United is off of cooldown, you'll notice that it's being burned on Kassadin, who just decides to go full crazy tower dive.
Yeah. And you may as well, of course. You've got that extra defensive
The shield.
shield.
Yep.
From Koro, who's just enabling Pawn to do what he wants. B still farming quite nicely here on the top side of the map, but Koro has got the better of him at the moment. B with the Righteous Glory, slightly nerfed on this patch, but
Gutted.
still going to be doing some things to help out the team. Moving the tree faster is a good idea.
Do you expect that Braum will probably pick up another speed augment item? Likewise, you also have the Sivir ultimate to assist there with Righteous Glory.
I think going quick is going to be something that QG will be able to do.
They need to go quick right now because they may be caught out.
Well, Clearlove with the red buff now. They've got a lot of deep vision here to EDG around the red side of QG's jungle. Swift going to be paying a visit, but you can see everything just lit up like a Christmas tree on the bottom side of the map. Does mean that the top lane outer turret is going to fall. Koro did have to go back, so not going to be able to find that. Deft and Mako just going to take down the bottom outer turret.
Using the Janna shield, making sure that they can tank that and just force it down. So trade 1-for-1, but you are correct. The fact that EDG are spending so much of their time and resources on the bottom lane does mean that V is able to whittle away on that tower, especially because Stand United was used globally on that.
Yeah, well, EDG now going to be able to take the Rift Scuttler and possibly this Dragon as well. Of course, no one from QG hanging around the area, so first Dragon looks to be going down to EDG. Stand United was there as well as Koro is on his own on the top side of the map. EDG going to be easily able to take this one down.
This is actually a really late dragon, so average dragon time is around 11 minutes. We're now coming on to 15 minutes, and we talked about how EDG, if there's one thing that's really changed since the rebirth of this MSI roster, it's their objective and dragon control in particular. They had a very early dragon clear yesterday, so vastly different this time around, but secure it.
Yeah. That being said, Swift stole away the blue buff from his mid laner. Doinby not going to be able to grab that one. Swift is a little bit greedy. No one up for himself. I believe it may have been a little bit of a mistake. Back is going to be completed by Doinby in the mid lane as Pawn finishes up all of these minions, and Mako going to help clear out some vision around that mid as well. So at the moment, EDG just with all of the vision control around this.
Also, we can take a moment to check in on the initial itemization. So Corki has the Trinity Force. That's the obvious power spike. More importantly, Pawn did complete his Roa around 14 minutes 30 seconds,
Yeah,
which
good clip.
Exactly. Typically, that's a minute early. That'll be stacked up around 20-25 minutes. Otherwise, you have big resistances. Both resistances completed for Koro. Chose to finish the Spirit Visage first, because again, he's facing across from a lot of magic damage, as well as a kind of a low damage 80 carry in Sipper versus a hyper carry like Vayne. So right now, EDG are just in full control. Could look for a 5v5. That said, there's no real arena set for them like a dragon.
Yeah, now that Spirit Visage is completed by Karo as well, you saw there in the top lane, there's nothing that V's going to do as far as damage to this Shen. I mean, of course, he has no damage either. The Balmy Cinder probably not going to be augmenting too much of that, so EDG and QG. As far as the top side of the map is concerned, it's going to be butting heads, but not really killing.
EDG really need to pull the trigger and possibly either collapse on this mid lane or, more importantly, collapse on the top lane. They are in full control to look for a 5v5 because TNT hasn't completed the Infinity Edge. You do have the Abyssal Scepter on Doinby, which again is going to empower and augment his team a lot because of their magic damage. But with the Righteous Glory being the only completed item on V, they don't have a front tank line. If a 5v5 broke out within the next 2 to 5 minutes, Xiaogu are in a ton of trouble.
Yeah. Of course, V only being able to build up that health bar as Koro actually lands the Shadow Dash here onto V, getting some actual damage on the tree on the top side of the map. That being said, he's going to be able to disengage effectively, and Swift is taking down his jungle as well. Clear Love hanging around the area, did manage to get some wards in there, but that's going to be swept out by Swift.
They should... So what you see right now is the AD carry and the mid laner are not in the same lane because they're trying to be efficient about their gold and their lanes, making sure that Deft and Pawn are never splitting farm, as Clearlove sneakily and cheekily steals that away from Swift.
Very cute.
I feel like what they should do is Pawn should press this way forward, although he's trying to find an assassination on TNT, rotate mid, and then free up Mako and Deft to rotate top, and EDG should collapse on that top tower.
Yeah, take it down. Easy gold on the map at the moment for EDG if they wanted, with some advance from V. Using that passive to get himself back up to health. Spending a lot of time here on the top side of the map just watching the battle of the ages as the tree is being attacked by the weird ninja.
The Titans
very
clash.
good at being a ninja. Def, though, you can see, clearing out the mid lane. Still more than happy just to hang around here and try and pressure that outer turret if he can, as Victor's just going to be laser beaming the lane over and over again.
Yeah, so EDG actually going to take it fairly slow. This has been a little bit indicative of, again, going back to the Invictus Gaming series where they started to really focus on dragon control, just being very cautious, respectful.
Methodical, would be another word.
I like to say it, but I feel like it's not as efficient. I feel like there's a very clear play to be made on the top side of the map because there's no reason to play to the bottom side because there's no dragon, so they wouldn't treat any sort of objective. But for some reason, just really prioritizing the fact that they'd rather just take the free farm lanes as opposed to try to make things happen on the map, despite the fact that they have an item advantage. So to me, I would say that this is a little bit too cautious, too respectful of EDG, that they could, open the game wide. That said, it is kind of a high-risk, high-reward play, because if Xiaogu were to get a foot back into the game, diving a Maokai would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, very good. But it does seem at the moment that both sides are going to be content with just hanging back, waiting for a later stage, possibly fighting around the next dragon that's going to be up in a minute and a half. Half a minute until the Baron spawns on the map as well, as we get closer to 20 minutes into this game.
So what this choice from EDG has created is it's opened up that CS discrepancy even further between Deft and TNT. The fact that Doinby and TNT were sharing a lot of lane farm while they were, trying to safely find places to farm, this has opened up from 20 CS to 50.
It's just ridiculous at the moment. It has meant that Pawn down on the bottom side of the map able to keep himself ahead as well, as Doinby with the really long lane does not want to go too far out because Pawn just has too much kill pressure on him at the moment. Almost has that Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well. Nearly large one is completed. Banshee's failed. Just popped onto Quilla, but already has his second item built up as well, and a lot of focus on the magic resist, but that's a bit of a, I guess, selfish magic resist purchase. Not decided to go for any lockets just yet out of the jungle here for EDG.
He's in the carry position, 2-0-1 right now is EDG finally stepping up to attempt to siege this tower, really just kind of poke it down.
Getting a few auto attacks off there.
Did he laugh?
He did. He was giggling quite a lot there with Def. Tower very, very low. Clear Love able to get the smite. Nice eye for the smite there.
He's denied that 3 or 4 times, and that's so important because, again, look at EDG and their vision control over Swift's bottom jungle. A big thing that teams really need to start getting into the habit of doing, especially when they are ahead, is making sure that they deny the Raptor camp. A lot of time teams will be ahead, they'll go and contest the red buff, the blue buff, you know, try to force fights a dragon. But it's so important to maintain your vision control to deny the Razor perk.
Yeah, and the fact that you can just spot out any ward that sees you as well means that even the sneaky wards that you may not expect are going to be discovered. And when they're so close to that Raptor camp, it's important for EDG to keep control. But they're going to easily take down the second dragon here as Pawn's able to take that one out with a Force Pulse. He's ahead by about 7 CS in comparison to that bottom lane, which is only getting worse here for QG. And the mid lane outer turret is going to fall, so Def finally going to get that work done. Doinby going to have a longer lane to work with now that he's made it back to the mid.
So Xiaogu trying to kind of stop the bleeding, although it's starting to get a little bit out of hand between the two 80 carries. They are in a bit of a better position to look for the next fight at Dragon, simply because V now has his resistances, or at least some of his resistances up and running, has the Spectre's Cowl, as well as the Merc Treads to go along with his Righteous Glory. So we are starting to come to the stage of the game where Xiaogu can possibly think about a 5v5, and that's where they excel.
Yeah, there's also the fact that they have the locket completed on Swift as well, so he's managed to grab the AoE magic resistance against this largely magic damage focused EDG team comp.
Entirely magic damage focused, including on Corki.
Yeah, well, of course, I was giving the hybrid damage to Corki there, so he does auto attack a little bit. We did see that. But you're exactly right. The fact that Magic Resist is going to be king here for the QG lineup, as Mako's just battling these minions.
Trying to keep it out of the tower, so not only will Deft pick up all this free CS, pulls it into the tower, but he'll also get a decent amount more freeze.
Yeah.
That's gonna, actually, it's still pretty good.
Not too bad. TNT, though, trying to hold this wave at the turret, keep himself in a position to be able to grab some farm. It's been difficult for TNT at the moment. Always has been sort of a low economic AD carry, still able to get things done, but still needs some money, and that static shift is not going to pay for itself.
Pawn, thinking about going full Pawn.
Yeah, he's going in. Nice use of the spell shield means that no damage comes out. TCT makes his presence known, and Pawn going to have to risk walk himself to safety, but not under any pressure at the moment.
That said, it is that time that with the mid-tier tower down as well as the bottom-tier tower, the most accessible and last standing outer is going to be that top side, which means it's the easiest objective for EDG to look at.
Yeah, Karo actually getting twistedly advanced on by V, but once again, ignore this. Something
that's a little bit curious for EDG this game is that it is much more about kind of controlling the minion waves and stacking your gold lead off of farm versus skirmishes, which is what we saw, typically if you're going to think about EDG, it's, they love to 3v3, Pawn and Clear Love and Mako going crazy, snowballing that way versus, trying to bleed people out by freezing waves and controlling side lanes and things like that, which is what we've seen here, especially between TNT and Deft. And it's cool too, because if you think all the way back to World Elite History Time with Frostgren, their coach Aaron, when talking to Wei Xiao, he was one of the earliest players that people credited the idea of slow pushing to. If you think about his Ezreal play, he would use Ezreal ult to clip waves around the map. As I say this though, Swift getting to safety. But he credited that to Aaron, that Aaron was one of the first coaches, at least for WE on record, to consider slow pushing and playing with waves and teaching that to his team. So it's nice to see EDG, I mean, this isn't like a slow push, but playing more with minion waves and controlling gold that way versus trying to snowball it in skirmishes.
Yeah, making sure they keep the minion waves in the right position so that QG can't find their way back into the game with that. That being said, TNT was able to pick up a couple of waves, but now he's behind 70 CS as Deft has just been eating up wave after wave here in the mid. And you're right, I mean, EDG have been making it look easy as far as slowing everything down, picking up all of the farm that they can, and they've been just slowly getting themselves a bigger and bigger lead. Now at about 3,500 gold, after there was a lot of aggression early on, and then absolutely nothing for the last 6 or 7 minutes.
And this goes back to the question, yes, EDG looks strong, but do they look different? And I say yes, they do look different. They are doing different things. This is not normally how EDG win games. This is very similar to Xiaogu. We talked about this composition. They've run this multiple times, and this is still a very EDG-esque comp in that it's a lot of comfort champions. But again, all about the dragon control, all about controlling your waves, denying the enemy as much CS as possible, building up your gold lead. That way, I do feel that this is EDG, you know, experimenting, or at least maturing in their various styles.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of the things that they're doing are very deliberate as well. A lot of what EDG used to do was rely on the fact that their mechanics were just incredibly strong. They'd be able to win a lot of these skirmishes just off the back of being better players, but it has become a little bit of a different story with a lot of the new superstars heading into the LPL. It means that they have to play a more cerebral game of League of Legends, and they're showing us that they can do that.
Especially with Pawn here. I mean, if we think about classic EDG, it's Pawn just doing crazy things and distracting as many people as possible, maybe killing 2 of them while he's at it, and EDG just kind of taking something else on the map underneath him. The Darien effect. The Darien effect, it's a beautiful effect, one of my personal favorites, as Kara is going to make his way towards the river, dashing his way over the top. Not going to be able to spot that ward as V, he's up the top side as well. TNT, TCT hanging around with Deft and Mako in the mid lane. Deft has over perfect CS. He does. Yep. So over by a very long way as well. Yeah, it's good to average around 10 CS a minute. So at 27 minutes, you would consider, you know, 270 to be incredible. Like, wow, that's awesome. He's got just shy 300 CS at 27 minutes. Yeah. So Deft is most definitely being able to pick up as much farm as he would like this game. Now has a Bloodthirster in his back pocket as well, the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Trinity Force. Longsword cheekily hanging out there as well. We'll see what he decides to pick up to augment the rest of his items. But I love this build from Corki. So much poke focus with the flat AD from that Bloodthirster. The fact that you're a little bit more safe as well, and the fact that you get double shield with that Eye of the Storm on top of everything just means that extra AD and extra survivability for the Corki. And what it's also really going to empower is not necessarily the Shred and the Kite in the team fights, although he doesn't need the Blade of the Ruin King just because he's so far ahead of V. V just now completing his Spirit Visage, which yes, he's facing against a lot of magic damage, but Corki is so much flat AD right now. It's going to empower sieging towers. Obviously, the difference between an Infinity Edge and a Bloodthirster is you can't crit a tower. It's going to be more cost effective to sieging to build the BT, likewise with the Janna Shield. So should expect to see EDG start grouping up and sieging as they controlled their 3rd dragon, so far uncontested. And it's why we see a lot of the sort of Boots 2 build out of the AD carries that want to be sieging towers with the ingredients for that Infinity Edge. The BF and the pickaxe. Yeah, as opposed to completed as Swift is actually going to find himself in a very uncomfortable position. Nice explosive cast to try and disengage this, but it's not going to be enough. Pawn's going to grab it with the W-empowered auto attack. And EDG will see whether they go for a Baron. There are pings around it, but I believe that's from QG, and EDG not going to go for an early one. 28 minutes. I can imagine that EDG of old would have just said, okay, Baron time, boys. They've so far managed to amass about a 4K gold lead for themselves and, you know, really just kind of farming waves. Most of that is going to be the difference between 2 AD carries, Deft versus TNT again, pointing down to that CS. I wanted to see him eclipse TNT by 100 CS. He's really starting to edge close. He's getting there, of course, only about 20 behind that one. And we're talking about Deft being 20 behind because he's ADCS in the lead. Deft does have massive amounts of shield, so that stun in front of the tower not going to do anything at all. Outer does fall on the top side of the map, so all of the outer's now completely gone from QG, and the map opened here for EDG. And as this map opens up, yes, it is empowering to TNT, or excuse me, Xiaogu, because they do have TNT on that Sivir, and obviously the Sivir ultimate gets more powerful the farther you have to run, but it becomes very scary likewise because you're dealing with the paranoia and the stealth of Evelynn, as well as the chase potential and stick potential of Kassadin.
TNT is going to be able to grab his red buff though. All of the wards from EDG on this bottom side of the map, QG's jungle, have dissipated for the majority. Still a couple hanging around that dragon pit, but not as many as there were before. Doinby's doing a good job clearing out these minion waves now that he has a whole lot more AP. Void Staff completed as well as that Abyssal Scepter and some cooldown reduction with those Lucidity Boots as well. So you can see Karo and V, they've been basically non-factors as far as this game has been concerned, but they're farming up about even at the moment, just getting to their late game tankiness as quickly as they can.
And touching on Doinby's build that you just brought up, you know, having to go the Void Staff.
Yeah, third item.
Yeah, just to keep his damage consistent. I mean, this is trying to be as cost efficient as possible to still be a factor into this mid game. Typically, you wouldn't want to go Void this early, but again, because EDG have just amassed a lead from farming better, their resistances are up and online before, you know, the death cap or anything like that Victor would be able to pull out.
Unable to find it there as Def, with 345 CS, does go back and pick himself up his third item in the last Whisper. So this Corki is most definitely at a power point. That is a lot of damage.
Massive. That's, you know, a 40-minute Corki running around 10 minutes early.
Yeah, and at the moment, QG have just let EDG do whatever they want. It's basically been this whole game. Which is
the thing, the goal difference isn't that massive. I mean 4K is still pretty sizable, but for kind of the, I guess the limited action that you've seen visually around the map in terms of kills, it's only 1 to 5. EDG are in full control of this game. They dictated every aspect of it. So it's a little bit misleading to say like, oh, you know, EDG are only slightly ahead, this could be 1 teamfight, which true. I mean, Xiaogu could pull this back. They're one of the best team fighting teams in the league. That said, you know, you're facing against EDG.
Yeah.
But just, again, EDG, they normally don't win like this, and it's a very controlled, respectful style.
Yeah, we do have a perfect hex score now completed for Doinby. Static Shiv has been done for TNT as well as those Berserker's Greaves. So TNT now with his sort of core itemization, a lot of extra wave fluid burst damage with that Static Shiv as well, as Blue Buff is going to get stolen away. Jeff going to secure that one, but Agony's Embrace here on the bottom side. Nice placement of the gravity field of Swift getting taken down very, very low. Teleport in from V as he's able to get on top of Pawn. Nice on his Hourglass to mitigate some of the damage. And TNT, huge burst as the Monsoon comes out to get the front line out of this battle. Pawn does have to get the heck out of this fight now. Very, very low. And Swift, the only casualty of that face-off.
That could have been so much worse. Oh, hold on.
Clearlove going for the assassination play onto Doinby. Not going to find it there. The rest of EDG making their way around as well. TNT in the back line. Nice rockets from Deft, going to be poking out QG here. And just Clearlove thinking that, yep, I can get something done here, boys. Don't worry about it.
I thought for sure that that was going to spell disaster for Oh, and I was going to say, and they won't turn on the Baron. I said in the middle of that fight, that's going to be the Baron. EDG are immediately going to turn on it. They decide that this is the lead that they wanted. Super risky, though. Swift isn't there for the smite. They don't have a secondary smite in their top laner because it's Maokai. Free Baron.
Yep, they're going to grab it. Riftwalk and Valkyrie used to get over the wall here by the EDG carries. That's a very easy Baron here as Mako just going to back on a ward, but the Empowered Recall going to help him get back there. And QG, they only lost 1 member from that last team fight, and EDG knew that because it was the jungler, they'll easily be able to take that Baron. And because it's just been a very, very, I guess, I don't know, passive QG. They haven't been making aggressive moves. Nothing has been done on QG's terms this game.
Xiaogu are actually very smart about understanding when they're behind and understanding kind of the win conditions that they have going forward. So yes, I agree. They have been passive. The issue is they haven't been able to be proactive, which has set the pace for EDG. But they understand when they're weak, and they understand when they can't fight. And they did a good job hiding from EDG. So we kind of think, you know, EDG forced them into that engagement right there, understanding that, okay, we're strong enough now that we can just mow them over, grab the Baron, and start speeding this game up. Because again, as I was saying earlier, the gold difference wasn't that sizable, but EDG are in full control. But the brilliance about Xiaogu is they understood this, and they were just trying to minimize loss. Unfortunately, they just don't have the answers. Again, we talk about Xiaogu. They're fantastic in the 5v5, but EDG are playing a macro-oriented effectively a wave control game against them, you know, amassing all of this farm lead on Deft. This hits Xiaogu exactly where they're weak. We talked about it in the pregame, you know, where you're going to beat them, it's around the map, and that's exactly what EDG did.
Well, Pawn going for a very aggressive play to Doinby here, blows the Zhonya's hourglass. Doinby has to run away from his tower. 4 members of EDG head down here. Pawn easily able to lock that kill down with a Force Pulse, and this inner turret most definitely dead, and I don't think Doinby was expecting 4 people to come from behind his turret.
And now EDG are just going to walk this one through. I mean, I hate to call it this early, but this was really cleanly played, just from start to finish.
Yeah, it was just a strategic victory, and the fact that EDG knew that there was nothing that Xiaogu could do. They were able to take every objective on the map, and the fact that they weren't making strategic mistakes meant that there was no way back in.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that the LPL is actually really strong in the meta right now. A lot of people, you know, they look at the LPL, okay, what is it good at? It's good at 5v5, team fighting, typical Chinese aggression. The thing that's more accurate to say is that the LPL is really good at trading objectives.
Yeah.
And almost to the extent, especially of the lower bracket teams, you know, King, World Elite, they'll almost kind of sacrifice all of their map, unfortunately, because they just understand, you know, we can't fight now. It's, yeah, 5v5 is still a very key part of the Chinese meta, but understanding exactly when you can and cannot fight is something very core to the LPL, which is why you see Xiaogu, you know, we can't fight now, we have to be scared.
Yeah, but when can they fight is the real question.
On a pick.
Explosive cask.
Which is what Swift is looking for there.
Yeah.
So anytime that they approach a dragon, which they're going to have to approach the next one because it's 4 dragons, they can't let EDG have that 5th dragon window. And EDG have backed Xiaogu, excuse me, LGD backed Xiaogu into this exact same trap when they first faced. It's Swift looking for a pick on the cask.
Well, there is the Agony's Embrace one more time. Doinby gets exploded as the Shadow Dash comes through. V tries to get on top of Pawn, but another fantastic Zhonya's in there to save his life. Ripwalk over the wall here as well as EDG are playing around in QG's base. Rockets over from Deft as Koro's just untouchable in this space. Waiting for a Shadow Dash, is going to get over the wall, and QG, they lose their mid laner, and there's nothing that they can do to respond.
I'm actually really excited about this. If you think back to, you know, 15 minutes when I was saying, why aren't EDG playing to the top side? They could just dive that tower. They could ramp up this game. That's what we would expect from EDG, and now it all clicks into place. Why do that? Because that would be fighting on Xiaogu's terms, when you can just bleed them out through macro play.
Precisely what they've been doing. Deft's still 4 TCS ahead of the clock, as well as he's sitting on about 410, almost has the Infinity Edge done to augment all the rest of his super high damage items. This is a ridiculously fed Corki as he's sitting on 202 at the same time. And I say ridiculously fed, and I mean it, even though his scoreline doesn't necessarily say, oh, he's got like 18 kills, why is he so fed? It's the fact that he's been able to sit around, grab all the farm that he wants, and in a low kills game, only 9 by 37 minutes, he's easily the strongest man on the map.
I love it. Look at where the LPL has come. Normally you would look at a Chinese game, it would be 25 to 23 kills. We are now 1 to 8 with over a 10k gold deficit between the two teams.
Yeah. And it's all purely strategic play. And I can see the pride in your eyes, Frostgrin.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
It's clear love correct. I think you're allowed to hear it. Pawn might get caught. Body
Pawn.
slammed. There's the
He's
stun.
gonna
Uses
rip
the
block.
Zhonya's. Is he going to be out of Zhonya's over? Flashes into it. Gets over the wall. Oh my goodness, the flash. Koro's in here. Goes straight over the wall as Clearlove's making his way around. That's a 4-man Agony's Embrace as well as V teleports in. Decent use of the Glacial Fissure there as Koro's only down to about half health. Gravity Field doing some work. Deft! He's going to finally get taken down. Doinby once again is going to fall as Mako gets stunned up and destroyed. QG get a 2-for-1.
Classic Pawn. We were just talking about, you know, they've matured so much. It's all about... Nope, I got to face check this bush, guys. Xiaogu, pull a Fnatic.
Yep. Well, Koro going to get a Shadow Dash over the top. Pawn is going to find TNT there as well as Pawn down to about half health. Doesn't have the Zhonya's available anymore as he gets over with a Riftwalk. Nice use of the slow there as TCT looking for the kill into Pawn. Swift completely out of mana as he gets on top of him. Is he going to be able to find the kill though? No mana for Pawn. No mana for Swift. Clearlove's coming around as well. Does have the red buff. Body slam! And he's going to be able to lock it down with a W here as Hate Spikes from Clearlove going to follow Swift around, but he doesn't think he can grab it. Koro is taking so long to die on the bottom side of the map as V is going to eventually, I have a feeling, be able to clean up that kill, but TCT did have to go down for it. In the end, I'm not sure how many kills that was in favor of either team.
That's still primarily in favor of Xiaogu. They needed something to have on the map, so what they did is they set a trap. They know that this has all been about the CS, so they stand in a bush understanding that someone from EDG is going to come and clear this massive wave. It was Pawn, and instead of taking the safe route down the lane into the farm.
Why would he do that?
Because it's Pawn. Remember what I was saying about how Pawn really needs to play champions with repositions, because sometimes he just puts himself in the worst places?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of those Pawn moments.
Example 1.
Example A.
Yeah, Exhibit A, right there. But, of course, Pawn, having a casual meander down the river, you can't really hold that against him. Just wanted to do so.
Okay, this is the big thing. We have massive level discrepancies between both of these two teams. Look for the cask. Swift has to find a pick here. They need a 4v5 advantage.
Yeah, Koro up in about 3 seconds with the Stand United. This Dragon down to about half health. 1,000 to
he got
go.
it.
Oh, it is going to be locked down by Swift there, so no 5th Dragon, but Swift, he's going to die first. Clearlove takes down that kill. Right in amongst the fight here as TNT has to flash over. Nice knock up there under 3 people as the gravity field's down. Koro trying to tank up all of the damage, but EDG, they haven't lost a member just yet, and Swift was a large portion of the front line. V is going to die, and that is all the front line dead. And Deft, Valkyrie's over the top, going to be taken out by TNT. He's going to fall as well eventually here as he's trying to kite around Pawn, able to rift walk on top of him, and Koro not going to get stunned up. It's a double kill for the mid laner of EDG. And V did survive somehow. Mako, are you going to find him? No, I'm just going to wander into the brush.
But
Where
look
did the
at
tree
this.
go?
Again, you can't slight Xiaogu and their performance. They are 11k gold down, managed to deny the 5th Dragon bonus from EDG, but more importantly, they almost won that team fight.
Yeah.
There were so many low health members, and of course Deft made a fatal error. Valkyrie forward. You could see the instantaneous regret as he just mashes himself into a Braum Q and then immediately gets concussive blows into death.
Yeah, there was a gravity field there as well on top of him that was a bit of a struggle to deal with.
But this is why EDG wanted to play the macro game. Not only have they been experimenting with it for the last kind of 3 sets, but it is so terrifying to fight Xiaogu in a straight 5v5. 11k gold. If that was even, they would have won.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Swift went down incredibly quickly in that fight. If he was able to be there, be the disruption for the team as effectively as he generally is, then that could have been a whole lot worse there for EDG. But in the end, it is going to be a 4-for-1 as QG now trying to wrestle control of the vision around this Baron. The top lane going to be dealt with by Deft here as Clearlove just waiting in the wings.
Something
to get around.
Very scary is you have to think that your gold lead only means something to a point. It's a race to 6 items. And as you approach, 60k, 65, 70k, it really doesn't matter if you have a 200 CS lead on someone. You wasted your window of opportunity where you had that lead.
Yeah, you need to make sure that the item discrepancy is utilized when it actually exists. Koro, though, with a gigantic minion wave here on the bottom side of the map. TNT is going to have a fantastic time clearing that one out.
You know what teams that I would never want to face at, 55 minutes when it's a single team fight game?
Yep.
EDG and Xiaogu.
Pretty much. I wouldn't like to face Snake either because they do ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the team fighting actually in the LPL has been fantastic as V finds his way in here. Nice Monsoon from Mako to try and get him out, but Clearlove's going to lock down the Baron. Mako already down to half health as Deft trying to Valkyrie his way away from V. Swift gets on top of him though. Does he have the flash? No, not just yet. He's going to go down. QG with a huge team fight as Koro's trying to tank up, but he's in just a little bit too late. Clearlove, happy birthday, you're dead as Koro able to manage to get out of this one. Shadow Death going to get him a little bit further away, but there's the stun. Swift and TCT with no damage at all eventually get that kill secured, and that's 4-for-0 in favor of QG.
The Monsoon was used to make sure that EDG got the Baron by pushing Swift away, but as soon as it was used, that gave Xiaogu the go-ahead. They can't reset the fight. They're trapped in the Baron pit. They've taken damage from the objective, and now is our time to strike. Even better, the Chaos Storm only hit 1 member, and they destroyed that fight.
Well, Pawn over the top here. They are going to lose their inhibitor turret, I believe, as Pawn's trying to get some work done. Does use the Zhonya's. QG piled on top of him, though. Rift walks himself out. Does have the spell shield. Has to flash. Is the Rift walk going to be available? I'm not sure whether it is. There's the barrel. Swift locks down the ace. And EDG lose everyone. What is going on?
EDG sacrificed the Monsoon for the Baron, but get aced and lose the inhibitor. And we talked about this, this gold lead doesn't mean anything.
No, not anymore. Is QG just able to navigate these team fights in the late game? The fact that TNT is not being itemized against, there's a couple of Randuins there. There's now a Thornmail completed by Clearlove as he went back to base. But the fact is, this Sivir is doing so much AoE AD damage. EDG do not have as an easier time dealing with the mixed damage that's coming out of this QG lineup, and it's just biting them.
And that's why it's so important that the Monsoon be used correctly to reset the fight, to make sure that it's in between Victor's cooldowns, and he can't just sit there, stack his Venn diagram of murder on top of the ricochet from Sivir.
Well, at the moment, QG coming off fantastic team fighting ability. They did lose the Baron, so of course they weren't able to utilize that. Not going to be able to get into another lane and make things work. And as the dust settles, we'll see whether EDG can find a team fight that suits them moving forward. Only one item slot to go here for Doinby. Does have an instantly large rod. We'll see whether that is going to be the Ravenous Death Cap, or whether he feels like he might need that Zhonya's Hourglass as well, which I could imagine he would.
This is why a lot of us will consider Xiaogu in contention for the world seeding and placement to represent China. You think back to their game against LGD, where, again, they pretty much got manhandled. LGD would quickly found the 2-0 against Xiaogu, but Xiaogu were so good at playing from behind and identifying the perfect win condition for their scenario. And it's just something that, it's unfortunate, it doesn't reflect. If you're just looking at, past games, okay, Xiaogu got 2-0'd by this team, they split with this team, things like that. But they're so good at playing from behind. This is why I consider them, the elite, one of the top-level Chinese teams, because EDG has been running them around this entire game. But to find this at 46 minutes, to have a 50-50 chance at winning this game, is awesome.
Yeah, there's the fact as well that they have positional advantage around this Dragon as well. EDG making their way in, but the Dragon has spawned and it's going to go down incredibly quickly. You can see QG easily able to lock it down and nothing EDG could do about it.
Starting to ramp back up, empowering their turrets. Again, EDG having to always respond to that mid lane pressure because they have lost the inhibitor.
Yeah. EDG, I would have expected them to set up for that Dragon a little bit more. You mentioned the fact that EDG have been focusing a little bit more on making sure they have more control over the Dragon area, and just hasn't happened towards the later stages of this game.
This is when Xiaogu's composition as a true 5v5 really starts to shine versus the pick potential that EDG's comp has. They need to make a pick and then look for a numbers discrepancy, since the gold lead doesn't matter anymore, whereas in a straight 5v5, who's going to win? Victor Shen or excuse me, Victor Maokai?
Well, Clearlove was looking for the flank here, but he is going to get picked out. There's the Stand United. Gravity field down as well, but Clearlove, he's not the focus anymore. Pawn makes his way into the backline. Nice flash taunt there coming out, but the explosive cast splits up the whole fight. Oh my goodness, Def going off in this team fight thus far, getting so much damage down Pawn. He didn't fall either, and EDG answering QG's ability to team fight with their own prowess, as Def just kiting everyone around. V's going to be the last to die, and the clean ace for EDG as Koro, he wants to finish the game.
But it's how that team fight set up. So again, Xiaogu, they think that they have a pick on Clearlove. What happens is, instead of a full 5v5 where everyone's clumped up together initially, it starts out as a 2v3, and a lot of cooldowns are initially burned on Clearlove. Deft, again, a massive leap of faith. Valkyries forward to make sure that he gets over the wall, and V is just slightly late to make sure that the cat or the Maokai ult is protecting his team before Pawn's burst damage goes off.
And speaking of burst damage, it was the fact that EDG were just able to get theirs all layered across, and Doinby and TNT just could not withstand it at all. No Zhonya's available for this Victor, and it is going to be the surrender vote. QG are taken down by EDG in game one of this series, but man, that battle back after a 10k gold deficit was so incredibly good by QG, and I can't wait for the next game.
Two of the best team fighting teams, not only in the world, but certainly in the LPL. That was almost a coin toss. Xiaogu, congratulations to EDG, but they played great that set.
They certainly did, and Clearlove, happy birthday, managed to pick himself up
the birthday buff
as well, yeah, and playing on his favorite champion in Evelyn at the same time. We'll see what they do to mix it up in the next game, as we are going to switch sides, as QG are going to move on to the other one. We'll see whether that is going to change things as far as how this is going to work out. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break, but when we return, EDG are going to see whether they can grab the 3 points off QG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is FLICKR, and we're ready to go into Game 2 of EDG versus QG. And that game was long and methodical and not something we generally associate with this league.
I'm going to call it the evolution of EDG for certain.
Yeah.
Great play from both sides. We are going to see who's going to get that MVP. I feel like it should be Deft.
Possibly a happy birthday
Possibly
to
Clear
Clear
Love.
Who knows? Possibly could happen here as EDG jungle control definitely in their favor that game, and Koro is actually going to pick up the MVP. Loving to give it to the Shen players these days.
Naturally, a lot of those team fights, Koro finding the correct CC, great target selection. A big difference between EDG and Xiaogu, especially in these last team fights, was just the ability to burn through TNT, make sure that he gets removed from the map, and a lot of that is on the CC that Koro is going to be providing. There we go, the flash taunt right on TNT.
Yep, right over there as V had to flash over after Deft here as well, who went down pretty quickly. Actually, no, completely different team fight where Deft just survives forever.
Yep, this is the team fight where Deft is able to Valkyrie back right about here. Doop. And just kite through it with the power of the Janna Shield.
Yeah, and that was EDG's team fight that they had to win there in the late stage of that game, and in fact turned that one into a victory for themselves as well. So just pushing all the way through after losing a couple of back-to-back team fights there that QG were able to turn around somehow after a 10,000 gold deficit. And we'll see whether QG can make some more moves in the early game in order to get themselves into a position of power, and whether using that they can actually create a victory for themselves, because it looked like, despite the fact that gold was so incredibly different, they were well and truly in that game. Yeah,
they had a great composition, obviously, looking for the 5v5. We talked about it. It's the classic Xiaogu comp.
Yeah.
They're one of the best teams in the LPL at that 5v5, and it was just really the brilliance of EDG, you know, using a very macro-oriented wave control strategy to try to bleed Xiaogu out. That said, they didn't capitalize on their advantage early enough, and Xiaogu, it almost turned into a 50-50. That late in the game, your gold lead means nothing when everyone has 6 items. And that's not where you want to be against Xiaogu. But on the other side, EDG, also one of the best team fighting teams in the LPL, and were able to squeeze that one out.
Yeah, easily able to grab that one in the end. But I just like the fact that Xiaogu turned it on exactly when they needed to. The fact that the 5th dragon was looming, they denied 2 of those from EDG in order to make sure that that game was still on even terms for both of these sides. And in the end, it was an overcommit onto Clearlove that really allowed EDG to run away with that game.
Yeah, and Xiaogu, I mean, if you think about all their decision-making, despite the fact that they were playing from behind for the majority of that game, they made probably one bad team fight call, and it was right in front of that Baron, but it was because EDG forced them into it. So, again, yeah, Xiaogu lost, but it just speaks to the strength of that team, how smart and how good they are from playing from behind to try to front a comeback like that.
Yeah, and it just looks like both of these sides really deserving to be in that 1 and 2 position as well. It's one of the first times, especially in the last couple of weeks, that we've seen a team really bring it to EDG, especially when they're that far ahead. The fact that this team often looks untouchable a lot of the times, especially when they get a lead, wasn't the same way this time. And Xiaogu just didn't look scared, which is very admirable, especially on Clearlove's birthday.
Yeah, and it also does speak to, again, this isn't normally how EDG win.
No.
They typically win through early skirmishes and snowballs and just making very efficient, very forward movements on the map before they amass their gold lead through their skirmishes. That then translates into a big 5v5 gold lead. But again, slowing down the pace of the game, being more about the objective control. So we're starting to see different sides of EDG as they're experimenting and kind of branching out their composition. And that in itself is very terrifying, because you know that they can quickly switch the gears back as they did in kind of these last few team fights and look for that big 5v5.
And as well, when it comes down to this macro play as well, it means that it doesn't matter who you're facing necessarily. If you can play the map perfectly, you're going to be able to find a victory. And really talks about what could be happening for EDG as they move international as well, as far as trying to follow up their MSI victory with a Worlds victory.
Yep, and that's the looming question that's on everyone's mind. That said, we still got to get through week 9.
That is true.
Of 11.
There is still definitely a lot of League of Legends to be played here in the LPL, ladies and gentlemen, as we do get into Champion Select. And FLICKR going to be banned away one more time, this time on the blue side here for EDG. And they're going to ban Kassadin as well, as the Callista is going to be the answer.
That is something that is a little bit curious for me for EDG, is that Clearlove plays everything, but it does take him a bit to warm up to new meta champions. If you think about his Gragas now, he's a fantastic Gragas player, but it was not always like that. Likewise, I have yet to see Clearlove pull out the Echo jungle. So if that continues to be you know, kind of a power pick for the jungle position as it is in the LPL, has a very sizable win rate, I believe over 70% when it's played from that position, and they are banning it from blue side simply because they don't have the versatility or the flex pick there. That's a bit concerning.
Very concerning. Is QG actually copying a couple of mid lane bans here? Doinby unable to play the Victor or the Cassidy in this game.
The classic coach lean.
Yeah, making sure that they get the coach lean for both sides.
I feel like they looked over, is he leaning? Okay, I gotta lean.
Yeah, no, it's important to have one arm in, one arm out as well, FLICKR. If you're ever thinking about being a coach, that is how you do it.
If I was ever a coach, I think I've done that a few times.
Look, we're not taught you're a caster, okay?
I'm a caster now, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be doing the coachy thing. Oh my goodness. Rise has made his way through. EDG locked that one in straight away, as you can see the coach reactions on both sides. Aaron's like, yep, okay, we're into it. Don't worry, guys. Azir, of course, was the final ban there from QG as everything sort of raced through from that stage on. V thinking about denying Koro's Hecarim, grabbing his for himself.
It was the coach lean. That's how we got the Rise first pick.
Exactly. You got to make sure you lean over.
The surprise. We did it, boys. Okay. See what the answer is. Typically, with EDG picking up the Rise, I suspect that it's going to be a Maokai in the top lane, although V could prove me wrong and go back to his Hecarim comfort.
Well, look, we also, here in the Oceanic region, understand that Banner of Command Hecarim, a
Minty
fantastic
whale.
choice into the Rise. We'll see whether that comes through. As Swift, considering taking away Evelyn from Clearlove, would be an interesting choice, especially with the Rek'Sai on the table. The Clearlove is fantastic at playing. It is going to be locked away, and V's going to grab the Annie, so already QG changing things up. We'll see what EDG respond with.
Taking away that Evelyn. I would love to see Clearlove pick up his Rek'Sai just because it's the direct counter due to how the Tremor Sense is going to work on Evelyn's stealth. But I feel like it's about to be a Gragas with that Yasuo.
Could be the Gragas Yasuo here, as Clearlove is now hovering it. Pawn hovering it as well. Pawn hovered it in the last game at the same time. Not entirely sure whether that's what he's going to be locking in here, but Rek'Sai has a knock-up as well, FLICKR.
Yeah, but Gragas is like, he's got the hard engage, he's got the disengage. Okay.
Yep, that's a Sivir. So Deft is just going to lock away the Sivir here as well. Probably wanting to deny the Annie-Sivir combo, which is just very, very frightening.
And likewise, we'll give him the spell shield to protect him against the Timbers.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
It is going to go ahead and be that Rek'Sai, and that's one of the scary things about picking Evelyn so early. Likewise, Twisted Fate is still available, and we've seen that used as a direct counter from unlimited potential against EDG. But the idea is that when you're in a Tremor Sense and Eve's walking around, he can see you.
Yeah, she can't actually see much more, of course. The Tremor Sense, when you're underground, means that your vision not going to be very far, but you don't need it, because Evelyn's going to be wandering around. She's not going to be visible anyway, so that's absolutely fine. V, considering once again locking away that Hecarim as TNT, I'm going to go under one of his aggressive choices in the Lucian here.
I still feel like Xiaogu should really consider the Maokai. Not that V isn't a fantastic Hecarim player. It's one of his primary carry champions. He has been able to carry from the top lane with that horse. But Maokai's ultimate and what it does to cancel out a lot of Rise's damage is really key. It's going to lock in Hecarim. Yeah,
he's already locked it away here as TNT clocks a tickin'. Is going to lock away the Lucian as well. So see how the Annie Lucian lane does on that bottom side. Or Doinby, he could actually pick up that Annie in the mid lane. Who knows what could happen here as Deft hovering over Meiko's Janna. And we'll see what pawn decides to take into the mid lane as well.
Lulu?
Could potentially be. Of course, they already
taking
have
it away
two
from
threats.
Doinby.
Yeah.
Because Xiaogu like to run a comp similar to what SKT do with Bang on Lucian and Faker on Lulu.
Yeah.
And just to really empower. That said, they wouldn't have the Janna. It is going to be the Annie this time around, but Doinby is a fantastic Lulu player, so it would just be a direct denial, likewise what Swift was doing to Clearlove on his Evelyn.
Yeah, Pawn also a fantastic Lulu player in his own right as well. Very, very strong on that hero, and you can add a little bit more utility when you do have...
Please.
Oh my goodness, Def. Don't you play with our hearts like that.
I'll get it one day.
Yeah, Lulu is going to be locked in here, and the Janna is going to be the response as well. So lots of augmentation for both of these massive hyper carries in the Rise and the Sivir. Not necessarily used to calling Sivir a hyper carry with that short range, but can get a lot of damage down.
I completely completely space Sivir with Ryze. This is incredibly important. Okay, so the number one thing about Ryze is that he doesn't have any gap closers. He has a 600 range long snare, and a big issue for Lucian is that if Lucian is ever in any damage threat to hit Ryze, Ryze can grab him.
Yeah.
Because he has a longer snare range. So what you do is you augment Ryze with Sivir. They work perfectly together because Sivir's on the hunt is going to empower Ryze to just run up and murder you. Likewise, Janna with her Tailwind. When Janna used to have
and Lulu with a Whimsy.
Exactly. When Janna used to have her global Tailwind passive, I believe her win rate with Ryze was significantly higher than any other champion. It's just beautiful synergy here. I was looking at Deft. I was like, wow, they're really empowering Deft. Nope, it's all about Koro.
Yeah, make sure you can get Koro there in a position to carry. And of course, we were talking about this before. Any member of EDG that gets money is going to be able to carry this game out. And it looks like a lot of the cards into the Ryze back pocket.
The ball delivery system, though, from Xiaogu. They're still looking for the 5v5.
Yeah, V able to canter along in there, use that Onslaught of Shadows to make sure that the ball can be in the right position.
Trot in.
Yeah. A lot of dressage going on here. We'll see what Skinny decides to take onto the Rift.
So glad that you know that vocabulary.
Don't tell anyone.
You know I used to do that, right?
Did you really?
Yes.
You're a dressage person.
Yeah, a horse person is, I think, what they say nicely in high school.
Ah, okay, a horse person. Not sure whether that's super nice here as we are going to go through the lineups. Ryze into the Hecarim. Of course, both of these champions do like to scale into that late game, as Clearlove is going to be taking the Rek'Sai into the Evelynn here. Swift might have a little bit of trouble staying invisible with that guy on the map, and Pawn reaching out to us there with the Lulu, as Doinby's going to take the Orianna there. Equal amounts of utility and damage available for both of those ones, but of course the Shockwave being a little bit more impactful than that Wild Growth as far as damage is concerned, and I'm excited to see how this bottom lane goes at the same time.
Again, finalizing up, it's going to be Mako versus TCT, Janna versus Annie. And,
the classic forward versus
backwards.
Yeah.
I always look at TNT's haircut. I'm like, that's the next one. Got the green, got the pink, going for the purple next.
Yeah, that's your next decision. Okay, well, we'll see about FLICKR's hair, but for now, let's get into game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 2 between EDG and QG. EDG coming out with a victory in the end. Of course, I was going to say decisive, but QG were able to claw their way back for the last few minutes of that one before EDG did manage to get the ace and win the game. We'll see whether they can control more of the map this time around. And so far, things looking defensive as a start. We might have standard lanes once more.
And again, EDG kind of defining themselves as being much about the dragon control area as well as their wave manipulation. They do empower themselves having Sivir on their team.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they continue with the same strategy, if they're going to try to meet Xiaogu head-to-head in these 5v5s. Have to watch out for the Wombo combo, though.
Yeah, massive Wombo combo, of course. EDG more about just getting that Ryze into a position to get a heap of AoE damage down, but especially the single target CC that is going to come out of this Ryze in order to lock down a priority target and move on to the next one. And with the amount of augmentation that they do have with the Janna and the Lulu,
just think of the shields on Ryze's passive, the fact that he's going to get a natural shield built into his CDR, and then you have the Janna shield on top of it, as well as the Wild Growth and the Help Picks.
Silly.
I want a point where Ryze is just unkillable. He's got like 25 HP, but he just keeps resetting.
I'm excited for it as well.
We do have a bit of a lane swap going on, though, so this is pretty classic. What TNT did is he stepped forward and he made sure that he placed down a ward where he thought that he would be spotted out before backing into Fog of War and then making the trek across map. So he is going to dodge the Sivir Janna. See what he chooses to do here.
Well, actually, Deft and Mako just going to head towards this blue buff. Swift has to flash already back towards his base as this blue has been completely stopped. And Swift now with no flash has to now reattempt this blue buff.
And the reason that they did that is because they saw that Lucian and TCT had committed top. TCT, of course, stepping very quickly and very far forward into the lane, so might as well go in and at least drop a ward on the buff to make sure you figure out where the jungle started. When they got in there, they saw that they were actually doing the camp and decided to punish them. But again, making that call knowing that it's just the top laner and the jungler and that the bot lane wouldn't be there to assist them.
And B now continuing with the double jungle here as well. The first buff going to go down to QG, but already Clearlove has cleared out that whole side of the map by himself, as well as Koro is just going to go for the 2v1.
I mean, really what this is going to do is just slow down Swift's clear as well as kind of punish any sort of early aggression, naturally, because Evelyn's very dependent on that flash for any of her kill pressure since she doesn't have any, you know, sort of gap closer built in herself. Likewise, it will slow down V, so also an advantage given to Koro.
Yeah, Fawn just shoving this wave here as well in the mid. The Glitterlance is going to be his ammo this game. He's going to be able to use that ball to get things done as well. So we might need to be careful here. Does have the smite though, so he's going to get a bunch of health back. You can see that Rabbit's going to help out as well. So he's going to get that level 3, take down that blue as well. I'm
actually really surprised that Clearlove didn't choose to immediately invade, having the information given to or where Swift and V were, especially because Mako then made the rotation at 2 minutes 15 seconds to walk back up and to assist Koro. I feel like that was a missed opportunity from EDG to be really punishing.
I guess it was the fact that V wasn't in a lane just yet as well. The fact that Koro was there in that 2v1 situation meant that he probably wouldn't be able to rotate around as well, but I'm only spitballing here. And Def going to hold this wave away from the horse.
Again, continuing to be fairly conservative in how they go about acquiring their leads versus pedal to the metal. Yeah. Very different style. As actually they're starting some aggression here on the top side of the map. The 2v2 of the Ryze Janna into the Annie Lucian. Here comes Swift though. Got a 3v3. They do. Clearlove's here as well. There was a pink ward in the river, so they know that there's no Evelyn coming in throughout the bottom side. Nice if you're going to get TCT nice and low. It is important though that Clearlove is in his his burrowed form, so as soon as Swift moves close enough, he will get the call. Yeah. Both of these junglers being very patient. There's the Rune Prison. Koro almost managed to bait Swift out of hiding there for a moment. As he moved forward, I believe there were pings. EDG did ping out the Evelyn. So Clearlove still staying around, still understanding that his help will be needed here as QG are looking for that first blood here on the top side of the map. Swift making his way over. Tremor Sense is being pinged out. He could actually just knock him up right now as Koro's going to get caught. Immediately flashes out the double knockup from Clearlove though as Swift gets exhausted. He's taken down so incredibly low. The heal came through, but that's first blood for the Ryze as Koro uses the last of his mana to lock that kill down. And so much patience from both of these junglers ends up paying off for EDG. And this is why you don't pick Evelyn that early. Rek'Sai, so strong in the current meta. Direct counter, that's how it works with the Tremor Sense. They knew she was there. They waited for the perfect positioning. More importantly, Clearlove unburrowing into 2 members of Xiaogu. Yeah, stuns up from TCT. Nice Howling Gale from Mako there, but Koro completely out of mana. Just going to burn TCT with a little bit of that red buff. Swift just not having a good time this game. Oh, Deft actually turns it around in the bottom lane and be unable to best the turret. That was so close. Why was he diving without his wave even on the tower though? He must have caught Deft out in the middle of the lane and then just thought he could trade 1 for 1. He's a stallion, okay? Don't hold him back. Galloping to failure. Yeah, unfortunately. But look, it's the thought that counts. No. It's actually not. Bust. That's about a birthday present for your mom. That's when the thought counts. Not when you're playing a game of League of Legends. But just the fact that he had to chase, it must have broken out in the middle of the lane, because otherwise you would never chase into the creep wave like that. Definitely. That's really unfortunate. Good job from Def, though, to make sure he hit the boomerang to survive that, and then, of course, the dangerous game. Okay, so yep, Cheek, you go to play-by-play. Yeah, well, look, it's the replay. But we did see the very end of it. We knew what was going to happen here. Don't know what's going to happen now, though. TCT was forced to use his flash to get out. Clearlove making another visit towards this top side. Sweeps out a cute little ward there. Going to make his way through. Not sure whether he'll grab a Scuttle Crab, see whether that's available. Don't know whether it is, as Def now knows that he can best this Hecker. And Clearlove's able to expend so much time in the top lane, not only because that's where he has primary kill pressure, of course having that Ryze, but more importantly, that there's no way... here's a Lulu, and Fawn just comes through, walks behind the turret, and picks up an easy kill. But that looks like another day in the office. There's no way that Xiaogu can compete with the resources being expended top, EDG sending their jungler top, by transitioning into a dragon. A, because Swift is so far behind, but B, because Pawn and Deft have complete control over the bottom side of the map by themselves. So this is why you continually see Klilov, hey, let's just feed the Rise.
Yeah. Definitely what he's doing here, as Kara is now able to walk right into the middle of the lane against 2 people. Pawn wandering around, dodging some balls here in the mid lane.
How to lose every lane at once.
Well, Deft is going to head back to base. 61 to 60 as far as his respective lane opponent. Grabs himself a pickaxe, gets himself a pink ward as well, and some consumables. So he's well and truly getting to a point where the Sivir will be doing a bunch of damage, especially with those spells, with all of that flat AD. Swift helping Doinby out, starting off this blue buff, as Orianna definitely likes grabbing some of that mana. Dissonance not going to be enough, but the last auto attack is Clockwork Wind up, going to secure that buff for himself.
The one lane that hasn't lost is going to be Doinby versus Pawn. Does have the CS advantage, about 10 right there. Likewise got the blue buff, and actually going the tier build on Orianna. We've seen some interesting things with the 5.13 itemization, including a Nashor's Tooth Ori and some of the global regions. Curious what Doinby is going to experiment with.
Doesn't have the smite, unfortunately, so no Red Wave to come in this time around. It is the patch for it, as we're on patch 5.13. It's not going to happen. Power of Evil. He showed us the way, but no one has joined him on his path. 800
damage per auto attack, just absurd.
It's pretty silly.
That's one word for it.
I actually really enjoyed Rageblade when I first started playing Orianna.
You still enjoy Rageblade?
I haven't played Rageblade Orianna for quite some time.
No, he plays Rageblade Karma every single time I duo with him.
Hey, look, we won that game. Okay, I went 9-2. You just get off my back. Okay? Wasn't me, and it wasn't the Rageblade, ladies and gentlemen. That was not why we won that game. But, needless to say, we do have the complete lane swap now, as Deft has headed back up towards that top side of the map to join Mako here. And Kara is down towards the bottom side, just soaking up as much as he can. TNT, you can see that auto reset from Deft does a lot of damage.
Should be noted, and the reason why he's doing more damage is because he's the itemization advantage, having the pickaxe. But it should be noted that V has shored up a lot of his CS difference. So it was 27 to 40 for a moment there, but of course Deft pushing that wave in, V was able to balance it really well. Pick up a lot of that CS, and it has shored up the difference between him and Koro. Koro still with about a 10 CS lead, but definitely not the 30 that it was there for a moment.
Well, in goes V here. Koro actually down very low. Swift just going to get eliminated, though. Koro still burning down with that red buff. Wants to grab that passive proc, but V, he's not going to die this time. Onslaught of Shadows, though, was very optimistic, as we had a clear love waiting in the wings.
That's scary. 2-0-0 Rise right now with a composition that's built entirely around empowering him. Has the tier completed and it's doing ridiculous amounts of damage, which effectively no battle stats.
Pawn, once again, just walking towards his opponent. Shockwave comes in there, moves the ball around again. Pawn down to 200 health.
He's got wild growth.
Has to be so careful, but he was holding onto that ultimate for a very long time.
He knew he could win that trade. He was like, Doinby, I dare you.
He was just walking towards him. This is how his Lulu play works, is just keep walking at someone.
That's the idea with Pawn. I feel like he does the unexpected. You assume that the enemy mid laner will back off, and that's when Pawn steps forward.
Well, there's the wild growth now, as Swift did pay a visit here to the mid lane, but Doinby completely out of mana, can't stick around. Little Lance forces him to stop his back as well. As Mako makes his presence known as well.
Casual roam from Mako, that said, with the top tier tower down. Deft and Mako can now rotate into this mid lane and start pushing down this with their BF and pickaxe and Janna shield.
Yeah, and also almost kill Doinby there as well through the command protect shield. Of course, no extra AP apart from that Doran's ring in order to help out. But EDG just going to be able to take down the first dragon of the game now at 12 minutes into the game. It's still relatively late.
Yeah, joke's on me though. Top tower's still standing, so they rotated Deft and Mako down to secure this dragon. So curious now of where they're going to end back up. It looks like Koro is walking back across map towards top lane. I would assume that again, Deft and Mako will be sorted into that mid lane as the ping goes down from mid-tier tower, but it's from Xiaogu. And Pawn may find himself in the bottom lane picking up that big wave.
Looks to be the case. Athene's on Holy Grail completed for the Lulu.
They're confused.
I think we're confused as well.
No, they're confused.
Ah, okay.
They made a mistake. Koro was running top lane, so he wasted a lot of time where he could have been farming, but Deft decided that he wants to continue to push top lane and keep pawn mid. So Koro is now going to go back down to the bottom wave, which is effectively the open farm lane, because obviously V can't move that far forward.
Yep.
And Deft and Mako, since the dragon is down, are going to move back to the top side, since again you're not trading any sort of objective. You can move your numbers advantage to the top side of the map.
Well, 5 members here on the top side as TCT. Oh my goodness, not going to be able to get the stun on the Tibbers as Deft just spell shields it, and now he's just stutter stepping after him in pure Deft fashion.
Laughing.
Yeah.
Oh.
The classic Deft maneuver.
How demoralizing is that, though?
Delomanizing.
Delomanizing.
Yeah.
Alpaca? I can't even.
Dalpacalizing.
I wanted to make a joke off of llama for alpaca, but I think it was too far. I think that was the line.
A little bit too deep.
Yeah.
3,000 gold, though, is the lead for EDG, so they are well and truly ahead. And they were going all in with QG as far as that gank in the top lane, and just stifled by one spell shield from Deft. And you can see the result is he's all the way forward in this lane, farming this wave as it meets its counterpart here on the top side. And I believe that EDG now going to be able to get that top outer turret that they've been working on for quite some time.
So again, dragon down, they can play to the top side of the map. The reason why I called it an initial mistake is because Koro was not on the same page, was walking across mid lane. I was like, oh, I gotta go back bottom. Never mind, guys. Went on a little bit of a stroll, but they pick up the free objective, which now Deft and Mako can be moved into that mid lane to pick up the last outer tower.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization here from Deft as well. We spoke about it just before the BF Sword Pickaxe, and then into the Berserker's Greaves, making sure you can do as much damage to the turrets as possible. You don't need crit for that.
Yep.
So you get the components, grab some boots, and just run your way with your new shoes towards that lane and kill everything that you can find. Oh, is he going to be able to get a clear up? Not able to get in there in time, but might look for a bit of a team fight, as the stun from TCT was enough to stop that one from coming down. EDG, though, well and truly owners of this side of the jungle. It's going to be, can't even avoid getting Prey Sword at this stage. Prey Sword? I think I've used that before. Don't know whether it worked last time. Certainly didn't work that time.
That said, with all the resources of EDG kind of wandering around the mid lane as they were looking for a pick, V able to tap that tower once before he's immediately attempting to advance in the opposite direction.
Advance backwards.
Yeah, it's
Some
called
would
running
say
away.
Yeah, retreating, another way of describing that one, is going to be able to utilize his new blue buff in order to clear out this wave without running out of mana. And I really like his build. Let's talk about that for a moment here, as he's built the new and improved Rod of Ages, going towards that Archangel Staff, as well as the Seraph's Embrace, still very, very powerful. And with the new build paths, a little bit easier to grab. And also going to be staying in time with Koro's build as well. So Orianna able to sort of just join him in that trough.
This is what I like to call the see you late game Orianna build.
It's like, I'm not here today. Not happening. Just going to clear up minion waves, guys. Don't worry.
See you at 10 minutes when all my items are stacked and I hit you for massive amounts of damage. Yep. Likewise, it'll also empower the fact that Orianna's naturally tanky with her E.
Yeah.
Look at the Archangel's shield.
Hey, Clearlove! Just popping over with that Void Rush. Deft was taking the red buff. I would have loved to see him just smite the red and his way through. That would have been freaking cool.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Grab this. Decided not to.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, Mako going to get caught out. There's the Ignite down as well. I have the Storm to try and
teleport.
save him from this. Oh my goodness. Zoimie flashes forward, grabs himself a kill. V, though, going to continue now with the dissonance behind him. On the hunt has to be popped here from Deft. Does he have the spell shield? Avoids the fear from V. Clearlove around does knock up Doimby, but Deft has to be so careful now. The flash out of the way not going to be enough as QG, just too many members of the team. Clearlove deciding that he's going to try and engage on this one, but Corey with explosive damage. There's the wild growth onto Clearlove, keeping him alive for now. The Lulu doing a bunch of work as Swift is going to get cleaned up by the Glitterlance. B as well going to get slowed down. Is there going to be another help picks? A double kill for Pawn just with some auto attacks, and Koro forces everyone else out. And once the cavalry arrived, EDG come out with a decent team fight.
And this is where EDG excel. It's in these skirmishes. So Clearlove going back in on what looked like a suicide mission did end up going back down, but was simply to buy time for Pawn and Koro to get back into position.
Yeah, and of course, Pawn able to make sure that he picked up another couple of kills there at the same time, and you've got a 3-0-0 mid lane and top lane for EDG. And we spoke about this, the fact that Deft doesn't have to carry every single game, and he, look, died. Got a fair bit of damage down, but was out of position there in that fight. in the end, it was Koro and Pawn able to clean up. And when you've got a Rise at this stage, oh, TNT able to take that from Koro. Very, very nicely done with the Ardent Blaze. Lowest damage ability. To lock it in. Liked it a lot. But yeah, of course, Koro, he's working towards power. Doesn't have the Seraph's Embrace yet. Doesn't have the Rod of Ages stacked up. And Pawn, he was sitting on an Athene, so he wasn't doing too much either. But these guys now going to be so powerful moving towards the end of the mid-game.
Is Pawn building towards a Luden's Echo?
Looks like a Zonya's.
I'm always very curious what kind of the Lulu itemization will be. I like to call the two different Lulu builds the Doinby build and
That
the
could actually be Rise.
I would love to see it Rise. Curious what Pawn's second item is going to be, if it's going to be any sort of flat AP to augment his utility by giving his wild growth more.
Oh, that can
health.
also be a Ravenous Death Cap.
It can be so many
in that one
things.
now too.
Or if he's going to go for more of a penetration, damage-oriented build, like what FLICKR likes to do, which is he likes to go Lich Bane on his Lulu and just murder people. I personally am a fan of the flat AP to empower wild growth.
Yeah, B actually using the ultimate already. Koro with a lot of burst damage gets slowed by the Agony's Embrace. There's the Chilling Smite as well, but Rune Prison going to be enough to stop Swift's advance. They do pressure this Rise away from the turret, but will they be able to catch up to him? Dissonance there for the speed up here. Swift waiting for the W, but not going to be there in time.
That said, the bottom tower under siege right now. TNT trying to clear that one up by using the culling. But Pawn has prepped a wave for the mid lane, and unfortunately Xiaogu are out of position for this.
Yeah, and Def's going to be able to easily take this one down. It is going to be a trade of turrets, but the inner and the mid lane, a lot more map pressure now available for EDG, and I'd probably take that trade if I was this side.
Hashtag worth. Likewise, it will open up another elongated lane for Koro to continue to farm in.
Yep.
Speaking of Oriana's late game build, Rise is like, see ya.
Yeah. I'm not even in the game at the moment. That's not true. That Rod of Ages is starting to stack up. I think it's at about 4 at the moment. And does have a decent CS advantage as well, considering the fact that he is in a bit of a trough. But it was the Rabbidan's Death Cap, so Lulu well and truly at a point of power. And I just love the fact that Lulu can build flat AP and gain a whole lot of defensive statistics for it as well, because of course the Whimsy Shield going to be empowered and the Wild Growth giving you so much more health is so useful. And your Glitter Lance and Hell Picks do heaps of damage.
The thing that I love about Lulu is I call her a superficial tank. As I say that though, TNT may be murdered.
Potentially here on the hunt is going to be blown. TCT needs to get the stun, but it's only on to Clear Love at the moment. TCT sacrificing his life for his AD carry. So beautiful here in the bottom lane.
He died for TNT sins, especially because TNT was wandering towards the little gap in between the tower and the wall, which would have for sure given Clear Love a very easy knock-up. Likewise, a very clean boomerang from Daft.
Oh, Pawn making his way around Swift. Yeah, they're looking for Koro here. He's able to pop the ultimate. Is he going to be able to get enough damage done? There's the Wild Growth. Koro's going to destroy Swift, and V's like, I'm out of here. Do not want to experience this one as Koro's just running so fast with that Whimsy. He's going to get the Rune Prison. It is going to be there. The Baron's hanging around just spectating this fight as V gets obliterated.
And that's how this composition works. It's the Rise Go Fast comp. Look at just on the Whimsy. And again, that flat AP is going to empower that movement speed.
Exactly.
So this is why I love the itemization coming out from Pawn, choosing to go for, again, flat AP versus penetration to just empower his Rise, although runs into TNT for a stroll.
Culling, not going to find too much, but that's a two-man ultimate from Doinby, but he's right on the wrong side of everything. Seraph's Embrace Shield, is it going to be enough here? He's relatively tanky, actually, with that Rod of Ages, but not going to be enough at all as he was in no man's land. EDG able to pick up that kill onto the mid laner of QG and now continue their way around. Baron is available. Dragon not going to be available for another 4 or so minutes. As Trinity Force was completed by V, but it's not going to help him tank up in any of these team fights. More about skirmish.
Normally they're much more consistent about playing from behind, kind of minimizing their losses, making sure that they don't get picked out. But I feel like continuously getting outmaneuvered and getting caught in, frankly, places that they shouldn't. Naturally, EDG's comp is very quick, though.
Yeah, EDG are able just to transition very, very quickly. There's also the fact that QG are picking fights that they think that they can win, but EDG's always there ready, always waiting to turn around that fight. And because of that, they've created themselves an 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, or they're always in the area, and normal compositions wouldn't be able to get there that quickly, but the fact that you have 20 million movement speed buffs.
20 million might be an exaggeration.
Slightly. You've got On the Hunt, you've got Tailwind, you have Whimsy, you have the Void Rush, and then you have Rise ult. Every single one of those champions can very quickly and efficiently get around the map, and I feel like this is Xiaogu's downfall. They keep thinking that they have an advantage, and if it was any other comp, they would, but here comes Teleport.
Yeah, Teleport in. On the Hunt's already been popped. Knock up onto TNT, who's going down very, very low. Oh my goodness, the Wild Growth with a knock up onto everyone. Deft flashing forward here onto Doimby. He's very low, but V can't keep up because he's so fast. Swift, he's going to get taken down as well, and Deft with some incredible kiting locks down almost the ace, grabs himself a triple kill, and TCT limps his way home.
One of the best Sivir players in the LPL, Deft making the most of Sivir's passive, kiting that backwards beautifully, weaving in his auto reset as well as his boomerang on the auto attacks themselves. Just gorgeous to watch.
Fantastically well played. And normally you can't get away from a Hecarim, but when everyone is so fast, very hard for that horse to do too much there. And the Baron's going to fall down. EDG, of course, take any opportunity to grab that buff that they can. Now going to go back and grab a bunch of items. So let's see this again.
So again, it's just the fact that everyone's stacked. Doimby does land a decent shockwave onto the back line, but EDG, this gold lead is speaking for itself right now. Pawn in perfect positioning to assist Deft with the Whimsy to allow him not only with the Sivir passive, but just that speed up to kite backwards. And again, this is the go fast comp.
Yeah, and the shockwave was on both of the main carries of EDG as well. It just softened them up, so theoretically V could get the work done, but just couldn't lock down Deft after he played it so incredibly well. Seraph's Embrace now completed by Koro, so that is a gigantic damage boost. And Deft went back and finished off a completed Last Whisper, as well as the immensely large rod now as well here for Pawn. Not deciding to go for a Void Staff, anything like that, because there's just not the tanky stats built up from these QG members yet.
And also, again, just stack on the flat AP. It's going to empower that Whimsy, that Wild Growth, and that Help Pick shield. And even if V had gotten a hold of Deft in that last team fight, the fact is that EDG have such a great spread of their gold. 5-0-3 on Rise, 4-0-6 on Lulu, and 5-1-4 on Sivir. Even if Deft had gone down, it's okay. We used all of our resources. We took down the carry. Deft's, oh god, Koro's still alive.
Yeah, and oh god, Pawn's still alive as well, who does a whole lot of damage. And you think of Lulu as being this more facilitative mid laner that wants to just make sure that everything can happen based off everybody else, but you know, the Help Picks, the Griddlelands doing a lot of damage here as the Boomerang from Deft. You could see that on top of TCT doing a bunch of work, and EDG actually poking out quite nicely here as well.
Pawn rotating down to the bottom lane to apply Baron in multiple waves. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing Clear Love apply Baron in the bottom wave to pressure all three lanes.
Yeah, someone could head to that top side. Howlingale is going to knock Doimby up, but no aggression.
He's trying to empower his team with Tremor Sense over the wall because TNT, or excuse me, Xiaogu have done a good job placing that pink ward there as they're going to clear out that ward. So he's empowering his team's poke. That's why he's not helping the slow push on the top side, is using the Tremor Sense.
Yeah, and Tremor Sense as well, just to make sure that Swift isn't going for any cheeky flanks around the side. Another mini wave going to come in here as Deft actually going to tank up the culling as well. Doimby takes way too much damage there, as you can see. This turret down very, very low. EDG, they move their way in. They're going to break the base, grab the first inhibitor here in the mid lane at 26 minutes in the game. And EDG playing a far more accelerated game than last time and just showing their versatility once again. We've said this word many times, but EDG, it's just a different style one more time. More similar to their old style, but it's another way of playing League of Legends.
And this is what's terrifying, and this is why they're the #1 team in LPL. They can carry from every single position. They can play multiple styles. They have massive champion pools across, again, every single position.
What are you doing?
He's going in.
Yeah, there he is. The lockdown of TNT, able to get his way out with that relentless pursuit, but V, he's going to pay the price for it. Clear Love tanking up everything, but you can see Koro, he lost no health. He just walked up to 5 people.
What are you going to do? He's massive.
Yeah, no, you're not going to do anything, but it's just that fact alone is terrifying. 2 inhibitors down.
2 inhibs down. They do have a massive wave that will be prepped for the top lane, so they can very easily rotate back to that if they choose so. Although they did just get massive amounts of global gold off of these structures, so they can go back and spin that.
Yep, fair bit of money is available for this side. Red buff is available on the QG side of the map as well, so EDG could grab that if they feel like it, but Deft nowhere near it. And it might be that QG will be able to lock that one down for themselves, but now they've lost. Oh my goodness, Deft actually. Oh, what the heck? That Tibbers was fantastic. TNT is going to die as Clearlove just not going to take too much damage at all. Gets a double kill actually in the end, but Deft died. TNT doing what he wanted.
Deft whiffing the spell shield. Not quite on point that time around.
Might have been window shopping.
You know what? TCT, I'll take that as the victory.
Yeah, of course.
Missed it the first time, got it the second time.
Not bad. Well, BF sword now going to be completed by Deft as he sits in the death chamber. Oh, ultimate popped here as Doinby has to face the wrath of Koro. Nice two-man shockwave into the Agony's Embrace there as well. Wild Growth onto Pawn trying to survive this onslaught. Koro in the meantime just going to deal with Doinby, and Swift has to be very careful of the Rune Prison that is going to be incoming. Finds it in the end, but TNT, he's respawned. TCT as well. Culling not going to find too much as Mako trying to do some work here with that Monsoon. The flash into the knock. I'm not going to get it out, though, as he gets stunned beforehand. Koro just with so much damage. It just feels like a little bit of a ridiculous game now. Koro doing so much work. 7-0 and 6 on this rise. And EDG looking to finish off this game. Pawn just auto-attacking TCT. He's standing on the fountain. Koro thinks that he might be able to get some extra work done as Spawn just flashes out of the way, and EDG going to be able to clean up the 2-0 victory.
And this is the EDG that we're used to seeing. This is much closer to their style that they normally win with. So again, still seeing some growth, some evolution, some maturity from EDG, but unfortunately Xiaogu not quite the performance the second game as the first. I'm just going to ignore that.
Yeah, Nexus is going to fall down. EDG having a little bit of fun on the fountain there as it died, but my gosh, QG unable to find a win, and EDG continue to look so dominant on the Summoner's Rift of the LPL.
Taking down the elite teams. Now LGD, they're not elite in the standing, but when they faced against EDG, EDG just smashed them.
Yep.
Cut through Invictus Gaming, and now Xiaogu, the third elite team to fall. See if maybe Snake or OMG can put up.
Well, they're going to be the next ones in line here, and we'll see whether EDG can find anyone that has the answer in order to deal with this side, because I honestly do not know what these teams are going to be able to do, because we saw their versatility on show. We saw the fact that they can play multiple styles, they can get multiple people ahead and be behind them when they're trying to get this work done. And look, we'll see whether anything is going to happen, but now with the full MSI roster, EDG look nigh unstoppable.
Rampaging through the LPL.
Yeah.
But again, I love the fact that we're seeing still some experimentation come out from them. Playing around with their compositions, obviously with their draft phase as well, making the most of that priority pick from blue side, grabbing that Rise pickup and building a comp all about Koro. Speaks to the strength of EDG. So many threats to deal with. Champion pools are massive. You can't ban them out. There's no liability. Who do you pick as the weakest member?
You don't. I don't think you do. You sort of look at the EDG lineup and you think, in my dream team, I'll take EDG. Thank you very much. I'm not actually entirely sure whether that is how it is, but all of these players play so well together that you'd never want to break them apart.
Yeah, and even when they were running a rotating roster with amazing Jay and Bamey, they still continued to put up results. I mean, stayed on the top of the LPL from the very beginning. So their dominance has never stopped, and it's only starting to skyrocket.
It most certainly is, of course, picking up those 2-0 victories back-to-back. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more series awaiting us this evening. WE going to take on LGD right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Ryan Frosker and more. We're ready to get into our final series of the night. I'm incredibly excited about it, but let's recap about EDG versus QG. EDG coming out with a 2-0 victory, grabbing the 3 points, and creating some serious distance between their second place rival.
Not only in the standings, but in kind of styles of maturing.
Yeah.
So the first game, EDG pulled a brand new style that we started to see them trend over the last, I believe, 2 weeks, or at least the last 3 sets. It's much more about objective control, but they really turned it up to 11 and being very macro-oriented and very controlled, which made sense against a team like Xiaogu. Xiaogu fronted a strong 5v5 attempt on a comeback, and then game 2, EDG took it straight to Xiaogu looking for the skirmishes and ran them over.
Yeah, and Xiaogu looked like they were like, oh no, we left Rise Up.
Yep.
Oh God, what do we do? Was a little bit what it looked like.
I believe Aaron was doing the classic coach lean, and then as soon as they got the Rise, he laughed, and then they immediately locked in Sivir, Janna, Lulu. All of these champions will augment Rise's ability to gap close and to be very quick.
Yep.
And he just murdered people.
Yeah, and then Clearlove on the Rex side as well, completely nullifying Swift and preventing any sneaky Evelyn moves.
Yep, great drafting from EDG, and they look back in form and back on top. In Xiaogu, there are no slouches.
No, most definitely not. Of course, Xiaogu still in it with a definite shot here, still in the second position. They were well out in front, so able to pick up a bunch of points previously, so losing couple of games, not grabbing any points this time around isn't going to hurt them too much.
That was the first time that Xiaogu have lost
That is a very good
set.
point.
Yeah, they have never lost a set
Whoa.
before. They've only split. EDG finally sticking it to them.
I'm having a look at my statistics now. 6-11-1. So 6 2-0 victories, 11 ties, and now their very first 0-2. And who better to give them their first 0-2 than EDG?
Then the MSI
Yeah.
EDG
Powerhouse.
lineup. But here we go. Let's decide who our MVP is going to be. I believe that we were putting money on Koro.
I was putting money on Koro, most definitely. But you can see Evelyn, well, not actually Evelyn, Rek'Sai, of course. I just liken Clearlove to Evelyn. 71% jungle control rate is what I was meaning to talk about here, as he was all over it. And Clearlove
Happy
is going to pick
birthday.
it up. Yeah, happy birthday, Clearlove. Grabs himself an MVP, 4-1-13 with a 65% kill contribution. Really, really strong stuff.
Yeah, and it really only started with this level 1 play. So again, we talked about kind of the counter pick of Rek'Sai into Evelyn, knowing that Swift was up there and just being so patient to make sure that they had the perfect double knock-up on this initial level 1. And then from there, Clearlove just shadowing Koro across the map and spoon-feeding him power.
Yeah, and actually getting that tunnel into exactly the right position here as well. You can see this team fight was ridiculous. Great shockwave, but Doinby just couldn't get anything done this game.
They were just too far behind at this point.
Yeah, just wasn't a whole lot that QG could do that game, and there was the fact that EDG, of course, spirits would have been high considering the fact that Clearlove had his birthday. So look, able to carry themselves through to a gigantic victory. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move forward to our final matchup of the evening, of our second day of LPL here for Week 9. It is going to be LGD taking on World Elite. And look, LGD have been looking strong, looking a bit interesting as far as this team is concerned. But one issue that you might have for Oscar is the fact that they're playing without a coach.
Yes, so LGD are playing without a coach. It was rumored that maybe Acorn might be taking over that position and that Flame would become the standing top laner. Curious if that's going to be put into effect when. But PYL doing a lot of the drafting for them right now.
Yeah, Imp giving him a bit of a hand as well. So we'll see whether that means that we're going to have a look at our first Tom Kench today.
PYL, of course, the guy that brought out the Bard, excuse me, to the LPL. So if any guy is going to pull out the Tom Kench, I actually do have faith that it would be PYL.
I really hope he does, and then shows us that he's actually a fantastic pick.
But at the same time, though, LGD, they're not looking too good on the standings. Unfortunately, they tried to go kind of Super Saiyan and level up their performance, but as the playoff bracket was announced, but it was right into their EDG set, and that was just really unfortunate to watch. You think Xiaogu got a good thrashing in that second game?
Yeah, well, EDG most certainly showed it to LGD, but we sort of look at any of these teams facing off against EDG and kind of expect dumpsterings.
Yeah.
It's kind of how it necessarily pans out. But we'll see whether LGD can hand it to
Acorn
WE here, because it's a similar situation here, but roles reversed. As we are going to go through the LGD lineup, it is going to be Acorn taking to the stage first up here. Generally how LGD runs it. Has been playing a fair bit of that Shen, but I'm excited to see whether he grabs some more Renekton, some more interesting Aurelia picks up there as well. And Xiaoxi, this guy's really erupted into the LGD lineup, and he's so good.
This is what's really important. If you think about LGD's lineup, their weakest member was their jungler TBQ, formerly known as Twin, and Xiaoxi debuting in Week 7, like you said, has really ramped up and starting to turn LGD into that world-class team. We said their jungler is a problem. They replace it very late onto the season, but had good results.
Yeah, and LGD actually coming up with a 2-0 victory over M3 as well, who have been looking stronger. Of course, Dade really stepping up there. You can see Imp on your screen right now. Really powerful player. And PWL, he's managed to get Alistair a couple of times. We'll see whether the Tahm Kench is going to be there. He played Leona. I mean, man, surely there is an opportunity for some Tahm to make it onto the Rift tonight.
But whenever we talk about LGD, we have to talk about PYL. I cannot state this enough. All of these players are on this roster because of PYL.
Oh, yeah.
Godvi, formerly known as Wayless, Imp, Flame, and Acorn all picked this team over higher-paying salary teams because PYL's reputation.
Yeah, I know that was definitely what Imp wanted to do. He's like, I want to lane with PYL, otherwise no.
The Chinese Mata.
Yeah, of course. Well, Imp was pretty used to playing with the Korean version of Mata, of course. Mata himself.
Yeah, Mata.
Yeah. You can see him on your screen right now. Imp getting ready here. Wants to put on his headset, but decides not right now. Not ready just yet. POL, man, he's handsome now.
I never get used to seeing him without his little face covering. Obviously, was injured at the very beginning of the split because he went through reconstructive jaw surgery. Obviously, all better now. Looks very handsome.
Super handsome.
Super handsome. It's the most handsome team. We've got Flame, Acorn, PYL. I can't... How do you even look at them?
And then you've got the adorableness of Imp. My gosh.
But on the other side, it's World Elite.
Yeah, it's World Elite, of course. Not necessarily having the greatest season this time around. Sitting pretty solidly in 12th place. But Aluka, I love this player so much, has been managing to get some Sion just recently. This is a man of not many talents, but one of them certainly is Sion.
Someone who is a man of many talents is going to be their jungler, Spirit, formerly of Samsung Blue. See a lot of Gragas? It can be possible that Spirit on the right champion will just carry the game.
Oh yeah, Spirit generally feels like it's his job to carry them through. Xie, though, when they moved over to IEM Katowice, was a great performance out of this sort of newly picked up mid laner at that stage. Very, very high on the solo queue when they decided to grab him. Mystic as well coming over at the same time here in the AD carry position and has had a decent performance. But the thing is, like, all of the LPL teams have leveled up around WE and they just haven't managed to keep up. And there's Conan on your screen as well. And we'll see whether this World Elite side can grab a W today.
Conan, the last remaining member of World Elite's, WE's 2014 run, and I'm glad that we touched on Mystic. So yes, Spirit is a primary carry. Xie has shown some spikes up there, but Mystic, I feel like, is the true carry that if put on the correct champion, Vayne, or more likely Jinx, he can actually run away with the game. He's actually very surprising, very underrated from that AD carry position. Yeah,
Mystic has definitely impressed me a lot of the time. Xie, you can see on your screen right now. And that guy, when he had his breakout performances playing the Diana in the mid lane, of course, now up against Godby, who's picked up Diana in their last 2 series as well and really gone off.
It's funny that Xie is recognized as the Diana player, obviously pulling it out the IEM stage, but Godby is a long-time legacy Diana player. So it is very intimidating to play Diana across from him.
He's a long-time legacy everything player, though, Frosker, and it's not very fair.
Diana specifically.
Most certainly is. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to play that one. It's interesting talking about Diana as a contentious pick in the mid lane, which is what I was trying to get at. Was going to be exciting.
Oh, was that where you were leading me?
No,
I feel like
not necessarily. I don't
my
think it's entirely
co-casters,
true.
They lead me like these little breadcrumbs, like, come here, Frosker, and talk about this. And I'm like, oh, wait, back in 2011.
Yeah, it doesn't really work, so I've given up on that one entirely. You can see, actually, WE, the little acorn in the middle of LGD's gigantic graph at the moment. Oh dear. A little bit sad there. You can see LGD actually finding some more victories there on the blue side, and World Elite not finding many victories at all.
Look at their lifetime records, though. 9-5, which from 2013 is fairly impressive. LGD, see, 2011. Here we go.
Yep, let's go back in time,
on
shall
a
we,
journey.
Yep.
LGD historically, as a team, before they had Acorn, before they had Flame, before they had Godby, with Rena, Star, things like that.
What?
You've never seen this?
No, I haven't.
Oh my goodness, you are in for a treat. Every
Okay.
single one of the LGD members has a nickname, like a princess nickname.
Oh, really?
Because you have Princess Flame in the top
course.
lane. And they only get more risque from there. That's probably the nicest one that I can actually say on air. So they have all of their own princess posters.
Oh, that's adorable.
And Princess Flame always gets to be Elsa, because obviously Frozen Flame.
Yep, got it.
Yeah.
Needs to be the difference there is.
But fun fact, go Google the LGD princess nicknames and check out what Imp's name is, because it's great.
I feel like we need a disclaimer here, to be perfectly honest.
Don't do that at work.
Wow! Okay, we are going to move forward into the game. There you can see Imp on your screen, ready to get into this one as quickly as we possibly can. And what do you expect out of LGD this game heading into World Elite as you try to compose yourself, Frosker?
I just love LGD fans, and I love the LGD team. The fact that PYL's cat has more, posters than a lot of the players in the LPL is pretty excellent. What are we expecting between LG and WE? LG are sitting pretty far down on the standings. Again, we've had some strategy missteps simply because the coaching position is kind of a question mark for them, what's going on there. We'll see if their draft suffers because of it. But we've always said, LG, they're an elite team. They're probably one of the best map playing teams in the LPL. Haven't necessarily lived up to that expectation as recently. This is the only game that they will play for the entire week. So this is going to kind of answer a couple of questions. Are LGD slumping? Are they going to be able to make a playoff run? Especially with the new playoff bracket format, they can't afford to not 2-0 here.
Yeah, and have they been utilizing their time as well that they've had off, and are they going to be able to, continue to utilize it as we move forward? Of course, this is the only game that they do have coming up, and it gives us an idea of whether they've used that to boot camp, really get themselves into the right position.
Gotta really prepare for WE.
It's not even that, it's just making sure that you're ready for the following weeks and staying up to snuff.
Everyone always thinks that I'm being facetious. Maybe I'm being very serious.
No, you're being facetious.
Rude.
Speaking of rude,
I respect you,
Frosker.
Aluka. I know you got it.
Oh, well, look, if there's anyone that's an Aluka fan, I am putting my
He's
hand
an
right
LPL
up.
title winner.
Damn right he is.
Okay?
He's also a train
Who do you think
driver.
carried Name to his LPL title?
That's exactly
It
right.
wasn't Sika.
We are moving into dangerous territory here. We do have Twisted Fate Brom and Victor Bandaway on the side of LGD, though, as we do have Champion Select on our screen that we haven't reacted to at all. Rise and Callista are going to be the following bans, and we'll see whether it is going to be very standard as we look for the last one.
That's a little bit interesting. The Twisted Fate ban against Xie.
Yeah.
As Victor's pretty standard. Braum also.
Oh, Ezreal. Is WE going to ban it? That's the question.
I
Because
think
Brom's banned.
This setup is that LGD want to first pick it or priority it.
Well, it is available. We'll see whether LGD go there because it makes a whole lot of sense in my brain. My brain's a very interesting place, though, so we'll see whether it is going to be the option. And Acorn is going straight for the Shen. So WE, they have the opportunity to grab the Ezreal if they want to.
Oh, the thing, though, is Godvi is a fantastic Kassadin player, and I really like Kassadin as the answer to Ezreal.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well,
ooh, please, Aluka.
oh, if he goes Singed. I just think that Singed is so strong on this patch at the moment.
Oh, he is.
And so is Nidalee, actually. Direct buff to Spirit in that regard.
There are 2 rules to WE. You do not let Spirit have Nidalee. You do not let Aluka have Scion.
Well, Spirit's actually considering the Gragas instead.
Ooh, Kog'Maw.
They're actually considering a whole bunch of things, but the Kog'Maw is going to be locked in, and Spirit's going to grab his Gragas.
Should be noticed that Kog'Maw on 5.13 especially can be used as a flex pick in between the mid lane and the AD carry.
Oh, of course.
I feel like stylistically for WE, Kog'Maw fits much more in line with Mystic's hands, again, a position-based AD carry.
Yep.
I'm actually really surprised that it took this long to see a Kog'Maw. I feel like on 5.13 specifically, and Korea's been playing a little bit of Kog'Maw, that Kog'Maw would really shine.
Well, LGD going to waste no time, locking their bottom lane there, as On the Hunt from the Civ are going to be available as well as the Janna. We saw this combo itself be utilized by EDG, but we'll see whether that is going to work out here heading against WE. Now, WE's turn to finish out their lineup with a couple more picks, probably going to save GA's pick till last.
Imp, like Deft, a fantastic Sivir player. Kind of one of the differences between the two is I feel like Deft is much more about abusing the skill shot with the boomerang, whereas Imp is super punishing on the auto reset with her ricochet. It's pretty fun to watch him abuse Sivir's passive, the movement speed, and just W auto reset people to death.
Fleet of foot, I believe, is what you're talking about.
Is that what her passive is called?
It is indeed. I've got to have some skill. Remembering obscure passives is probably one of them. Probably not going to be locking in the Blitzcrank here as LGD. Now it's their turn to round out their lineup. No surprises that WE locked in the Scion here, and Conan going to be grabbing the Thresh. As we said, possibly saving GA's pick till last, but that could also be a Cogmore there in the mid lane. And here we are hovering over the Diana here for Godby. And blind picking Diana, that's dangerous, is what I learnt from my previous cast with Small.
Yes, but not necessarily for Godby.
That is a good point.
He's
It's going to be locked in.
very comfortable on the Diana. We talked about this, before the game, that he is a legacy Diana player. Probably one of the most experienced Diana players in the LPL. One of his key champions. So finally bringing that one back, and it will be Xiaoxi taking Evelyn.
Yeah, of course. Xiaoxi actually playing that in their previous series as well. Xiaoxi had sort of headed onto the Rift and was playing only Rek'Sai, and then decided that Evelyn was what he was going to take out. And WE, I'd be completely unsurprised they decided to lock in the Ezreal. He's so incredibly strong.
But you have to think that LGD knew that this was coming, especially Xie's fantastic performance, splitting their last set on the back of his Ezreal carry. Yeah. Diana, as an assassin with a gap closer, will be very punishing to Ezreal if she ever manages to get a hold of him. And I want to talk about Xiaoxi briefly, simply because I feel like he hasn't had quite a good or a planned intro. So we saw him in week 7 joining LGD's lineup, taking over for TBQ. Now it's kind of been a rotating roster where you see TBQ one game and then Xiaoxi will come in. Yeah. Xiaoxi has no competitive experience. Not from the LSPL, not from the LPL. This is his first time into it. He's a solo queue jungler, so LGD just finding this talent and this late into the season, choosing to mix up their roster. And TBQ is a legacy player of LGD. Yeah. He's good friends with PYL. He's been on the roster for a very long time, has had multiple champion pool issues over the course of the game, so really curious and kind of a big gamble for LGD to change up their roster this deep into standings.
But already we've seen Xiaoxi come out with some brilliant performances. It really has sort of closed up what was a definite weakness for LGD.
No, I completely agree. It's, when I first saw him, I was a little bit hit and miss on it, but he's definitely started to come back into his own. Obviously, new to the LPL stage, might have been nervous, had some jitters, but we'll see if he continues.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Aluka going to be taking the Scion into Acorn's Shen here in the top lane. You can see Xiaoxi avoiding the Tremor Sense. His Spirit had locked away that Gragas early on. We'll see who can get the work done here around the Rift. And Godby very optimistically grabbing the Diana straight up there. And it is going to be Xie answering it with the Ezreal in the mid lane. We'll see whether that is going to be obnoxious as we've seen it. An imp into the Cogmore of Mystic. They are going to take the disengage against the variable possibilities that a Thresh does bring to your lineup.
Conan pulling out that Thresh. That says little something.
Little something?
Yeah.
Really?
That's the character for little.
Oh, thank you. Look at that. Translator, FLICKR. Fantastic. But we are going to hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for LGD versus WE, our final series of the evening. You can already see LGD racing out, trying to get their work done. Oh, Masquerade Evelyn! That's my favorite Evelyn skin.
Why?
Because it's disabled now, and I feel cool for owning it.
It's,
Yeah, admittedly, it is a little bit revealing.
That's a good word for it. But we do have a bit of a 5-point start from either team. LGD this time around on the blue side, WE on the red side. I like it's color coordinated, and as I say that, as it leaves my mouth, I realize that both teams are red.
And as your pen leaves your hand
I just shot my pen across the room.
Oh, don't worry, we're all together here. Don't worry, everything's fine.
I'm so excited for LG versus WE. This is the set I was looking forward to all night.
Damn right. Godby's actually going to be taking...
Is this a lane swap?
Well, we'll see.
I think he's curious that a lane swap could come out, which is why he's prioritizing, or Shin, excuse me, is prioritizing starting with the jungle, because naturally Sion's going to take a camp anyway, burn the passive, and then teleport to the top lane. So just to make sure that nothing fishy is happening, Acorn is going to go ahead and start with his jungler.
Yeah, hang around that red buff here just to make sure that Xiaoxi's going to have the best time possible. Godby, actually, I believe that skin not enabled on European and North American LCS, just because it changes the color a little bit.
You know what
That's
skin
how Diana works.
I dislike very much? The Eye Blitzcrank skin.
Oh yeah, that one's super disabled. Man,
I really dislike that skin.
the hook is ridiculous. Feels like it has way more range.
Yeah. Which cog skin is he using?
I don't know. I hope it's Monarch Cogma.
Well, fun fact, a lot of players choose to use that skin because they believe that the hitbox is actually smaller on the Monarch Cogma skin.
Yeah, I believe so, because it was actually made smaller, considering the fact
He's
that he
using
was so huge. But he's going to go with Oven Cogma.
Oven Cogma?
He looks like an oven.
He looks like a dolphin.
Looks like an oven. Dolphins aren't made of metal. You haven't been in Australia long enough.
Everything's made of metal here.
No, dolphins aren't made of metal.
The dolphins have lasers attached to them like the spiders.
All right, I feel like we've gone off topic just momentarily.
We haven't started talking about Jedis yet. We're not that deep.
Oh my goodness, I'm really excited about Jedis. If you want to talk about midi-chlorians for a moment, we certainly can. So you're going to smite away some minions here in the mid lane as Acorn and Aluka facing off. Aluka on his champion of choice here in the Scion. We'll see whether he can get the work done. Already ahead by about 7 CS, but I have a feeling it was because Acorn was helping Xiaoxi out there in the jungle.
Should be noted that Imp took full control of this lane, abusing the fact that Sivir gets to use that W, bounce between it. And this is where she wants to be, especially with the Janna, because it means that you're using the Eye of the Storm. The Janna E-shield offensively versus defensively, which is just going to be really punishing to poor little Mystic here. Now, Kog'Maw, Powers will swing back to him once he has his ultimate available and he's able to just spam that one out with great range. But for now, he's pretty much at Sivir's mercy.
Indeed. Well, looks like Godby's having a decent time here in the mid lane. Has actually teleported back, grabbed that summoner spell much like GA did when he first started to bring Diana into the game. A lot of people decide that you want to be able to move around a little bit more as that champion.
Well, it's also very important that he's able to take the teleport simply because he is facing it against a Runeglaive Ezreal. So Runeglaive Ezreal in general has very few good matchups for himself, especially when he has to sacrifice one of his summoner spells to take the smite. Xie is doing a decent job of using his range versus melee, but Godby, you know, he's able to take the teleport knowing that there's no fear of an ignite, of a barrier, of a heal, of an exhaust.
Yeah, knows that he can get away with it just a little bit more easily. Also knows that he can get away with taking down this Raptor camp as well. Godby wasting no time, just shoving up these waves over and over again and grabbing as much as he can. Already calling himself about a 7 CS advantage. GA has allowed that wave to reset.
What I find really curious about Runeglaive Ezreal and how it really affects the map is it pretty much denies any sort of jungle presence or pressure from Spirit. So you have to think, you know, where is my kill pressure? What is the lane that I can actually gank? Runeglaive Ezreal, not going to have a lot of kill pressure there until he gets more items in, just because he needs to lay down the poke. He's not bringing any sort of CC. You could gank Shin early, but at some point Shin's just going to have his taunt and just be super tanky that you won't have anything to deal with it. So you're pretty much entirely telegraphed and reliant on ganking bottom lane. Now, with the Thresh, you have the Lantern, you have the CC from Flay and Death Sentence, but again, it's incredibly telegraphed that this is the only lane in bottom that I have any sort of kill pressure into gank, especially because Imp and PYL are so far forward. That said, they don't have control of the lane. Imp constantly pushing them in, making the most of the fact that Mystic and Conan have to last hit on tower, that they're getting whittled away.
There's also the fact as well that LGD have that very deep ward there on the Gromp camp, making sure they know exactly when Spirit is taking that one. They know, of course, right now that he's in the mid lane. Means Godby is dealing with that one. But LGD know that they can go aggressive. Generally, you are going to be taking that, or you're going to be walking down the river. And he's being pinged out now. There's a nice Howling Gale on top of Mystic, who does take the Lantern out. But the Ignite's down on him. The flash forward from him, but not going to be able to get there. Death Sentence going to come through. And Spirit now there. No gank to come in from Xiaoxi, but Mystic has to get out of the lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Imp not able to make the very last auto connect to follow it up. It would have allowed the Ignite to kill him, so good response from Mystic. That said, he is going to lose a lot of CS and experience, so the advantage is still heavily in favor of Imp. That said, without the flash, it does open up again a big target. But hey, you know, Sivir is really far forward in the lane, chipping away at this tower, doesn't have the escape somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see whether Kog'Maw can utilize his massive amount of mobility in order to help him out in this situation.
Wow, rude. I'm talking about Gragas.
All right.
He's got a phage. He can zip around.
That's true. He does have the rage capacity. So not going to be as unable to move. And of course, I was being facetious then, ladies and gentlemen. Unless you think that Kog'Maw does have a lot of mobility, in which case, all the power to you. God V is going to continue being a nuisance.
It's one of the few champions that can move around once he's died.
That is true.
If that doesn't qualify as heavily mobile, I don't know what does.
In fact, they've got the double suicides
This
coming
is
through in
cute.
this lineup. They should probably have gone with a Zyra mid lane.
Man, missed. So what he does is the wave was frozen in a very unfortunate spot for him. So knowing that Imp has gone back to buy to have the itemization advantage of the BF sword over his poor little phage, he walks forward and he draws all of the aggro of Imp's creeps, knowing that he won't be punished for it, and he's trying to get the wave to push back against him. So think of little Kog'Maw saying, please, creeps, come closer.
Well, he doesn't need to worry about it really, because all Imp wants to do is shove this wave all day. At the moment, it looks like he's trying to hold on to it just a little bit because
his flash is down. Yeah, so he understood that Imp, you know, actually would have wanted to hold the wave just so he could have zoned off Mystic having the BF sword and then kept himself safe by not having his flash. But Mystic, you know, trying to make the most of a bad situation. I love that Kog'Maw skin. It's so cute.
It is. Cute little oven.
It's a dolphin.
And he's got so many guns everywhere, but still just spits on people.
He sits and spits.
Yeah, he does. Why don't you use that gigantic machine gun on your head?
It's just a hat.
Yeah, it's just his hat. Okay.
Imp, that was actually interesting. So here's a fun little micro point. So anytime someone walks against the wall, it's pretty much a free skill shot. So Mystic kind of mispositioned himself, as did Conan right there, funneling himself in between the wall and the tower, whereas if he was just on the other side, he'd have so much more room to dodge. But as soon as you saw Mystic step towards the tower, Imp immediately threw out his boomerang, knowing that he's going to hit, because there's only one way, as he did just there, that Mystic would be able to dodge. So really unfortunate.
Yeah, whoa, Imp actually going to grab himself some extra mana there as Mystic once again going to get tagged by the first portion of that one. Imp just playing very far forward, understands that he's just got so much power in this lane now that he has that BF sword.
Likewise, to cover him, Xiaoxi is playing to the bottom side of the map, so knowing that Imp has exposed his side without that flash playing so far forward, and Evelyn's hanging around. And Spirit, again, you know, the only lane that he has any kill pressure in or can gank is going to be that Thresh lane, but they're both half health, and now looking for a dive. Yeah,
there's the on the hunt as POL's going to flash forward. There's the Howling Gale. They take down the turret. Nice use of the Lantern, but Mystic's going to die. Conan as well. It's a double kill already as Aluka, he's teleported in. Very tanky at the moment. Going to save the rest of his members, but that's the whole bottom lane dead. First Blood's gone down, and that's an extra one with it.
And this is really cool. So they're going to go immediately fall back onto the Dragon simply because their top laner has now been pulled down with the stand united, so they have complete control of that objective. And you immediately see God V run to the top side to force that wave in because he has the teleport that if WE tried to fall back onto the mid-tier tower, he'd be able to teleport back into spawn. But they actually don't commit to the Dragon. Surprising.
Yeah, don't commit to the Dragon here, but Godby able to make sure that Aluka misses out on a fair bit of farm crashing into this turret here that he probably would have been okay with had it sort of not been attended to, as both Acorn and Aluka had paid a visit to that bottom side of the map. Xiaoxi, he's going to get in here, use that W to speed himself up towards that Gromp, and he's going towards that Rune Glaive, as you would expect. Now a couple of assists in his back pocket. We'll see whether he can finish that Rune Glaive when he heads back to base. Mystic and Conan making, you know, trying to find some farm in this lane, but at the moment down by 20 CS. Both giving up a kill here as well, as Imp's now 1-0-1. Sitting on an Avarice Blade as well, so going for a bit of investment banking this time around.
And now you see the shift. So with the tower down, Imp is going to go ahead and move into the mid lane, has both of his flat AD items as well as the Avarice Blade available to him. So not quite the upgraded level 2 boots to help him kind of quickly maneuver, but hold on, Acorn.
Yeah, Acorn might be in trouble. Howling Gale there knocks up too, as Acorn has to use the flash. Death Sentence not going to find him afterwards, and means a Summoner spell for 3 people's attention out of WE.
And Acorn's able to be into that bottom side because he doesn't have the teleport, so you still retain your dragon control.
Yeah.
Because Godv has his teleport, so it's just a very interesting. I mean, if there's something LGD are actually very famous for, it's their wave manipulation and how smart they are about moving around the map. So making the most of their double teleport, so they can still wrestle control over these objectives.
And here as well, you've got Godv doing some counter jungling, so not really worried about Aluka's ability to shove that wave in. Just going to move over, grab as much as he can. 118 CS here at 12 minutes into the game is very, very strong. There's a lot of good farming going on by a lot of these members here as the box goes down. Conan might be in trouble. The Shadow Dash is going to connect. Conan is so dead now as Mystic. He's got some attention. Godv teleported in. He's going to find him on the backside. Moonfall is still available. Slows him down with that one, and it's going to be a cute little Q. Locks down the kill. In the end, Conan actually survives. And Cathian Surprise is eventually going to destroy Mystic. And Godv just teleports in, grabs the kill, goes back.
He's running now towards that top lane to meet up with Luca, but I still feel like LGD should have really pulled the trigger on this dragon. That's kind of the one question mark that I have, but obviously content to just continue to pick up these kills on this farm.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these teams actually, I mean, as far as the LPL is concerned, normally a region that likes to get very early dragons done, have been leaving it to a little bit later.
They have full control over the bottom side, so it's not as if they're forfeiting their dragon control. So at this point, it's like we pick up the kills, we already know that we have dragon control, and now we're just furthering it because we have more items, but it does delay the fifth dragon win condition until later.
True Shot Barrage not going to find him, but going to do a bit of a job clearing out this lane. Rugalade completed by GA, but takes...
He hits them every time like that. Anytime you step next to the tower, Imp will throw the boomerang and he will connect with you.
Yeah. Well, Mystic doesn't have the Sheen just yet. Needs that portion to complete his Trinity Force. 1280 gold until that item is done. Big power spike still to be awaited by this Cogmore. Imp hasn't been back to base for quite some time, and he's farming so well. Actually eclipses Godv now, as he did teleport down. Wasted a little bit of time, and he's now getting sort of pressured away from this creep wave on the bottom side of the map as Mystic very far forward. And you can see another double tap of that boomerang. Imp tanked a tower shot and still won the trade.
And this is what we see Imp all the time with this Sivir, and why it's different from others is that he just really abuses the W reset and the Sivir passive of stepping forward and making sure that he finds those cute little trades with you even underneath your tower.
Yeah. Making things work. National's Tooth completed by Godv. Have been seeing this a little bit more from Diana players throughout the LPL. Not going for the burst Diana, going for a little bit more of that as that barrel's just going to time itself out. Imp not going to get the extra mana.
He wanted it. I feel like there's a competition between Imp and Deft right now. It's like, hey, you want to bet that I can get 100 CS over my enemy opponent?
Well, he's only at 30 at the moment. Mystic's able to keep up. Not doing too bad. You can see Aluka there quietly accruing himself about a 20 CS advantage. But Xiaoxi and Godv going to try and take down this.
Ooh, teleport.
Oh, yeah, Xiaoxi actually forced to use the smite there as well. Luca's going to find his way in. Does have the unstoppable onslaught potentially. But he's just going to explode and wander to the mid lane.
And again, LGD not pulling the trigger on this dragon. They've had full control of it for the last 5 minutes, but for whatever reason, just content to prioritize farming the lanes and grabbing experience versus pushing forward that objective win.
True Shot Barrage one more time, going to clear out this mid wave. Xie just going to make sure that Imp doesn't get any free time on this turret because it's getting very, very low. And it looks like LGD just decided, okay, I guess we'll do the dragon.
It's really curious to me. You know, Mystic doesn't have Trinity Force, so even if it did turn out to be a true 5v5, especially because of Luca, you know, burning the teleport now back into the top lane, neither top laner, excuse me, Acorn and Stand United. I mean, they had full itemization advantage, they had the teleport advantage, they had the kill advantage for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, so things were definitely in advantage for LGD. Because actually Xiao's going to be able to smite away that blue buff on the other side of the map. So, of course, Xiaoxi did grab theirs away from them. So, just going to be a bit of a swap here as far as those blue buffs are concerned. But Xie probably wanting it a little bit more than his jungler does. And God'd be pretty upset that he didn't manage to get a blue. Yep, going to grab himself some mana. And it's actually the Mercury's Treads picked up by Godby here, so respecting the CC.
See what other itemization he picks up down the line to maybe compensate for that lack of penetration from the Sork shoes to the Mercury shoes. Typically, excuse me, Mercury Treads. Typically what people will do is they'll use the Abyssal in tandem with the Mercury Treads because the aura penetration will compensate for the fact that you don't have the
Sorcerer shoes.
And then likewise work really well in conjunction that they're both building MR. To make you a little bit tankier, but we'll see.
Well, of course, Diana loves to build that item as well. You right up in the face of your opponent, so you can always make use of that passive magic penetration. Acorn is going to wander around the minions, trying to burn them with his Balmy Cinder. And yeah, Shen versus Simon, everybody. Not a whole lot happening. POL not going to take too much. True Shot Barrage is going to do a bit of work, but nothing to write home about. And Xiaoxi with his Runeglaive and his Sightstone, just looking for some people.
Godby being very patient, was looking for some assassination by hiding in Fog of War, but decides just to shove that one into the tower. And LGD, they normally play the map, but I feel like it's kind of something they really haven't been doing. Some, you know, decent rotations, but not near to the speed that we're used to seeing from them. Curious if it maybe has to do with the fact that Xiaoxi's on the roster versus TBQ.
I also I like what LGD are doing, just with the fact that they do have this 1-3-1 they're able to utilize very, very effectively.
The double teleport, yeah.
Yeah. So utilizing that one quite nicely, able to get this mid lane outer turret as well. So 4,000 gold is the casual lead for this side, and no towers have been able to be grabbed by WE, because LGD have just always had a man in a lane.
Doing a great job making sure that the mid laner and the AD carry are never splitting any of their farm. They have got strong deficits between, discrepancies between either of their opponents, although it's a bit smaller between Xie and Godby.
Yeah, Xie doing a decent job trying to get himself some farm. He's been largely up against Imp and POL though, and getting that wave shoved repeatedly into him. Xiaoxi's going to get spotted here as he speeds himself up, heading towards the top side of the map. Luca might need to be careful, but looks like the red buff steal is now in action.
This is pretty classic LGD, though. When they want to fight you, they just walk into your jungle and they just choke every single buff away from you.
Yeah, well, Spirit actually answering. He's headed over towards that red buff. You can see Imps grabbed it.
That's
The rest of LGD moving over. Yeah, Godby's here as well, looking to try and stop Spirit from taking this one away. There's the Q land. Moon falls down
QL.
as well. Oh, the Monsoon gets him back over the wall. Howling Gale doesn't find him, but Spirit has to be very careful. Explosive cast there, but Xiaoxi, he's eventually going to be able to lock down that kill. Cute little flash from POL to get himself to safety. Was trapped in that pit just a little bit, but that's the kill into Spirit.
And that's the LGD that we expect to see. So making proactive plays through macro movements on the map, denying objectives, and then making the most, knowing that Spirit would try to trade red for red. PYL with the cute little maneuver to come through the pit, knowing that Gragas would try to belly bop through, and pushes him right back over with Monsoon. Hey, buddy, where you going?
Yep. No. Back you go. Back you go.
So there we go. This is the LG that I expected, and then they quickly rotate Imp up into the top side, grab another freestanding objective.
Yeah, and as soon as World Elite are sort of in any way in the backcourt able to utilize that by grabbing themselves that turret as well. They even denied the red buff here on the top side of the map, so Spirit's going to have to clear that one out for himself, and that buff is going to take a little bit longer to come back up.
And right now, I mean, WE just trying to hang on and buy time for Xie to ramp up on not only the Ezreal, but also Mystic's Kog'Maw. Has the Trinity Force complete, Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds, and with the Runeglaive completed as well as the blue buff picked up alongside the Needlessly Large, WE are in a bit of a position to look for a team fight.
Yeah, they could potentially find something here. Of course, Kog'Maw, a fantastic Trinity Force user, so using all of those stats, almost the best out of a lot of these AD carries. Of course, Corki, another one of those champions, but maybe just Kog'Maw in general, just uses the AP very well, uses his W plus the Sheen proc so amazingly well.
The nice thing about Kog'Maw is that he's a hyper-scaling late game carry, and no one can deny that. But he also does get a sizable power spike into that mid lane, or into that mid game, because he is a Trinity user, and especially in tandem with a lot of these control mages, which also hyperscale into late game. You think of Azir, you think of Victor, things like that. The Runeglaive Ezreal kind of sort of will peak at mid-game and then kind of really carry over into late game just because he's a very powerful champion right now.
Yeah.
But just makes Kog'Maw kind of interesting about his scaling and, you know, when teams can use him, which is why I was kind of curious that we haven't really seen a lot of Kog'Maw, that it's taken this long that Mystic, you know, would pull him back out. And I actually think Mystic and Def, the two Koreans, are the only LPL players to really bring Kog'Maw back, but I feel like he fits this meta perfectly. He's got great siege. He peaks at mid-game as well as will scale into late game, especially in conjunction with Janna.
Yeah.
So,
well, of course, Crystal did play a lot of the Kog'Maw as well, but hasn't
Very
been
early,
playing on
yeah.
the lineup here for Snake. So Aluka has been discovered by Godby, who's trying to get some work done here. Stands United on top of him. Aluka taking a long time to die. Luna Rush is there. Acorn flashes over the wall, does manage to lock down that kill, and GA's going to die. Luna Rush finishes that kill off for Godby. 2-0 and 2 for this Diana. And LGD, they might just go into the Baron.
and so much global presence with the double teleport as well as the Stand United, and you are correct, they
He's just going to wait for the cooldown, then go in.
thought he missed
Didn't
out
have the
round
range.
2.
Yep, nailed it. Well, LGD are going to be able to take this one down. You can see
Spirit's
WE
alive.
are hanging around.
I believe Spirit.
He can possibly.
Oh!
Oh, the Monsoon again! And that is going to be the smite that locks down that Baron. That denial, double denial of Spirit to get over walls with that body slam from PYL.
PYL has Spirit's number, but here we go.
Yeah, Death Sentence onto Imp here as Spirit's going to get the body slam blocked out of the way here. Imp's going to go down. Conan locks down the kill. Mystic able to get a lot of damage down the side. Nice true shot barrage from the base from GA. They only lose Imp, but are they going to lose the turret as well? Mystic's got a fair bit of damage, and Xiaoxi actually looking to get through here. Is the Shadow Dash going to come down as Godby? He's running pretty fast into this fight. Aluka being a huge front line.
Well,
Now
here's
GA,
Shea.
he's in here. WE, they can't get the turret just yet.
They really need Imp, so just trying to buy time, stalling out this tower. We'll see if Mystic has enough to shred through this.
And Powered Recall is going to get LGD back to base here as Godby. He's going to find GA. Look at the damage from this Diana. As he might be able to get back in. That's a decent Shadow Dash there from Acorn as well. Just trying to buy time for the team. Wants to still make his way back in. Godby doesn't have the reset on the ultimate though, and that's just going to be Acorn going down.
Yeah, some miscommunication there between Godby and Acorn. I actually feel like Godby could have perhaps committed on that. Obviously, would have been very risky, and they would have sacrificed, you know, multiple Barons. So maybe the risk versus reward not quite there for Godby. So.
But they protected their
turret, yeah.
Acorn is going to have to stand united when he does come out of the Death Chamber as well, and LGD going to secure the second Dragon for themselves. 7,000 gold the lead here for this side. Godby throwing out a Crescent Slash there.
And if you've ever heard me cast an LGD game, you know what I'm about to talk about. It's LGD side wave control. So one of the things that makes LGD really unique as a team is anytime they approach a team fight, an objective, and they do this all the time with their double teleport, just kind of semi-global ultimates, is they prep their side waves.
Oh my goodness.
Just that he always does this. He steps forward with the W. It's so fun to watch. LGD, they are very, very punishing and really hard to, even when you're ahead, to choke them out simply because their waves will always be pushed against you. They do a great job with their flanking wards. Anytime they approach a fight, you have to think about it this way. So if you approach a dragon, and say it's a 50-50, everything's completely even. If your waves are pushed forward, you go into that 50-50, you lose the fight, you don't lose anything else. You just lost the fight, you lost the dragon. If your waves are not prepped and you go into a 50-50 dragon, you lose that, you lose a tower, possibly more.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just that idea, and they're one of the teams that do it the best simply because they have Godby and they have Acorn. Flame's also very good at it.
Yeah, it does seem like Flame and Acorn very interchangeable here for the LGD lineup, but LGD are able to get at least 2 inner turrets here. Oh, assuming that LGD are going to be able to lock this one down in the top side of the map, and they do with a cheeky little auto attack there from Imp. Spirit, not a whole lot he can do about it, but look, this inhibitor turret getting taken down very, very low. Godby's going to commit to it, able to lock it down. Look at the passive doing so much work. Aluka trying to hold on to Godby, stop him from doing anything. There's the ultimate as well. He is going to have to use the Zhonya's, does do it, but when he comes out, I think he's going to be dead.
That said, they will trade the second tier mid tower as well as the inhibitor in the top side, although not actually able to get it in time, so great response from WE. That said, still hemorrhaging.
Yeah, of course, they did lose that turret there on the bottom side of the map, so LGD did get what they wanted to done on that side. It is going to be another needlessly large rod built up by Godby, though not going for any sort of Abyssal Scepter, anything like that just yet. Decided he wants the Stasis, which was useful. Did buy an extra time here for LGD to get some more work done on that mid inner turret. LGD are going to lose their outer there just because Godby was dead. But Imp going to stop anything else from coming through. And you think that LGD probably now going to try and re-prep those side lanes as they're pushing back in favor of WE.
Yep, you do have big, sizable...
Oh, On the Hunt's actually being popped here. Imp looking to try and take down GA. I don't know whether he's going to be able to kill an Ezreal, though.
That was a little bit overzealous.
Imp overzealous? Really?
Never.
Oh, Fisher Brush going to do some work.
He popped his spell shield as he came around the corner because he expected Xie to throw it initially as soon as he was kind of safe and prep the wave, and he didn't throw it, and then just a second later, boop. That was cute.
Able to get a little bit of damage. Of course, the Vampiric Scepter going to help Imp, and he's already back to full health now as well. He's headed back to base, grabbed himself a Last Whisper, Alacrity enchantment on those boots as well, so with that Fleet of Foot passive, as well as the fact that he has the Alacrity enchantment on his Berserker's Grace, he's going to be moving pretty quickly around these team fights. And that's without even talking about the fact that Tailwind's there, as well as the On the Hunt.
And again, Imp making sure that he reset that wave before he went back and got his boot enchantments. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Acorn! What's he doing? He's pushing waves.
He is. Able to get that one. Moving towards WE's base. Kept that whole wave there as well, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Luca, a little bit undecided about where he wants to go, actually hanging around his base. We'll see whether he wants to use the Unstoppable Onslaught in order to start a fight. Of course, Stand United and Teleport available, and Spirit, he was looking for that body slam in. Not going to get there. Imp going to use the Spell Shield, but Conan wasn't going to connect that Death Sentence anyway.
Returning to the 1-3-1, it's very important that Sivir be used in this composition. So you have to think about it this. So if Godby and the ping did go down onto this inhibitor, if they decide that that's going to be their primary objective as opposed to sieging the mid-tier tower, then it's important that Sivir is with the 3, because anytime WEC where Acorn and Godby are, they should make the call to pull the trigger and to try to engage on the 3. Sivir uses her ultimate defensively and just runs away.
Well, LGD, they are going to use the ultimate here. Xiaoxi right in amongst it. There's the Monsoon from PYL, just getting Conan completely into no man's land. Explosive cast down. Godby's going to die. Xiaoxi still trying to get the work done, but you can see Xie from the outside. They've got them corralled. Nice devastating smash there from Aluka as he's trying to get this one working out, but Aluka is going to die. Shadow Dash a little bit late there as Imp able to get a nice crit on top of Mystic. Imp actually flashing over the wall. Xie is going to die to that one. No more funny business. Acorn tanking up everything. Spirit's going to die. Mystic not long for this world as well unless he gets the heck out, which he's going to do. And LGD, you have to think, probably going to grab themselves a couple of inhibitors off this.
At least 2 right there. So I was just about to explain, how this setup, the 1-3-1 with the Sivir really works and all the bases that it covers. But if you just kind of watch everything burn, since LGD are so good at applying map pressure at pretty much every single angle all at once, WE just kind of caught with their pants down, completely out of position, and LGD go ahead and pull the trigger, diving the tower. Fantastic flash monsoon from PYL to split them up and to push several members back into his waiting team.
You can see Imp actually deciding to go for that Negatron cloak, so might be going towards that Guardian Angel. Does have the makings of a Blade of the Rowan King there with the Bilgewater Cutlass. See what they're going to be able to make from here. Acorn hanging around in the mid lane, wants to get that one moving forward. You can see pings on the side waves. WE allowing theirs to push out. There's the Dragon. Number 3 going to be going down here for LGD in response to WE's 0. Well, Baron is available as well, so WE will see whether they make a play onto that one. Godby up towards the top side.
Acorn using his teleport advantage. Well, I guess it's not an advantage, but using his TP, pushing out the bottom side, because Luca does have his TP. So Luca will have to recall sooner or later here and go down to meet him. There he goes.
Yeah, he is going to respond to the split push of Shen. Not exactly a dangerous one because it doesn't do a lot of damage to the turrets, but he's going to be able to move these waves forward. And I guess, doesn't need to worry about turret damage. He can kill an inhibitor. That one doesn't fight back.
How to win through creep control.
Well, On the Hunt's going to be popped one more time. Mystic has to be very careful. Get some ooze out there, but Lunar Rush was too much. There's the Shadow Dash of the Luca. He gets the double knock-up onto Xiaoxi and Imp. They do use the Locket of the Iron Solari, but Conan's going to die. Akon trying to get forward, but doesn't find the taunt onto a Luca. And GA trying to kite back, but LGD, they found their way into the base. Devastating smash onto Akon, but he just takes no damage. LGD too strong at the moment. Monsoon going to keep them all healthy. And LGD, they're going to push forward and try and end this game.
Just not enough respect over the reach that Sivir can give an engage tool. That's twice now. WE caught out of position and just not expecting the speed of which On the Hunt can run them down.
LGD as well have a 14,000 gold lead at the moment, so looking very, very strong towards the end of this game. 2 inhibitors down on the side of WE, 3 dragons to 0. Massive turret disparity as 8 turrets are being taken by LGD to the 1 of WE. That outer in the mid lane that was actually quite difficult for them to take as well. LGD actually peeling off the Baron. As WE have respawned, they're coming around.
Yeah, they don't have Godby, so they're just waiting for him. Don't want to give up a steal here.
Oh, Spirit's actually come through here. Oh my goodness, Imp's damage is ridiculous. Godby with the moonfall onto Aluka. They're focusing him out. Uses the ultimate for some nice knock-up damage as the True Shot Barrage comes through. Imp just tanks it up there. The Akon right in from the side. Spirit going to get taken very, very low. There's the Lunar Rush to finish off that kill. LGD actually very low here, but the 2 members of WE are down. And GA and Mystic with no frontline apart from Aluka with about 600 health. They do have to back away. LGD just winning fight after fight.
I find it a little bit curious as a kind of recap of how we got to this point, because it seems like LGD just kind of suddenly exploded with their massive gold lead over WE. WE only picking up 4 kills. Their early game was still relatively slow and not quite as I don't even know what the word I want to use. Objective-oriented. You think about how late it took them to take the initial dragon. It's only once PYL has gotten involved with LGD that they've been grouped up as 5 that things have really started to explode as far as their macro movements. So LG, historically as a team, because again, you think back to their former jungler TBQ, are very good at hiding their jungler. At kind of, waiting at the lane phase, having a slow start to a game, and then suddenly, again, as soon as their shot caller, their captain PYL gets involved with them, everything starts going right. It's much easier to direct them and kind of control the team. And I still feel like this is a problem with Xiaoxi, or at least what this game has shown us. This doesn't look like a different team between Xiaoxi and TBQ.
No, not as much. You are right. Godby and Akon going to take some damage from that True Shot Barrage. Not going to stop them taking this Baron down. Xiaoxi wasn't even there. They just knew that no member of World League could get anywhere near that Baron. And now with 2 inhibitors down, Baron buff circling the members of LGD. Mystic also discovering Xiaoxi here. You can see so many wards so far up for LGD. LGD now looking to try and close this game out.
Have Baron, have the gold lead, have a massive Imp.
Yeah, does Imp seem to eke more damage out of Sivir than any other player? Sivir just seems to do.
It's a really close race between him and Death.
Yeah, very true. Well, Descent's not going to find the mark. On the Hunt has been popped, though. There's the taunt flash, and Mystic is going to get caught up and destroyed there by Xiaoxi. Aluka trying to be the tank for his team, but Conan's going to get exploded. Aluka still on the walk back as Spirit and GA, not anything that they can do. The auto attacks from Imp here as the decent explosive cast makes sure that Imp can lock down the kill onto GA. Probably not exactly the move that they wanted. Boomerang almost going to kill Spirit, but he's not going to die. The rest of the base of World Elite is, though, an LGD. They just put on a clinic and take down the last place team here in the LPL, but they do so in pretty emphatic fashion.
And this is very indicative of LGD. It's all about the side wave, minion control management. They ran a double teleport composition with the Sivir.
Yep.
And this is how you win through creep waves.
Yeah, and just Imp not scared to blow that ultimate as well, making sure that it was on cooldown for as much of the game as possible, even if they were just running after an Ezreal as he was trying to take down a blue buff. And look, his Sivir just does so much damage for us, man. It's just silly.
GA on your screen right there, just kind of wondering what went wrong.
Yeah, what can we do? You can see Wayless or Godby just saying it's another day in the office, guys. Pretty good at Diana. And his Diana play every single time he's picked it up over the last couple of weeks has been very, very strong.
I'm telling you, legacy Diana player back when his name was Wayless. When he was a rookie player for LGD. Obviously, this is his 2nd competitive year. Changed his name to Godby this last split. still continuing to thrive.
Yeah, definitely thriving, and we'll see what he does in the next game. We are going to move into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we get back, we are going to have our final game, of course, between WE and LGD. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Anderson, joined by Ryan Frosker and more. We're excited to get into our final game of the night. Of course, LGD taking on WE, and LGD coming out with a pretty decent victory, as Imp tells us to be quiet and observe the fact that he's MVP.
9-1-8 on the Sivir, and in classic Imp fashion, making the most of his auto reset. So yeah,
doing so much damage, Frosker.
he connects a lot with those boomerangs, but just goes back to the alacrity. Imp will be so aggressive, step forward, find the auto reset, and constantly make these absurd trades. But in this game, just completely going off.
Oh yeah, running around, always trying to get in front when he knows that he can as well. You can see right now, blows the heel. He's just going to be able to get through and take down the rest of WE. Flashing over the wall here to kill Mystic, to kill Jie, sorry. Just ridiculous. And that was a game where we saw AP Ezreal mid, the Runeglaive Ezreal has been so strong, not really do very much.
Yeah, and a big issue is that WE just had the map completely obliterated out from underneath them, and that's what we really expect from LGD, you know, running a double teleport composition, having a Sivir. It's all about minion wave control. That said, the big question mark for me was Xiaoxi versus TBQ. Of course, they had their jungle change up, and it looks like we will be maintaining the same rosters from the last game to this game, so Xiaoxi will be playing back-to-back likewise, so will Acorn then.
Yeah, so no Flame to be coming through into the top lane there as... Look, we'll see whether he does move to a coach position. We see a lot more of Flame and just Acorn saying, okay, I want to get the most of my last couple of weeks here. Make sure that he can get as much time in the Rift that he can. But normally we do have a swap, so Flame might not be feeling too well, something like that. Not entirely sure.
Last time I got a picture of Flame, he didn't have a shirt on. He looked like he was on a beach, just vacationing.
Right, that's... So maybe he's just on holiday.
Sometimes people just send me random pictures of Flame. Not that I mind. I can.
I don't think anyone would mind.
No. Princess Flame.
Glorious. Well, still some WE fans here in the crowd, as you can see Mystic and Spirit. GA there as well. You can see him on your screen right now. Serious. Ready to get into this game.
Yeah, he didn't quite have the same performance as the last time he played the Runeglaive Ezreal, carrying his team to victory. This time around, like you said, just wasn't really that impactful. But again, going back to TBQ versus Xiaoxi, I feel like LGD, they fumbled their early game again. They really didn't get it going quick enough. Once we were kind of in this mid-game point into the late game, that's when things really started to snowball and just explode, making these very quick and fast rotations. But their dragon was so delayed for the amount of control and time that they had to take it.
Yeah, they just sort of ignored the dragon, didn't really worry about it. Maybe they just weren't concentrating on the 5th dragon as being a win condition for the team, just knowing that they can use their 1-3-1 split push, which they used fantastically, and rely on that in order to get themselves to the point that they wanted to. But you're right. I mean, they had control of that area. They decided not to pull the trigger, and look, we'll see whether it bites them this time around, whether World Elite can actually get on top of that dragon and make things work. Oh my goodness.
That is TBQ and Wayless. Excuse me, Godv. Oh, I'll never... Godv.
Godless.
Godless.
Wait, Wavy. Wavy?
No. I like Godless.
I like Wavy. You just take your atheism into this one, whereas I just want to talk about waviness. Oh my goodness. Well, he's getting a talking to at the moment, as you can see, both of these teams getting ready to get into this game.
That looks like Loveling in like 20 years. Tell me that doesn't look like Loveling in 20 years.
No, it did. It certainly did. What the heck? Okay, now we're just losing our minds
and the
live on stream.
The guy next to him looked like Huey in like 10 years.
Well, I'm glad
future
we're
Huey and future Loveling coaching WE and LGD.
My goodness. World Elite going to ban away Diana as the first ban here. Twisted Fate going to be the answer. Of course, GA will be playing a bit of that, but there you can see Loveling on your screen.
I can't unsee
Huey
now.
and Loveling, both coaching in the future. They went back in time so they could help get LGD and WE further on. Loveling needs to rethink his choices here as World Elite, dwindling as far as these points are concerned. Shen and Alistair going to be following bans here for WE though, as Kalista and Rise. Very standard red side bans going to come through from LGD after the Twisted Fate of prior. Of course, WE with some options now as they move into the pick phase, and Acorn can just go straight back onto the Shen if he wants to.
Wow, really quick and fast ban phase here. So the target ban going out on Diana against Godv, and they immediately prioritize Victor. Like you said, the Shin is still up and available, and LGD seem very uninterested in it.
Yeah, very uninterested in it. Is Xiaoxi actually going through a few options here. Acorn feeling okay about locking in that Janna and is going to do so. They are actually going to take in their whole bottom lane here as Imp and POL pretty happy with how that last game went, and I can understand it. Now WE to answer. And GA can go back to the Ezreal mid if he wants to, but I'm not sure whether he will after that. Well, actually,
Well, he's also
Victor has also been locked in. Yeah,
Victor,
that's
but
a very good point.
I
Spirit.
won't stop you.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Let's just talk about that for a moment, shall we? As Tahm Kench jungle could be the option here for Spirit. Makes a whole lot of sense.
I don't even. I'm ignoring Spirit right now until he locks in a real champion.
Whoa, what are you saying? Just because we haven't seen Tahm Kench yet in the LPL?
They just tease me. They're never going to commit to it.
Well, GA might be grabbing Mystic's Vayne, a champion that he's definitely looked strong on. Spirit actually, he doesn't look like he's having a giggle just yet.
Maybe
oh man, I really want this to be locked in.
Maybe he'll forget that he has it hovered, and it'll just be locked.
Yeah, see, there it is.
This was your
hey,
fault.
Look,
I wasn't
at least
invested.
It's another aquatic-based champion.
I was going to let it go. Now I got invested in the Tahm Kench, and I'm stuck with Nami.
Nami. Well, Nami and Vayne are going to be locked in here for WE, and LGD now with a whole bunch of options to take onto the Rift. Xiaoxi thinking about the Gragas, taking it away from Spirit.
Oh my god, are you ready for your fun history LPL
Yes,
fact?
I am.
Conan was one of the... I actually think he was the first support to bring over Nami to the LPL. So back when Lucian and Nami was like the big rage over in Korea, the Chinese supports were having a lot of trouble producing those results, you know, shifting over from Annie into disengaged supports like Janna and Nami. And Hero came over as the first Korean coach for any Chinese team and put Conan on Nami for the playoffs.
Interesting.
Yep.
Speaking of interesting, Aurelia is going to be locked in here for Acorn. Has previously played it in a last couple of series, but WE, will this be sort of a response to what is a predictable Scion pick? I don't know. I don't know how that matchup works. Well, look,
Aurelia?
Lucas terrified. He's like, oh, what? What is happening?
I mean, he can pick Scion because you would just safely wave clear, but the issue is that Aurelia has so many tools on her kit to not only chase down Scion with her Blade Surge. She got really Vladimir there for a second. But likewise, with her true damage, she can cut through the tank. That is the Scion. Le Scion.
Oh, Fizz has actually been locked in here, and I believe that's going to be Spirit on the Fizz jungle.
Runeglaive Fizz? Spirit looks happy about it.
He's really happy about it. I'm going to carry jungler, guys. Yeah! Well, Godby. Now, he's got his opportunity to pick his mid laner, unless he's going to be taking the Diana into the mid lane. I mean, not the Diana, sorry. The Aurelia into the mid lane, which is an option here. Not sure whether he's going to be going up against a Victor with it, whether he wants to do that. But, back to the Orianna. That could be very exciting.
I always do enjoy watching Godby play his Orianna. Possibly more than his Diana. In fact, I'm going to say I enjoy his Orianna more than his Diana.
His Orianna is my favorite champion of his. Just because he plays it so differently from everyone else. Likes to use that command attack to do a lot of his damage and builds early. Leandri's actually did in the last split. Not sure whether he's going to be doing it now that we do have slight changes on the itemization for our AP carries. But we'll see whether he does do that, as it has been locked in. So Godby going to be taking his world-class Orianna into this one, and the double disengage options of the explosive cask and the monsoon mean that LGD are going to be able to, you know, organize the fights into positions that they really want to take them.
If you haven't seen Godby play Orianna, buckle up because you're in for a treat. This is one of the best Oriannas in the world.
Oh yeah.
I will definitely put my reputation on that statement. Now, how he uses Orianna, like Atlas was starting to explain, is very different from other Oriannas. So he's going to use his command attack, and think about it this way. Godby stands very close to his ball because obviously then he can whip it around quicker because it has less distance to travel. He whips his ball back and forth.
Yes.
And it's just a bludgeoning object as he runs towards you. So instead of most Oriannas that kind of sit back on the edge of the fight, they look for that big 5-man shockwave, maybe tagging you a couple times with like a dissonance. He rushes forward and stands at like arm's reach of the ball and just slaps you with it.
Yeah, he does his best Sejuani impression. Basically uses it like a flail. But as we go through the lineup, Saluka is going to be taking his Scion against Acorn's Aurelia. Spirit on the Fizz into Xiaoxi, who's taking the Gragas away from him this time around. But Spirit going to have some fun here on a bit of a carry jungler. We'll see whether he grabs that Runeglaive and really goes off there as GA on the Victor. First picked here against the Orianna of Godby and Mystic, up against Imp, who picked the Sivir very early and has been a lot of picks of the Vayne into that particular champion, as Conan going to try and answer with disengage against the disengage of PWL.
So a lot of multiple damage threats coming out of WE's composition. You have Xie with carry potential on Victor. Likewise, it's all about creating space and control for Mystic to go off. And on the other side, it's the massive AoE murder train from LGD.
Yeah, LGD really trying to start these team fights, get the ball ready onto that Aurelia. But let's waste no more time. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our final game of the evening. WE taking on LGD. LGD already ahead one game and did so pretty substantially last time around.
Had a slow start to their early game, however. We'll see if they're able to pick it up, especially because we talked about multiple carry threats.
Fizz.
Oh, it's a little Oscar Fizz.
Oh, really? Is that what you call it?
He looks like an Oscar. Do they not
Award?
have that in Australia?
No. It's fine. We know what the Oscars are.
Oh, okay, good.
Calm down.
Didn't know what a dolphin was.
I think we do know what a dolphin is, and most of them come from here. It's not true. Flat out not true. I don't know where. Like, I think the ocean is generally not owned by a particular country, so I think I failed on that front. That being said, Godby is going to be able to get one auto attack into the ward that GA managed to put down, and LGD actually focusing on this bottom side, trying to pick out the lane swap, because I believe they wanted the 2v2. You can see already Mystic and Conan in position on the bottom side.
Imp is standing into the mid lane. We'll see if he commits over to top side. Spotted out by a ward, so ball is in WE's court if they... Oh, they're just being funny now.
Yeah, it's being a bit silly now.
They know it's warded. They're trying to mess with them.
We are actually going to have the double backs here from WE. Do they want the 2v2?
Well, if they choose to follow this, then yeah, they're looking for it.
That is interesting.
Unless it's like a trap where they think that, okay,
Whoa,
LGD
yeah.
knows, so they're going to fake us out, and then they're going to go to the bottom side.
Well, they are looking to stand around
They
and
know
try and freeze
now.
this one out. Yeah, so...
Yep, they're going to commit.
Yeah, Mystic and Conan looking to try and go into the 2v2 themselves. Imp just wandering a whole bunch of creeps around the Rift. Aluka going to die to something. It is going to be the Raptor camp, as he's going to clear that one out now with his undead form. Acorn and Xiaoxi is going to share some love around this jungle. And I'm really interested as to why Mystic and Conan would want to go into this 2v2 situation. Do you think that, you know, Siva, even at level 1, not going to have as good a time against a Vayne?
If the lane is even in a Vayne matchup, it's actually fairly difficult to trade with Vayne, just because the empowered damage on the tumble. The thing about Vayne is that she doesn't have any tools or abilities to augment the wave control, and so it's very easy to push her in and then just tap her with auto attacks. Well, because if you think about your auto attack animation, it's effectively a CC through the duration of the animation to pick up the CS. Yeah. So if you're CSing, your opponent can just walk up and slap you in the face. So the thing about Vayne is she's not necessarily weak in matchups because she doesn't do damage. She does a ridiculous amount of damage. She's weak because she can't control the wave, which allows you to push her in and to get those free hits.
Well, if there's anyone that can do that, it is most definitely Sivir. As you can see, Boomerang's heading over that wave over and over again. Good little auto attack there from Mystic, but you can see this wave just being constantly pushed towards this turret. And Imp just more than happy to go back to this Sivir and managed to get an MVP last game. Oh, nice use of the shield there from POL to stop the damage onto him. But Tycall's Blessing now going to be used by Conan to help Mystic trade back. So far, not necessarily working out.
I find it really interesting that they decided to take the 2v2, because naturally...
I just think it's really weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. Nami doesn't augment your lane ability at all either, although they do have the advantage of having sustain.
Yeah, and I guess Tycall's Blessing does, you know, help you out in a trade. Very
yeah,
similar
so
to
again, if she goes to Q and then you do the Nami E and the Nami W on top of Vayne tumbling forward, that's a lot of damage that is effectively going to completely eat up the Janna shield, which means that if Vayne continues to chase you, and she has the same range as Sivir.
Well, here's the fight in the top side of the map. Imp going very, very low, but Mystic as well. The Ignite burning down. The heal has been popped. The flash out from Imp as he tries to turn this one around. Xiaoxi decides not to go for the flash after the body slam. WE actually doing fine here in this matchup.
Yeah, Mystic getting the advantage there. And again, we talked about, you know, if the wave is even, if it's Vayne against Sivir, Vayne is going to win. Vayne is not weak in lane due to her damage. It's her minion control. I cannot stress that enough.
Well, at this point, WE very rightly so going to change back that lane. Make sure they can get this 2v2 because it is definitely working out. Aluka just farming here on the bottom side as Spirit is paying a visit. Blade Surge was used. There's the Equilibrium Strike, but Spirit able to slow down Akon with that red buff. Forces the flash out. Gets himself to slow as well, but Spirit does tank up a turret shot. Akon going to be fine, but that's a summoner spell down.
Yep, forcing the flash. That's exactly best case scenario here from Aluka. Aluka doing a good job making the most out of his initial wave clear. It's very mana hungry for Aurelia to clear waves early, especially if she wants to use her Blade Surge. Level 5 is typically where Aurelia is really going to take off because she has enough points in her true damage where she can just infinitely sustain herself, or sustain herself well, I guess I should say, versus infinitely.
Infinitely probably not the correct term.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hyperbole? I don't know.
What is that?
I don't know.
This is the internet.
There's only supposed to be cats here.
Okay, Akon tanking a bit of damage here from Aluka, just being his wave cleary Scion self. Not a whole lot going to come from this situation, though. Xiaoxi was thinking about getting something done here on the top side of the map, but not actually going to find much. Once again, Mystic continuing to have some power here. 11 CS in the lead. Double Doran's Blade actually picked up from Imp as he headed back to base.
When you don't want to lose lane ever, the double Dorans.
Beautiful. Not exactly Genji tier just yet. The triple Dorans will come in that front, but
Time Lord Ginja.
wonderful stuff. I wonder what's in for us next as far as what Genja's working on now. Always interested to know.
Otherwise, things fairly calm around the map. So checking in with our junglers, Spirit, you know, had the initial gank down bottom, has, or is looking for his, looks like a Cinderhulk actually, as opposed to a Rune Glaive. So not going for that carry-oriented fizz, going for more of that tank. So how Cinderhulk fizz works, if you haven't seen it in a bit, is about creating superficial tankiness by building CDR and then Cinderhulk to empower your playful Trickster airtime, and then just the natural tank stats that Cinderhulk will give you. But
well, there's going to be condemned to the wall in the top lane here as POL takes a whole bunch of damage. Aluka's going to make his way in. There's the unstoppable onslaught, but straight into the wall as Imp does have the Eye of the Storm now on top of him. Aluka flashes over, but not going to find the Roar of the Slayer onto Xiaoxi, and WE now sort of just milling about as everyone is in the top lane.
that is actually really uncharacteristic for Aluka. He's normally one of the best Scions in the LPL and really good at hitting those ults, but here we go, we have a counter teleport.
Yeah, teleport in from Akon just to make sure that no one's going to die here. Only, he's level 7, so he does have the Transcendent Blades in order to get some extra sort of range damage down. Not going to be using it just yet. Nim's just going to push out this wave. So WE sort of twiddling their thumbs, thinking, okay, we're all up here now.
They should rotate their bot lanes down bottom.
Bottom lane.
Bottom.
Rotate the bot lane to the bottom.
I feel like Mystic, because he had the opportunity where he shoved the wave in, that they should move their AD carry bottom now that both top laners don't have teleport available, and get control over this dragon pit. And as soon as Imp sees Mystic back up onto this this wave, he should back and run bottom, and LGD should take dragon.
Well, he has backed away. You can see the wave is going to crash into this turret. Mystic, of course, here. Going to be clearing this one out as best as possible. In fact, LGD walking all the way back to the turret here before they back away, and Godby going to clear out this mid lane.
Yep, they're swapping them.
Yeah, going for the Rod of Ages here by the looks of things for Godby. So changing up his build just a little bit. We did see just before that the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages is the way that Doinby likes to build the Orianna. Didn't work out in that particular game, but I don't think it was entirely on Doinby as to why it didn't. He had some pretty decent shockwaves in that game and was getting the work done that he wanted to, but now Godby trying to take down the Wolf Camp as well as the blue buff, starting things off here for Xiaoxi.
But here we go. Here's the swap back. So Imp, again, pushed the wave into the tower, saw the opportunity where he wouldn't lose out on creeps, decides to go back, and LGD now have full control over the Dragon Pit because they have a numbers discrepancy on that side of the map with their duo.
Yeah, Xiaoxi as well. He's towards the top side of the map, but it is the 2v1 situation, like you said, for Akon. So with no teleports for either of our top laners.
Help.
Yeah.
Assist me.
Blue buff actually going to be taken here for GA as well. So
Danger.
actually, no one, just the LPL has gone away from taking dragons. We don't really care about taking dragons.
I'm telling you, LGD's early game without TVQ actually looks weaker than normal, which the early game has always been kind of a problem for them, because again, the sooner PYL gets involved with them, the better things look. But This is...
Imp standing in a position there to try and pick up the spell shield. Mana is able to, most definitely, and just wandering around underneath this turret. Of course, Aluka just unable to put on very much pressure as LGD continue to get damage down onto this outer in the bottom lane.
There we go, though. With so much control over the bottom side, like you pointed out, they are going to go ahead and collapse down there and start the dragon. We made it, boys!
Yeah, we did it! 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Earliest dragon of the night. My goodness.
Still
Close to, actually.
earlier to the average, though, which is typically around 11 minutes. So they're on time, but I feel it took them a bit to recognize. They timed it well. Let's say this. It was safer because they waited for Xie to make the back, knowing that Victor wouldn't be available. So
yeah, good point.
Good job, guys.
Well, Imp continuing to farm out this wave is going to be able to get some work done. Went back and grabbed himself some brown bags so he can walk around in style. Godby as well, clearing out this wave underneath the turret very well. But you can see GA, he's farming quite nicely. 105 at 11 minutes. Pretty good. 110. He's on the clock.
I feel like this has been the theme all night. How well can you farm?
Yeah. The agricultural evening of LPL.
These actually very important. I don't want to say culturally, because that sounds weird. It was a trend in the LPL that prioritizing farm and having really high farm in their mid laners was kind of the #1 determining factor of your position of power in the LPL.
That's how you decide who's good.
Well, also think about Xiao, his impact in the NALCS and what he's really well known for. It's farming.
Oh, yeah.
So, and obviously one of the more, I'm not going to say historic, but older mid laners from the LPL.
Yeah. Well, you can see Spirit was thinking about ganking this bottom lane as Imp is just roaming around, killing creeps one after the other. Boomerang going to find Aluka there a little bit, but Evan Flow going to keep him up in health. Oh, actually, just collects himself some mana on the Hunt's being popped. Unstoppable Onslaught, not going to find anything there as the fish going to be delivered to PYL. Imp still takes the damage there as the teleport was cancelled. Might have actually been condemned out there by Mystic.
Really beautiful microplay from Imp, just to push that as far as he could. Again, making the most out of Sivir's ultimate, popping the On the Hunt to just narrowly dodge out of Aluka's charge. PYL making sure that he protected Imp's flank, catching that fish. So there's so much fun to watch in this bot lane.
Yeah, Imp's actually closed off that gold deficit as well.
Just
I mean, the CS
no
deficit.
fear. So aggressive, so far forward.
Yeah, well, he got Acro Prison now. There's the Tidal Wave as well, but Spell Shields that one. Beautiful Monsoon there from PYL as Spirit. He's all the way in here. Urchin Strike was used. Imp might die here. Xiaoxi with a fantastic ultimate as well. Aluka tanking up the turret. Acro Prison not going to find anything here, but Imp is still alive. That's the main point. Godby coming in from the side. Is he going to be able to get the kill? No, decides not to, as it's actually going to be donated over. Finally picks one up as Conan goes down. Aluka, his undead self, unable to get any work done, and that kiting play from Imp was fantastic, but LGD just playing so well together.
This bot lane is disgustingly good. That was incredible. All on the back of Imp and PYL. And again, just the community. These guys don't speak the same language.
Yeah.
It just like the trust there, that was awesome to watch.
Very, very cool. And the fact that Xiaoxi, was right there, ready to pick up where everyone left off is just fantastic to watch as well. So Imp now with the possible gold advantage that he's picked up a couple of assists as well as kept up in the farm. Might be able to go back and grab himself some more items. BF Sword now in the back pocket as he is going to be back and probably grab himself an Avarice Blade. Maybe some more Berserker's Greaves as well.
World champion. Proving that he doesn't need Mata.
No, well, of course, PYL pretty good as well. Aluka going to use that shield to stop some of this damage from Akon. He's probably not too afraid of this Aurelia at the moment. Trinity Force almost done. Akon here on the top side.
Versus the Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
No.
Here we go, though. Imp completed the upgraded boot, so again, that build is all about cost efficiency for pushing down towers. Doesn't have the pickaxe, but does have the PF sword available as well as the Avarice Blade. So choosing that, again, I'm going into a farm lane. I'm here to push down creep waves, take towers, and I'm all out of creeps.
Yeah. Well, there's a tower here, though, so he's going to be able to take that one. The creep's probably going to finish that one off now. There's LGD going to try and pressure this blue buff. 2 people on the bottom side of the map for WE, so LGD with a massive man advantage are going to be able to brute force this one. Mystic will be able to take this outer turret on the bottom side of the map in response to the one that LGD have already taken. So towers evened up now, but look at all of the creeps dying to this top outer turret. And Imp just waiting to get that last hit.
And likewise, Mystic not bouncing the wave. In fact, it's going to push it forward, which is why Acorn made his initial back, so he's going to be able to catch all of that big free CS. See if Aluka chases on him here.
Yeah, looking to try and find some damage at least. Royal the Slayer for the slow is going to be there. You can see you've got Conan and Spirit making their way up the river. Both of them with the ability to swim, being Fizz and Nami. Fantastic use of that transportation route.
Swimming.
Yeah, exactly.
What does he say? Lunchtime.
Jaundice Fizz.
I like the cute champions. Togma, Fizz.
I like how Cosmore is a cute.
All the champions that look like fish. Did I tell you that my name was almost fish? My name means frog, for those who don't know.
Really?
But I almost picked fish.
Just the word fish?
No, the word, it's Icelandic for frog, froskirin, versus fish, which is fiskirin.
I like fiskirin. It makes it feel like I've got a lisp when I say it.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons I chose not to.
Oh, damn it.
But I like fish. That's my story.
That's a cool story.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Yeah, I like it. Well, you know, bro doesn't really fit here. So it's good. You get to avoid that one completely. Pickaxe now has been completed by Indigo, because he's got a full bag of items.
They're setting up for this dragon, making sure that they're moving on top of the objective as well as controlling the scuttle crab. Spirit just kind of gave up on that one. He's like, you know what? Maybe not. Not
this time. Imp's going to be able to lock it down. Xiaoxi would have been able to get an extra 30 gold for that Imp. So please leave scuttle crabs to your jungler. It's a little bit more efficient.
Ooh, good choke point. Doesn't follow it up.
No one really going to be caught in that gravity field as Xiaoxi is going to body slam his way to safety as well. So
they're actually sending Acorn top. So does have his teleport available, can get involved, but wants to get that big creep wave. But that said, if they're expecting a 5v5 to happen here, especially because they know that Aluka's over here. Okay. I'm just curious if LGD are going to pull the trigger, or if they're buying time for Acorn to apply pressure top.
Well, he is going to be able to do so. Xiaoxi actually getting a body slam over. Spirit not going to be found by that barrel. LGD now have an opportunity to set up some vision. You can see that pink ward just went down. Aluka in the bottom side of the map means that they know that they have a little bit of time. Of course, the teleport is available to him as well, and now needs to head towards the top side of the map because Acorn is pressuring that inner turret. So, like you just said, able to get in there, make pressure happen on other sides of the map. And you can see LGD actually moving towards the mid lane as well.
Prepping waves.
Yep.
Making sure that before they approach this dragon that all of the waves are pushing forward so that if something goes wrong, it minimizes any sort of loss, but maximizes any sort of victory. Because if they ace here, then they have so many waves that they can just quickly run to and pick up 3 towers.
Well, you can see Spirit was waiting in a flank point. Imp actually has to go the long way around here. LGD with the dragon very, very low. Jie speeding himself up by landing that Q. Spirit wants to be able to get the steal. Gets in there, gets it, takes it away as well. Does use playful tricks. The gravity field's down. Spirit might find himself in the wrong position though. Godby gets caught by the fish. Spirit flashes his way out. WE, they grab themselves a dragon and they get everybody out to safety.
Beautiful steal from Spirit right there. Again, Xiaoxi had the cask, so maybe some nerves coming through for this first.
Well, Jie as well with the death ray with so much damage on that just meant that they could coordinate a little bit more burst.
But he could have just casked
That's
Fizz
true.
away and looked for the burst.
Please leave. The ensuing team fight might have been at risk at that stage is what I'd say. Not sure. Look, I'm looking for excuses here.
I'm still really, I'm on the fence. TBQ versus Xiaoxi. I want it to work out.
Well, look, at the moment, LGD with a 3,000 gold lead. Trinity Force completed for Acorn. As Imp hasn't grabbed the Infinity Edge just yet. Acorn looking to try and get some damage down to Luca. Whoa, danger. As Mystic was hanging around as well. Xiaoxi is up towards the top side. You can see the ward here meant that LGD knew exactly what was happening. Mystic following Aluka now. LGD know he's moved up here. Conan's here as well. They decide that they don't want to start any fights. Spirit going to get slowed down by PYL. Throws a Zephyr at him. And yep, now continuing to pressure the mid lane means that GA does have to head straight back there. Godby going to be splitting on the bottom side of the map, completely unanswered by WE. Of course, we have the inner turret at that point. And
PYL?
wow, LGD actually leave this top lane out of turret.
The ping went down. They knew that they were going to sacrifice that for deep vision and pressure onto the bottom side of the map. Is a bit suspect of what kind of counterplay that they're going to make. I would expect it to be on the mid lane, but Godby is not roaming up for a flank, so they're actually just going to lose a free objective.
Yeah, not this time. Of course, Godby actually decided to go with the Lucidity boots and grabs himself a Luden's Echo. So I actually really like this because Godby already loves mobility on his Orianna. That's how he plays. Often built very early Alacrity enchantment on his boots. So now the way that he sort of accounts for the fact that you lose the Merlinomicon or the Athene's Unholy Grail by going this particular build with the Rod of Ages, just grabs himself the Lucidity boots and then grabs the Luden's Echo. So
it also empowers Godby's natural tendency to be the secondary split pusher on his team and wave control, so having the CDR for more dissonance rotations, likewise
Luden's for more
exactly.
AoE.
The Luden's for more AoE and movement speed again, so moving in between those lanes. So it really just empowers him and his style as a player.
A little bit more than it already did. So, of course, Godby being pretty quiet this game, went down the bottom lane, picked himself up a kill, but has otherwise not been doing a whole lot. Lucan has a lot of fun cancelling auto attacks a lot, and it just looks really weird. Looks like he's about to fall over.
It's actually been, again, a really quiet game from LGD.
Yeah, they're just slowly winning.
So, just slowly winning. I'm just passively beating you.
Yeah. What do you think about Acorn's decision to pick up the Alacrity enchantment on these boots as well? I mean, Home Guard often wants to be picked up with the teleport. Is there any reason in your mind that he'd go for the Alacrity instead?
Just wants to move faster. I mean, Aurelia already has insane movement speed by herself. It's really key in these team fights that you're able to chase down Vayne. Aurelia does have a lot of tools to do that anyway. Not quite sure if I completely agree with it, just because you're then sacrificing pretty much the entirety of the teleport flank, but...
Well, the explosive cask here from Xiaoxi. Might be trying to turn it around here, though, is Aluka. The rest of the team was moving up, but you can see Spirit and GA there on the bottom side. Godby might be in trouble. Fish not going to find him at all.
Hello, Spirit?
Team?
That is a mechanical misstep, so what you want to do is, as you queue towards your opponent, you throw out the fish.
Yeah.
Godby did flash, so I'd have to watch that one in slow motion if he threw it after. It looked like he queued and then he threw the R instead of doing it simultaneously. It's like Rengar. In leap, you throw your net to guarantee that it's going to land.
It's not going to land here from Conan. There's him trying to clear out this minion wave. Nice use of an early devastating smash. Devastating blow, I believe.
Every time I hear Cyan's ultimate, what is it, Unstoppable Onslaught?
Yep.
I just think of the, what's the word I want to use? Frankenstein child between Malphite and Hecarim.
Well, I think about, both Malphite and Hecarim together. They're ultimates.
Losing another free objective.
Yeah, LGD sort of just bleeding at the moment. W able to pick up some objectives around the map. 40 seconds now on this dragon, but it's one apiece at the moment. LGD probably would have been wanting to go for their third at that stage. Now at the moment, WE, of course, they managed to grab the outer turret in the mid lane, so they've got the lead as far as these turrets are concerned. LGD need to start doing stuff, Prosper.
They're doing nothing. They're passively losing any sort of momentum and lead that they had, so they still have the gold lead by about 3K right now, but for the last 6 minutes, so since the last dragon, LGD have just let WE close that gap.
Just let them do things. Well, LGD now going to be clearing out vision around this dragon. You can see it's just spawning now, hopping up onto the ledge. A very, very fast Godby now that he's completed the Alacrity enchantment that he loves so much on his Orianna. He's sprinting around. Looks like he's got Ghost on. Silly.
And there we go. That's how he plays Orianna, placing his ball offensively for his zone, stepping forward, making sure that he can quickly move it around, and that guarantees LGD the next free dragon.
Yeah, they do grab it, so 2 dragons to 1 now. WE now looking to try and get some pressure in this mid lane with 3 members strong. GA makes short work of that. But LGD able to get into position just fine. Not deciding to sweep that one out as all their sweepers are on cooldown. Godby actually deciding not to go for a sweep, but we've spoken about Godby many times before about the fact that he loves to be able to sit in a brush.
And assassinate people.
Yeah, but he's going instead for the upgraded warning totem.
Likewise, though, since he's spending so much time pushing waves on the bottom side of the map, it does empower him more so to pick up kind of that pseudo sightstone through the trinket upgrade.
Yeah.
So he can ward his flanks and continue to push forward. The reason why he's not doing it in that case and why he's trading places with Acorn is because the Baron is in play at 25 minutes. And because he doesn't have the double teleport as he did last time, he needs to make sure that his teleport is on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, so Acorn is going to make his way toward the bottom side. You can see Godby now discovering Spirit here on the red side of the map.
Okay, here we go.
It's going to be popped. GA, they're looking for him. Already down to half health, though, is Imp. The Chaos Storm comes down, and Imp has to get out of there. GA just answers with damage. He's going to be fine.
I feel like LGD are on completely different pages right now. So Imp trying to pull the trigger, forcing the pick on Xie. Xie turns around and says, you know what? Just blows him up with a bunch of damage. And unfortunately, a misplaced cast from Xiaoxi really pushed him to safety.
Yeah. Well, Imp goes back, grabs himself the static shiv, does still have those double Dolans sitting in his back pocket. Longsword now as well, probably looking towards that last
He's
whisper.
so fast.
Yeah, he's so fast. I wonder whether he's going to go for Spooky Ghost now, grab some extra movement speed.
I don't think he'll go for Spooky.
Spooky Ghost and a Lich Bane.
And just run you down.
And just run really, 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 really fast. We'd have an experiment on diminishing returns for movement speed at that stage. Acorn looking to come through here as the fish goes a little bit wide. Unstoppable Onslaught not there either as Spirit is doing some decent damage.
He's
Is
in
the
the
steal
pit.
going to come through? Xiaoxi's there, grabs the Baron. The rest of WE now in shambles as the Shockwave comes down onto Mystic. Definitely a priority target, but gets over the wall. Nice devastating smash there from Aluka, but he's going to get Equilibrium struck, and LGD going to close in on the Scion. The first kill actually for this, as LGD are going to be able to take the big man down. Oh, actually Imp is going to destroy Conan there. Mystic did manage to get back to base, but WE went for the Baron. They lost it, lost 2 members of their team, and now LGD with a lot of pushing power.
So many cooldowns burned and whiffed on the side of WE. They didn't connect with the Fizz ultimate or the Scion ultimate. More importantly, from Aluka leaving the pit with the Scion ult to try to connect on the LGD flank, left Spirit to tank up so much Baron damage, and really a whiffed smite coming out of Spirit.
Xiaoxi was actually pretty good to hold onto it for so long as well, just eyeing that number instead of making sure that he was just jumping over the edge to get a smite in there in the hopes that he'll land it.
The thing, though, is I still feel like this is LGD just being, no, excuse me, WE messing up versus LGD executing the correct play.
Yeah.
And that's what's a little bit concerning. So game 1, it looked very much closer to what we expect from LGD, very smart, controlled map play, especially with their minion waves on the side using the double teleport. This time around, just very passive, not very... LGD are playing reactive, and LGD don't play reactive. Their identity as a team is being proactive around the map. But here we go.
Yep, speaking of proactive, it is going to be Conan locking up PYL with that Aqua Prism, and then he's immediately destroyed.
I'm not quite sure what's happening right now.
All right. Godfrey's built the Ancients, though.
Whoa.
So that's cool. And he's actually got 25% cooldown reduction, so if he does go with the cooldown reduction per level blues, means that he does have 40% now for himself. Not entirely sure whether we can show whether that is the case, but I'd be interested.
We can click on him.
Yeah, I like it. Cooldown reduction is very important if you're going to go with the Luden's Echo, just so you can get that one back off cooldown as quickly as possible. Utilize the extra little purple logs to come out. That was the best that I could do as far as the name for it. Not sure whether it's good enough.
LGD were posturing to look for a team fight. That said, PYL wasn't with them, so they do not pull the trigger. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And again, LGD have a very secure lead, 7k gold, but I feel like it was more so gifted to them rather than earned. So
yeah.
I would like to see how they approach and set up this team fight.
They've got 1 out of turret from this Baron as well. They just really didn't decide to do anything with it. LGD with the top wave actually pushing against them at the same time. Imp's going to come down and shove out this bottom wave. That is definitely LGD-esque, but the fact that this top wave now in control over Luca is pushing is strange.
Imp has a Blade of the Ruin, so technically he has a build water Cutlass.
Yeah, he does have a Blade build water Cutlass. Why is that fun?
It's funny. Sivir is typically considered an AD caster, although Imp does play her very much more auto-based, because again, it's mostly about his W versus his Q.
Yeah, he built it last game. He likes the Blade of the Ruin King on Sivir.
It's going to help him kite, and naturally it will synergize very well with creating space, which Sivir's passive as well as her ultimate does. So it's not completely out of the blue. It's funny. It's the fact that Spirit finds PYL, the fact that God, these items really empower his style of Orianna, and then likewise Imp building the Blade of the Ruin King. It's very Name-esque. Like, it empowers them as people.
Oh, they're looking to sandwich Spirit here. The rest of WE coming around just to try and lend him a hand. You can see Death Ray over the wall, just deterring the rest of LGD from collapsing on that one. But LGD, with this massive wave pushing it on the top side, are going to start off the Dragon.
Okay, here we go. This is LGD-esque. Complete control over the pit. We'll see where they now move their pressure. Acorn going to go ahead and back and reset that wave in the top. It is slow pushing against WE as soon as that wave cleans up. Actually, Imp might beat him.
It did actually reset on the turret there as well, so Imp going to be able to take down some Raptors. Yeah, going to help Spirit out with this Scuttle Crab. Oh man, I just don't like it when anyone but a jungler takes a Scuttle Crab. I don't know why, because like the extra 30 gold is such a big deal. It's not a big deal, Max.
No, it's not.
It's not at all. Death Ray going to be able to clear out this mid lane though. I love Victor's wave clears. Pretty strong. As Civ going to demonstrate the fact that Herb's pretty good too. Backing now is Imp, probably looking to finish up his next item. Held on to the Doran's Blade for as long as he possibly could as well. I very much like that, because sort of the reason why Doran's Blades aren't great to pick up too many of in the early stage is because you have to sell them to make room for other items. But now, look, he's made it to 32 minutes. He's still got them. That's
your selling point on the double Dorans.
Damn right it is.
Is that at 32 minutes we have 6 items on Imp?
Yeah, who needs pink wards and stuff? Probably Imp. Yeah. Okay, good point. Good point.
32 minutes, hasn't upgraded his blue trinket. That said, Baron's down, so doesn't necessarily need it. They do have a window of opportunity with Baron being down that they can play to the bottom side of the map, so Imp going to go ahead, set it up. Likewise, they have vision control already set up and postured there, so making the most use of that so Imp can't get flanked. Suspect that that will be their next big point of contention, and they'll just swoop down. Or maybe they'll just completely not play as a team and stand around randomly on the map.
It is a bit interesting the way that they're going about this. Yeah, 9,000 gold's the lead still for LGD, so they're ahead. But they're just mucking around by the looks of things. There is a very strange item being picked up here by PWL. Not entirely sure what it's called.
That's the Ardent's...
Ardent Sensor.
There we go. I got you on the...
Yeah, look.
There was an assist
There's
there.
a reason why I don't know the name of that item off the top of my head. Because it is so expensive. And just it gives you attack speed when you get like a shield or a heal from someone. But I mean, I guess it's going to be helpful for a Janna. It's an interesting choice.
It's for Imp.
Yeah. It's also for Godby, I guess.
He's not playing the Nash's Tooth Orianna.
Yeah, Clockwork Wind-Up works irrespective.
See, if he was, though, he would have been able to shred through that tower. Oh, look on the chase.
Yeah, here's the unstoppable onslaught as he shreds around the corner, gets the knock-up onto PYL. There's the shockwave, though. Spirit takes a bunch of damage, has to use the Playful Trickster in order to get himself out of here. Aluka trying to get back into the fight as Mystic is trying to kite Acorn around. Nice use of the Tidal Wave as Acorn has to deal with Mystic's damage. Look at the ball right on top of the vein as Aluka now trying to run away. Godby with so much consistent damage. If flashing forward into 3 people, Mystic's going to die. Xie looking to try and get the stun up. Does have the perfect Hex Core, so he's going to be able to get that small shockwave effect from that one as Conan is going to die to PYL. Actually, Godby grabs that one for himself. And finally, the Orianna play is unleashed. And Imp flashing forward as per usual. LGD decide to wake up from their stupor of earlier. They're going to take down a Baron.
LGD, Imp is the only one who came to play today. Back-to-back, both games had a fantastic performance in Game 1, and is really the driving force of game 2 here, having to flash forward and be... I mean, he is Sivir, so he does have huge initiation power, but come on, you've got Aurelia, Gragas, Orianna on your team.
LGD, I think, have just been sleeping all week. This is their only game, of course, in the LPL.
They're
so
literally on vacation right now.
They're just waking up. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Imps, he stayed up. You know, he was still playing around as Acorn is about to finish his Guardian Angel. As
Where is that ball?
Oh my goodness, Godby has to be very careful. The fish comes down, Command Protect. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. GA locks down the kill. Gravity Field locks up Acorn, as GA does have to be careful, but Aluka stops him mid-Blade Surge, and the double kill comes out for GA. World Elite showing signs of life on Summoner's Rift.
At least someone's awake. WE now on the offensive. They do pick off 2 of those Barons right there, but most importantly, a lot of wave clear with that Orianna being down. Now, Imp is still in position, does have the Ricochet, as well as the Static Shiv, so we'll see if WE are able to siege onto this.
Oh, well, Luca trying to tank that one up, and Mystic is the one that's going to decide to do it. Acropers are not going to find Imp as well. Double wards over this brush.
Triple ward.
Quadra ward.
Penta ward.
I knew you were going to go there. Like it. Well, Baron is going to be used to help clear out these minion waves. You can see prepped already as the top. And Acorn about to respawn Godby as well. Sitting back up. You can see now the Rabbidan's death cap completed. No Void Staff just yet for Godby, but probably going to be grabbing that as his next item. Full item slots at the moment as that Doran's is still there.
Really late death cap. What is that, 4th item death cap?
Yeah.
That's going to be a huge multiplier on his standing AP.
Pretty silly at the moment. Doesn't even have it yet, does GA. He's sitting on 530 AP, so when his comes through, it's going to also be very, very powerful. But he does have the Void Stuff now, so he can cut through the magic resist of this double Locket of the Iron Solari team combo.
And again, we're back to farming. Dragon will be up in 10 seconds. LGD, I mean, at this point, playing for what, the 55-minute 5th Dragon win condition? the triple Baron victory over the last place LPL team?
Yeah, something like that, I believe. Well, no, they are going to head towards this Dragon, though, that has just spawned. GA and Mystic sharing the minion waves. That is not supposed to be, guys. This Baron is going to get a ward in. Oh, yeah, saw that the Dragon went down. Nailed it.
Okay, 43 minutes. 5th Dragon win condition. LGD have it in their sights.
In their sights now. Well, you know, actually it is going to be 5th Dragon at 43 minutes.
That's what I said.
I thought you said 53.
I said 53 initially, but then I did the quick math.
Nice.
Yep, nice. I didn't know if they were going to immediately take that dragon since it took them, 45 minutes to take the first one.
That's a very good point.
I had to give him a window.
Slight exaggeration there, but the Storm on the turret. They are going to clear out this minion wave very quickly. Nice use of the gravity field in the choke point. Cool stuff. Acorn is going to keep pushing this wave out. GA wandering around the river. Well, WE take this in a turret.
Adventure time. Here we go.
Oh, there it is. The barrel going to be used. Spirit just going to playfully trickster out of it as now the onslaught has begun. Imp trying to get the damage down. Acorn finds his way in here as the tidal wave comes over. Just PYL. WE trying to disengage. They're doing a decent job of it as well as now Xiaoxi coming in. Acorn finds his way over the top, trying to get into the back line, but he can't get there. Shockwave on 3 members. Godby, so much damage now. Flashing forward, GA using the heal. Mystic as well, still alive in this fight, but gets body slammed, destroyed by Xiaoxi. Acorn bouncing around this fight after that Guardian Angel, still able to get the work done. It's an ace, finally, for LGD, and are they going to be able to finish the game?
38 minutes late, finally.
15,000 gold the lead.
Imp is not the only one awake. Godby, showing what his Orianna does, what made him famous, flashes forward, finds an incredible shockwave, and then again, just running as close as possible to his enemy to do as much damage as possible with those command attacks, and LGD finally ending this game.
Yes, storming the base here, able to grab that ace and then just destroy the Nexus as well. So Conan is going to be alive, watches his Nexus fall as LGD pick themselves up. Honestly, a pretty slow 3 points.
Yeah, that was really curious. Kind of an interesting game 2 from LGD. Game 1 was what we usually suspect from them. Game 2, really slow start, kind of disorganized. Looked like there was maybe some miscommunication going on. That said, they are working with a sub-jungler, Xiaoxi, not the normal TBQ, so possibly...
But it's very different to how we saw them in previous games as well, even with Xiaoxi on the lineup. So, look, maybe just, I don't know, tired, wanting to make sure that they can play a control style of League of Legends. That's what they're practicing here, or maybe they're just feeling the pressure without a coach on the lineup.
Let's go with controlled.
Yeah, let's go with that. That sounds like a more fun option here. But LGD now picking themselves up the 3 points. They were tied with M3, but now find themselves 3 points ahead, which is what happens when you add 3 points onto your score. 24 now as well. So still behind Xiaogu, but not by too much.
And this is what's really expected, though. LGD, they are sitting quite far down on the ladder, but if you look at their spring split performance, facing off against EDG in the playoffs, taking them to 5 games, it's expected that you should find a very easy 2-0 against one of the last place bottom tier LPL teams. So kind of a question mark, but points are points.
Points are points, most definitely, and that does mean that LGD now have double the points of WE. WE sitting down there on 12 now as well. 1, 9, and 6. Very unfortunate so far, but 5, 9, and 4 as far as that scoreline is concerned. Sort of 2-0 victories, ties, and of course 0-2 losses. So LGD trying to find their way back to the top before the end of the split. See Acorn smile on his face, looking ready to get onto the Rift next week. He's, of course, not playing tomorrow.
I'm a big fan of Godvy's capris. Every time I see him wear those pants, I'm just like, solid.
Yeah, most definitely. But we are going to have a look at what happened to the standings after that game. Of course, now that LGD have moved up to 24 points, that's tied them with both OMG and Snake. Of course, OMG and... Well, in fact, actually, LGD now a game ahead of both of these teams, but still sitting on a very similar score. So, of course, if Snake and OMG both lose 0-2, then everything's going to be completely even. But you can see now Edward Gaming well and truly ahead, 7 points in the lead.
What's really important to note is that OMG have not faced EDG yet. The very last game of LPL will be OMG versus EDG, whereas LGD have already gotten that game out of the way, so they still have kind of more free points ahead of them. So this is important because LGD needing to wake up, move up the ladder by tying themselves with third. You want to be in that top 4 spots for the new playoff bracket. But this also means that Masters 3 and Vici Gaming are the new gatekeepers.
Yeah, well and truly in that 7th position now, as Invictus Gaming were sitting there in 6th. UP, RNG, King, and WE now pulling up the rear as 16, 15, 13, and 12. No ties towards the lower ends of the standings, but you can see pretty sad points for WE as they're desperate to try and find some more wins here in the LPL.
I mean, realistically, the playoff dream is still alive for unlimited potential if you think about how Masters 3 snuck out at the very end of Spring Split last time, WE taking the rise over them. Unlimited potential have put themselves in a very similar situation.
Yeah, well, Unlimited Potential as well have managed to find pretty key victories around the LPL as well. I mean, most notably being against EDG, managing to take that 2-0. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more day left of LPL tomorrow. But for tonight, it is most definitely over. On behalf of myself, FLICKR, and Sada and Rusty from before, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.